In the dim stone passage, dozens of blue-black transmission tubes pierced the red-gold personal armor, and streams of golden energy were sucked into the body by the four-eyed ferocious humanoid monster at the end of the transmission tube. The woman who was fixed in midair by the suspended lock kept opening and closing her lips, but her congenital deafness prevented her from making any sound. The strength of the struggle became smaller and smaller, and an abnormal blue-gray color gradually spread upward from the soles of the feet. After a while, the woman's mouth opened for the last time, and her neck tilted as she exhaled her last breath, died. The suspended locks were automatically unlocked, and the woman's body fell heavily. The moment it collided with the stone floor, there was a dull sound of gold and stone hitting each other. The transmission tube quickly retracted to the back of the humanoid monster, and it lay on the ground in pain, howling like a beast. The muscles and bones on the limbs and torso are trembling and tightening horribly, as if some kind of mutation has occurred. As golden light surged throughout the body, the monster's size gradually shrank, and its bones and muscles became tighter and tougher after being reshaped. Pieces of smooth and tender skin covered the bloody muscles, and blue-black hair strands emerged from the hair follicles on the top of the head. The four narrow eyes disappeared, replaced by two human eyes with golden double pupils. The wailing gradually disappeared, and the sound of human breathing appeared in the dim stone corridor. What reappeared here instead of the monster was a naked Western white man with smooth muscle lines, an extremely handsome face, shiny black and green hair, and closed eyes. The man's eyes suddenly opened, and his double pupils zoomed several times before freezing. The confused expression unique to humans also appeared on that handsome but scumbag face. I'm finally a human again. This is the Earth Iraq of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. My identity is a mutant race that was wiped out by the Eternal Race. The current appearance is that of a mercenary killed by me. His name is Yuri Ambrosius. The man lay blankly on the ground, digesting several memories in his brain with very different painting styles. In one memory, he was a creature created by the Celestials and released to the Earth. After wiping out dinosaurs and other large animals, he was sealed under the glacier of Alaska by the Eternals, released again by the Celestials. In the second type of memory, he is an eternal race created by the Celestial group. After completing the task of eliminating the mutant race, he has been staying on the Earth and was killed by himself in the previous type of memory not long ago. In the third memory, he is a Chinese citizen in the 21st century. He grew up in peace and was only exposed to war and death on the screen. In this memory, all the nouns in the previous memory come from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The fourth kind of memory is the shortest, but especially real. He knows that his name is Yuri Ambrosius. He knows his closest family and friends, and the rest are all blank. These memories are messy, just like drinking mangpo soup mixed with water. But for him now, they are the only nourishment that gives life to his soul. The dull eyes gradually became brighter, and various complex expressions appeared on this handsome face. The man sat up and looked around at his current appearance. From now on, I am the traveler of the Earth, the leader of the mutant race in the Marvel movies. Yuri Ambrosius. A moment later, Yuri, wearing a dusty camouflage uniform, appeared under a huge triangular aircraft. With a few random clicks on the floating ball held in the palm of his hand, this huge prehistoric aircraft instantly became invisible, took off, and landed on the back of the moon under his command. He remembered that Yuri, who was now himself, had completed his summer job before leaving. He took another job in Afghanistan. Search for the boss of Tucker Industries, the leader of the novice village of the time traveler, the future Iron Man and Thanos' lifelong enemy Tony Stark. Open the portable computer in the backpack and click on the email with the mission introduction. Tony Stark, the son of Howard Stark, quickly gained people's attention with his extraordinary intelligence in his youth. I made a circuit board at the age of 4 and my own engine at the age of 6. At the age of 17, I graduated from MIT with the highest honors. Due to the heavy blow of the death of my parents, I didn't turn around until I was 21 and returned to Stark. Industrially developing weapons and holding the supreme power of the weapons empire. He developed his father's legacy to new heights, opened up a new pattern in the world of weapons, and was a defender of freedom in the United States of America. Everyone who finds the target will get 100 million US dollars. And an additional 1,000 million US dollars will be rewarded if the target is rescued. The cynical handsome face was frozen on the screen, and the high commission shone with the light of wealth. Yuri's brain was working rapidly, and he quickly found corresponding clues in the remembered movie plot, Afghanistan. Khulna province set off. Before the sun shines on the Iraqi land, Yuri rushes back to the mercenary base. After skillfully greeting the brothers who he remembered carrying guns through the hail of bullets together, he got into his small tent and quickly packed his personal belongings. Turn in firearms and bullets before leaving. Yuri checked the balance in his bank card, looked at the long 6-digit number on it, and secretly sighed to work in summer vacation. You have to go to other places the salary is high, and you can experience life at the best of both worlds. When I arrived at the airport with a backpack and a suitcase, it was dusty and almost everyone was wearing a hood and goggles. He also put on black goggles and a khaki turban with peace of mind, covering his shining golden eyes and blue-black hair that was different from ordinary people. Yuri, come here, the transport plane is about to take off. Across the vast yellow sand, he saw a figure standing under the transport plane waving to him from a distance. This man is one of the recipients of the search mission and the leader of Yuri's search team. Running over quickly, Yuri tied the suitcase and backpack to the fixed goods in the warehouse. Mr. Captain, I guess I am not late, right? Yes, of course. The captain pulled up the operating levers, and the huge door of the transport warehouse slowly rose and closed. He put his mouth close to the walkie-talkie, ordered the captain to take off, walk to Yuri's side, patted his shoulder hard and said, "But you are the last one." Yuri tied up and saluted, and took a few pages of action planning from the captain's hand. After reading it, he found that 60% of it was an introduction to the importance of Tony Stark, and the rest was the deployment of search personnel. The transport plane trembled and flew up into the clouds, so powerful that everyone tilted towards the tail of the plane. The captain barely stood still while holding the cargo. When the plane stabilized, he raised the identical mission plan in his hand. Guys, we are operating together with the US military. So please God bless us, it is best if we can find out first. Goal, otherwise you won't get the commission. And you'll even have to pay for your trip home, God bless. Time's end. After folding the plan and putting it in his breast pocket, Yuri reached out to take the M14 handed over by the captain. After deftly disassembling and inspecting it, he flipped his fingers and assembled all the parts in less than a second. He raised his head and glanced at his teammates. No one in the bumpy cabin noticed anything unusual about him. After slinging the gun, he leaned back and began to sleep. It would still be a long time before arriving in Afghanistan, and he had not slept a wink last night. So he just took this opportunity to replenish his energy. Hey, summer job, wake up. Yuri opened his eyes, and the bright golden eyes under the goggles flashed with dazzling light. The captain who rudely woke him up looked at him, and he actually felt the fear from the origin of life. The golden light flashed past, and then the pupils turned completely white, and the captain's palm that patted Yuri's shoulder was naturally retracted, and he forgot everything he saw just now without knowing it. He took out a box of bullets from the big box in his arms and threw them into Yuri's arms, reminding casually, Afghanistan is a dangerous place. It doesn't matter if you can't earn commissions. The most important thing is to save your own life. Understand yet? Yes, sir, Yuri agreed happily. He could sense the man's kindness towards him. Take out the bullets from the bullet box and fill your own magazine with the speed loader. Several teammates around him laughed at the captain who was distributing ammunition. Sir, that's not what you told us just now. I remember someone just said, it doesn't matter if you lose your life. This money is enough for your family to live happily for the rest of their lives. Oh, isn't it? The captain.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Took out a box of ammunition and threw it at the speaker's head. You son of a bitch. Of course the whole family will be happy if you die. Don't forget, guys. Our dear little Yuri is only 20 years old this year. He's coming. I'm just here to work a summer job to cope with the school's social tasks. Tilda. The person who was hit easily caught the bullet box. So the topic shifted to whether the 20-year-old Yuri had touched the girl's hand. The captain's throwing skills were really bad. He must not be allowed to throw grenades. Yuri tightened his hood to prevent wind and sand, and quietly pressed his magazine. He knew that these jokes were just a way for his teammates to relieve tension. When the hatch opened and everyone jumped out one by one, no one would remember what he had just said. 1 clip full, 2 clips full, 3 clips full. Shaking the remaining 2 empty magazines in his hand, he carried 10 full-round magazines on his back and said to the soldier who was thrown an extra box of ammunition by the captain, "Mind giving me that box of ammunition? If you can't use it all, of course." The soldier glanced at the 10 magazines lined up on his waist, smiled and joked with the people around him. Our summer worker must have disliked the thin body armor. So he thickened it. Look at the ring around his waist. I dare to swear to God, no one can blow out his kidney. All the soldiers laughed and Yuri also laughed. If I remember correctly, my current situation seems to be a kind of disease in the hue of the earth in the 21st century. What is it called? Insufficient firepower syndrome. Drip a drip a drip. The alarm sounded suddenly before the hatch was opened. All the mercenaries stopped and checked their equipment in unison. Then they carried their parachute bags and separated the 2 sides of the cargo hold according to their seats. As the cabin door slowly opened, the captain shouted in the fierce wind, "Our salute will be sent to the U.S. military base. I hope that after the mission is over, I don't have to personally return the luggage of you sons of bitches." Knock. The hatch was fully opened, and the withered yellow ground of Afghanistan came into view. The few mercenaries in the front row looked at each other, ran a few steps without hesitation and jumped down. The captain squeezed in front of Yuri, turned around and helped him get dressed. "Follow me. This mission is very simple and we will all be very safe." Yuri nodded. All the scenes in his memory seemed to him as if he were actually there. He also inherited the strong physique of the mutant race. It's just skydiving. Even if you don't open the parachute bag and fall freely, you will only suffer minor injuries when you hit the ground. You know, he is the main culprit for the extinction of the dinosaurs. A weapon created by the Celestials. The lifelong enemy of the Eternals. The boss of the mutant race, Yuri Ambrosius. The body soared into the air and the airflow hit his face. The withered yellow ground was approaching quickly, and Yuri spread his hands enjoying the feeling of free fall. Suddenly the captain's roar came from the headset, "Yuri. Open your parachute." "Yuri, do it immediately." "Yes, sir." The parachute bag behind him opened suddenly, and the strong pulling force slowed down his fall instantly. Controlling the parachute and approaching the captain, he asked loudly, "Captain, where are we going to land?" "There is a group of armed men at 10 o'clock. Let's grab a car and then set off." Yuri was stunned for a moment, and yelled at the captain not far away, "Fuck you, mother, mister." "Captain, is this what you said? It would be safer to follow you." The 2 landed smoothly on a ridge. The captain turned on the locator and watched his teammates disperse into designated positions in 2s and 2s. He patted the angry Yuri and comforted him, "Believe Mekid. You will definitely follow me, the safest. I believe you a ghost." The 2 stopped bickering and walked 2,000 meters to the top of the mountain with guns in hand. After occupying the commanding heights, The captain took out his binoculars to detect the enemy's situation. There are only 9 people left here. I will fight with you to make a quick decision. Yuri wiped the sweat from his forehead, which he did deliberately in order not to appear abnormal. He didn't talk nonsense to the bad old man. He quickly opened his gun and opened the mirror, and exploded the head of the enemy on the far right 300 meters away. Good accuracy. The captain nodded with satisfaction and raised his gun to shoot. Not to be outdone, but his hand speed could not compare to the inhuman Yuri. In just 2 breaths, everything settled. The firefight was over. Yuri smiled and patted the captain on the shoulder. 9 people. I'll kill 6, you kill 2.5, you'll catch me later. Come and drive, the captain shrugged indifferently. Whether or not he could find Tony depended on luck. It didn't matter who drove or chose the direction. The two found a khaki-armored vehicle with a full fuel tank. The captain found a bottle of spray paint and wiped off the large circle pattern formed by 10 small circles on the door. This thing is so ugly. You should only use it if your head is broken. It makes a sign you're right. Yuri nodded in agreement and walked quickly to the militant who was crippled by the captain just now, ignoring the other person's begging for life. A hair on the back of his head suddenly stretched and pierced into his neck in the other person's frightened eyes. After getting what he wanted, stood up, took a dirt gun that fell on the ground, and pointed it at his former master. Ta ended the other person's life. Anyone who shoots with a gun on the battlefield in the Middle East, including him, deserves death. The captain in the distance was stuffing gasoline cans into the trunk. When he saw Yuri coming, shouted, "Come here and help." You lazy guy, helping him fill the trunk. He also carried a few boxes of ammunition and threw them in the back seat. The two got into the car and sat down. Yuri ignited the engine and said, "Mr. Captain, please fasten your seat belt." The captain glanced at him and saw that he hadn't stepped on the gas pedal for a long time. So he obediently obeyed and kept muttering, "Which mercenary needs to wear a seat belt? I've never worn a seat belt in a car, and so ONIF, boom." Yuri stepped on the accelerator, and the engine was dried until it stalled. He smiled at the captain friendly. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Captain. My driver's license only allows me to drive a bicycle. But rest assured, there is no safer place in Afghanistan than in my car." Hearing these familiar words, the captain grabbed the armrest above his head with one hand and pressed the personal computer on his leg with the other hand. "Oh. I bought it, I want to get off." The operation of the armored vehicle is actually not that difficult. If you just want it to run, one hand is enough. But if you want it to fire ammunition as required and cause damage, you do need professional knowledge in the relevant field. Yuri drove all the way west. Tony was kidnapped by the False 10 Rings gang. The logo of the False 10 Rings gang is a large circle composed of 10 small circles connected together. And this logo is the one that was obliterated by the captain, with the attitude of giving it a try. He read the memory of the militant who was beaten to death by the captain, and indeed got some information not long ago. The gang leader kidnapped a certain big shot and escorted him to a more hidden base. It's a pity that this person hasn't read many books. He only knows that he is heading west, and he doesn't even know the exact distance. "Hey kid." The captain, who had just gotten used to an unreliable driver, clicked on his personal computer. "Are you sure you want to go west? You must know that our search range is originally the fringe. If you go further west, it will be really impossible. Human land, no man's land." Yuri forcibly drove the armored vehicle up a hill with a 2,000-degree slope. After parking the cars, he pointed to a thin wisp of cooking smoke meters away. "Cooking smoke won't be lit in no man's land, unless there are smart people here. The monkeys learn to cook behind our backs." The captain squinted his eyes and looked at it. Under the setting sun, the smoke was so thin that it seemed to be disconnected at any time. He picked up the binoculars and observed carefully, and easily saw a flag fluttering in the wind. The pattern on it was exactly the same as the pattern that he had erased on the car door. "Oh my God." He punched Yuri hard on the chest. It doesn't matter whether there is a target hidden here or not. As long as this address is reported to the US military, we will earn money this trip. Yuri took some cans of beer from the car and lit the portable gas stove to cook the food while the weather was still bright. He glanced at the captain, who was hesitating with his personal computer. Turned off the stove and invited him to sit down and eat. It's almost dark. How about a gamble? The captain pried open the can, squeezed the beer in the can, and drank it in one gulp. After a cheerful nice, he opened another bottle and bumped it hard with Yuri. Then let's take a gamble. 2 machine guns, 3 machine gunners, no watchtowers. No searchlights, patrols change every 3 hours. And their attitude is extremely slack. The two hid in a small mountain col, about 500 meters away from the pseudo-10 Commandments gang, putting their heads together to summarize the intelligence they observed. The captain pulled out 2 silencers from behind his waist, and each of them installed them on their own muzzles. After carefully checking the equipment again, the captain repeated the previous battle plan: sneak in. Our goal is not to be discovered by anyone. I will go before you and I will control you. If you are discovered, I will draw firepower, and you can escape as soon as possible. The address has been sent to the US military. We only have half an hour. Young summer workers, are you ready, Yuri? Yes, sir. Action. Yuri watched the captain crawl forward 200 meters with his waist bent, before he swaggered out from behind the small hill. In order to become human again, he killed and absorbed the abilities of 4 eternal warriors: Ajako's healing ability, Fasto's scientific research and creation ability, Druid's mind control, and Makari's super power speed. After being absorbed by him, these abilities became extremely weak, completely unable to reach the level of the eternal warriors in memory. But it is still very simple to manipulate the spirit of 1 or 2 people. The 2 members of the 10 Rings gang who were responsible for guarding the machine gun looked as if they were stupid. They took the initiative to pose so that they would not be discovered even if they died, and watched Yuri fire a dull bullet at them, and then died happily. Just as he was about to lift his foot to leave, he suddenly felt a little bit reluctant. So Yuri squatted on the ground and worked for a while, removed the bracket of the machine gun, and disassembled the fuselage separately. After wrapping his body full of bullet chains, he nodded in satisfaction and continued walking to the next checkpoint. Repeat the same trick and kill the machine gunner here. He removed the bracket, carried the M14 behind his back, picked up a pound machine gun with one hand, and walked toward the base along the shadow of the corner with bullet chains wrapped around his shoulders. Sneak into. The most perfect sneak is to kill all the enemies who see you. Tad 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 tads. Suddenly there was a fierce exchange of fire in the base. Yuri looked up and saw that the bad captain had been discovered by the enemy, and the 2 sides were engaged in a fierce encounter. Looking at the rapidly brightly lit base, he activated his super speed and rushed towards the battlefield quickly, standing slyly behind the members of the 10 Rings gang who were beating up the captain. Tad 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 tads. Bullets as dense as a level 12 rainstorm were fired from behind, and the powerful recoil was transmitted along the gun body to the holder. But the powerful power of the mutant race allows him not only to withstand this counterattack, but also to aim and shoot with ease. The captain 100 meters away hid behind the bunker and took out a small mirror to observe the source of heavy firepower. When he saw Yuri, who was holding a machine gun and looked like a Terminator, he couldn't help cursing, "I'm TFACO." In the deep and winding caves, behind the heavy and airtight iron door, Tony Stark, who was banging on a piece of steel, suddenly frowned. He turned his ear and asked Ethan, who was posing in the same posture, "Did you hear that, mister?" Ethan, "Yes, sir." A trace of relief appeared on Ethan's weathered face. He put down the work in his hands and gently patted the inmate on the shoulder. "Congratulations, Mr. Stark, you can be released from prison early." A smile appeared on Tony's gloomy face for a long time. He excitedly saved his friend and patted his back hard. "It's not me. It's us, you and I can finally leave this hellish place." Ethan smiled and said nothing, with an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. He pulled out a set of body armor from under the mattress and handed it to Tony. Put it on quickly. Victory is ahead and you don't want to fall short, do you? Tony hurriedly put on the body armor, but found that Ethan didn't make the next move. He asked suspiciously, "What about yours, Ethan?" "Don't worry, I can help you put it on." Ethan shook his head with a smile, looked at Tony and said lightly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, I lied to you before." "No. Ethan, we agreed to go out together, Mr. Stark. My family members died in the war, and the weapons that killed them were produced by your Stark Industries. I'm sorry, Ethan, I'm sorry, but you saved me. Then cherish it and don't waste your life." Bang. The militants outside the door violently pushed the iron door open, and Ethan didn't even look at the menacing thugs. He pulled out a single-handed repeating rifle from the back of the workbench and said to Tony with a joking smile, "Look. Just like they didn't notice you secretly making weapons. You didn't notice me either, Mr. Stark." As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. He pulled the bolt of the gun and turned around. The bullet that came out of the barrel was like a poisonous snake, biting the thugs who hurriedly fought back. "Don't worry about me, Mr. Stark. I'm just going to meet my family, people." "No, Ethan." As luck would have it, Yuri happened to be standing above the tunnel where Tony was imprisoned. After sensing the gunshots coming from under his feet, he quickly arrived right above the entrance of the tunnel and threw 2 grenades in without any sense of martial ethics. Boom, boom, the screams came as expected. Yuri glanced at the false 10 Rings gang members lying outside the tunnel and said in a loud voice to the captain who was peeping his head not far away, "My dear Mr. Captain, as you can see, the battle plan is out. There was a little problem, you deal with these outside, and I'll deal with the rats inside. Time is running out." Duh. The captain raised his gun and killed a thug who was preparing for a near-death counterattack, responding to the newly formulated Plan B with action. Seeing this, Yuri stopped talking nonsense, found a good posture, and jumped down facing the entrance of the cave. The machine guns crossed and swept out a barrage, splitting the enemies in the narrow passage into 2 pieces. Yuri's pace was slow but determined, and he was not worried at all that his target would be killed first, as long as these militants had a little bit of brains. They would not kill the only bargaining chip with him. Dang, bullets hit the steel door. This heavy iron door that was once used to imprison Tony and Ethan has now become the last barrier for the surviving false 10 Rings gang members. Yuri released the trigger, and the machine gun's turntable slowly slowed down until it stopped. There were rapid footsteps behind him, as well as the captain's rapid breathing. "Oh, I bought it." After checking up and down to make sure Yuri was not injured, the captain pinched his exposed skin again, and after confirming that he could feel the warmth of his flesh and blood, he leaned in the passage and said with a sigh on his face, "I am really blind to believe this. You are a sophomore in college and have a summer job, Yuri. You are actually a robotrite like the Terminator." "I hope so too." Yuri knocked on the thick iron door with the muzzle of his machine gun and continued with a look of helplessness, "Then I can understand what they are talking about." "Well, hey. After successfully attracting the attention of the leader of the 10 Rings gang, Tony frowned at Ethan, who was bleeding but not dead. The naughty mustache jumped twice, and the man cursed by knowledge suggested in the Afghan language that he had been trying to make up for these days. I don't know if my pronunciation is correct, but you can probably understand what I am talking about. The guys outside are undoubtedly the ones who saved me. If you want to survive, you'd better keep me and my friends safe." Tony shrugged helplessly, "As you can see, rude guy. I don't understand what you're talking about at all. If you don't revive Ethan, the 2 of us can only communicate in one way." Help glared at him fiercely, waved his hand, and ordered his men to get medical equipment to treat Ethan. "Woo, Tilda." Tony took a deep breath and gestured towards the door. "If you don't mind, I can negotiate with them for you." The gang leader hesitated for a moment, then grabbed Tony by the back of his neck and slammed his face against the cold door. This is uncomfortable. Tony was about to change into a more comfortable position when he saw a rifle pressed against the back of his head. Mustache jumped twice unconsciously, and he shrugged resignedly, okay, so be it. The captain outside the door saw a little face squeezed out of the observation hole. Cautiously approached and asked, Mr. Tony Stark. Yes, that's right. Tony exposed his eyes and saw that there were only two people in the long and narrow corridor. His eyebrows twitched involuntarily. I'm sorry. How many people are there now? The captain turned to look at you, who was sharpening his knife here. He spread his hands in embarrassment, as you can see. They are all elites. Oh, I bought it. Tony rolled his eyes, feeling like there was no hope for the future. Upon seeing this, the captain quickly added, Mr. Stark, we have reported our location to the U.S. military before the operation. They will be here in 5 minutes at most. Tony blinked and suddenly spoke very quickly, explaining the positions of everyone in the door at the end. He added, there is also a wounded person here who has lost too much blood. I don't think he can last 5 minutes, dear two elites. If you can rescue us from the clutches of Tony Stark before he dies, in addition to the rewards you should receive, you will also receive an additional 1,000 million US dollars and Tony Stark's friendship. How about it, two elites? The captain wanted to refuse as soon as he heard this. They have successfully found Tony Stark and can get a commission of 100 million US dollars per person. This money is enough to live happily in the United States for a long time. Rescuing Tony can certainly get an additional commission of 2,000 million US dollars. But if the operation is unsuccessful, Tony will most likely not die. But he and Yuri will definitely be sifted by this group of militants who are driven to a dead end. Mr. Stark, the best way is to wait for the arrival of the U.S. military. I agreed. The captain stared dumbfoundedly at Yuri, who had removed the bullet chain and machine gun from his body, wrapped his head and held two small daggers. Fuck you, Yuri. Have you gone crazy after falling in the eyes of money? Yuri stuffed the dagger into his lower back, patted the captain's shoulder to reassure him, walked to the iron gate and took out his cell phone in a hurry, taking a picture of Tony in the crack of the door photo. After confirming that Tony had seen the photo in the album, he handed the phone to the captain, smiled evilly and threatened, if you dare to default on your account, this photo will be posted online. Oh, you are such a bad boy. Tony rolled his eyes, tilted his head and said, so I'm going to deal with these thugs now, so that you won't be shot to death as soon as you come in, okay? Okay, Yuri nodded in response and walked up to the captain. He looked at the masked man with a serious face and carefully checked the equipment. Suddenly, he remembered that he didn't even know his name. Mr. Captain, shut up, boy. The captain raised his head and glared at him fiercely. I'm so hurt by you that I'll be able to see God immediately. Yuri chuckled, patted his shoulder and continued, well, my poor mister. Captain, you can't expect me to keep calling you mister. Captain, when you get to heaven, writes, IT Fark. The captain raised his head again, his only exposed eyes filled with confusion. Didn't I tell you my name? Yuri shrugged. If I remember correctly. That's indeed the case. The man hummed, arranged his equipment and stood up. He took off the glove on his left hand, slapped it hard on his thigh a few times and stretched it out towards Yuri. Max Spector. It's a pleasure to meet God with you. Yuri froze for a moment, took off his gloves, held Mark's hand tightly and said with a smile, you must not see God because your soul belongs to the moon. What the hell are you talking about? Mark hit him hard on the shoulder and patted him hard on the back. Stay alive, you bastard. When you get back to the United States, I will introduce you to a group of hot girls. Dang dang. Dang. The thugs inside fired several bullets at the iron door to make noise, signaling for the two to open the door and enter. Yuri shrugged and let Mark stand in front of him indifferently. Creak, creak, creak. The hinges of the iron door were obviously not well maintained, and the harsh and unpleasant friction sound resounded through the dark tunnel and crowded room. All the armed men stood ready. They silently pointed their guns at the crack of the door that gradually opened, and silently opened the safety of the guns in their hands. A squeaky. after revealing a gap big enough for a pound-fat man to pass through. Mark and Yuri jointly removed their hands from the iron door's ring. Duh. Some militants hiding in the house could not bear the pressure of silence and suddenly pulled the trigger the moment the iron door stopped turning. The raging rain of bullets hit the thick door panel, scaring Mark so much that he immediately closed the door. Boom, 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 the sound of a pistol firing was heard. And then the sound of dead people falling to the ground was heard. Yuri stopped Mark's movements, stuck his head out and took a quick glance at the situation inside. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Fuck you, Tony. Is this the damn safety you're talking about?" Sorry. Tony's distinctive voice sounded inside. And then the two of them heard him negotiating with the boss of the Pseudo-10 Rings gang in an unfamiliar language. "Hey, Mark." Yuri patted Mark in front of him on the shoulder and pulled out 2 smoke bombs from his waist. "I have a new plan." Mark turned around, saw the thing in his hand and whispered in a disgusted tone, "What are you doing on horseback?" Ding, dings, dings, dings. The smoke bomb bounced a few times in the room behind the iron door, landing right at Tony Stark's feet. The talented weapons manufacturer had no time to tell whether it was a grenade or a smoke grenade. In desperation, he kicked it towards the largest group of militants and shouted at the door, "What the fuck? Do you want to kill? Did you kill me? The militants inside were startled by what was thrown into the room. He hurriedly played indoor football in the house, accompanied by a long bah sound. Thick white smoke quickly enveloped the entire room. At this moment, Yuri passed over Mark, who was blocking him like a ghost, and at the same time activated his spiritual power to disrupt the thug's sight and hearing. The gleaming dagger slashed across the neck of the armed man, blocking the road like lightning. Before anyone could react, he had already arrived directly in front of Tony Stark, who was being held hostage by the Pseudo-10 Rings gang leader. "Let go." The gang leader obediently released his arm around Tony's neck. Suicide, the gang leader raised his pistol to his chin. And under Tony's shocked gaze, he ended his life without hesitation. What the fuck? Ignoring Tony Stark's cracked worldview, he quickly untied the ropes binding his hands, picked up the pistol on the ground and stuffed it into Tony's hands. "Aim at the gang leader and use up all the bullets." Bam. Bams, bam, bam, bams. Tony watched in horror as he raised his right hand, beating the corpses on the ground into sieves as if he had gained consciousness. Yuri put away the mobile phone that filmed this scene and patted his shoulder with appreciation. "Good. Tony, you and he are both good and obedient children. Now go and see your friends. I remember you said about him time is limited." Control returned to him again. Tony Stark pointed the empty pistol at Yuri and took a few steps back in horror. "You. Me, you, this is unscientific." Yuri ignored him. A slide shovel came to the nearest corpse, picked up his left rifle, and started an inhumane massacre at the place where there were still sounds in the smoke. Mark outside the door kept looking back, the expression on his face still at the moment of the conversation with Yuri. He didn't come back to his senses until the gunshots stopped. Seeing that he was the only one left in the tunnel, he still didn't know what was going on. He didn't have time to think about why he was staying there in a daze. Mark raised his M14 and fired wildly at the ceiling the moment he entered the door. "Fuck you. Especially here, where the hell are you? What the hell is this plan?" The smoke dissipated little by little, and Yuri relied on his strong eyesight to easily see the furious Captain Mark. He shrunk his neck and said cautiously, "I'm here, Captain." Well, no matter what, the mission was successful, right? Mark heard the sound and rushed over, without looking at Tony, who was pointing a gun at him. He cursed angrily and raised his fists to hit Yuri, who spread his hands to express surrender. "Fuck you. I'm so damn talented, it's the captain. Only I can make such a plan. I told you to run, I told you." Easily dodging all personal attacks, Yuri strolled up to Tony, who was unable to dodge, and raised his hand to snatch the empty gun from his hand. "How about a deal? You deal with the angry gorilla in the back, and I'll save your friend." After finishing speaking, before Tony agreed, He pushed him to Mark, who was chasing after him with fists. This is our target person. I guess his current state cannot withstand your punch. Tony staggered into Mark's arms. He took a step back and fell to the ground, looking at the sandbag-sized fist that was just in front of his face. He silently joked, not just no for Mutant. Even if I get punched in this state, I won't feel better. Fuck you, Yuri. Mark put away his fists in confusion, raised his legs and pushed Tony away from the ground, blocking his way. Get out of the way. He's a summer job in his sophomore year. He knows shit about first aid. No. Tony climbed up and hugged Mark's waist from behind. This elite gentleman. I trust him more than you. Yuri ignored the quarrel between the two people. He pulled open a sheet as a barrier to isolate a private space between himself and Ethan, who had lost too much blood and fell into a coma. It doesn't matter if it's commission or not. He really wanted to save this white-bearded old man, kind-hearted, capable of scientific research, and a loner with only himself in his household registration book. What could be a better wage earner than this? Rolling his eyes, the old man's unconscious consciousness was instantly brought back to reality. He looked at Yuri, who was dressed completely differently from the Ten Rings gang. With a relieved smile on his face, "Where's Tony? Is he okay?" "He's good," with a simple reply. Yuri stretched out his right index finger and pointed it at his bloody wound. Using mental control to block pain, he simply and roughly pulled out a bullet stuck in Ethan's liver. Blood spurted out for free, but Yuri, who was worse than a veterinarian, was expressionless and didn't panic at all. He spread out his blood-stained right hand, and a ball of golden energy slowly appeared. Ethan noticed something strange and raised his head to take a look. "Oh, Tilda. Is it my eyesight? How about a deal? I'll save you and you'll work for me fair and square." The content of the deal with Tony is to save Ethan, and the specific operation is to take out the bullet in his body. Now that the first transaction has been completed unilaterally, Tony outside is obviously also working hard to complete his own transaction content. So the deal with Ethan was about the second deal, and it had nothing to do with Tony Stark. "So are you an angel or a devil? No offense, I just..." Ethan's facial expression was extremely rich at this moment. His eyes moved back and forth on Yuri's golden eyes and the golden energy ball on his hand. His eyes were full of struggle and hesitation. Okay. I agree, no one can refuse to live, especially after experiencing death. Yuri turned his palm and gently introduced the golden energy into Ethan. Congratulations. My wage earner, you have gained a second life. You all know what to say, right? Mark's violent state has begun to cool down. He glared at Yuri, who kept smiling apologetically, stared at Ethan, who was out of danger but was unconscious, and Tony, who was carrying him, and asked. Yuri threw 2 smoke bombs, and then the group of fools got into chaos and shot at each other. Then you two entered and rescued us one by one with finishing blows. Tony told the truth without changing his expression, then glanced at the harmless Ethan, and added, there is no suicidal militant leader. And there is no Tony Stark who is controlled by others. Seeing Yuri's unkind eyes, smiled and said, there are only 2 elite mercenaries who are fearless, courageous and resourceful, and will soon earn $1,000 million US. Mark, very good. More than a dozen helicopters, rumbling, slowly descended, their high-speed rotating wings raising dust all over the sky. Yuri glanced at Tony's black friend, who appeared as Colonel Rhodes of Avengers, and reminded, it's $21 million US, Mr. Stark, you forgot to add the commission. It doesn't matter, Tilda. Tony bumped Ethan on his back and took the lead to walk towards Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, the only one among the soldiers who was not on guard with a gun. Hey, Rhodes, quickly pay the commission to these 2 elite mercenaries. Not even $1 less, but not a penny more. Rhodes glanced at Yuri and Mark, who were surrounded by large corps. He had already read the information about the 2 people hiding behind them. One was a veteran mercenary who had been working all year round, and the other was a New York citizen who was seeking excitement and came to the Middle East to work during the summer vacation. Although the kid at the back is more outrageous, There is nothing wrong with either of them. He helped carry Ethan onto the stretcher. And while boarding the plane with Tani, he said, "It sounds like you didn't have a good time with them." Damn Afghanistan. Tony cursed and didn't answer directly, "I will never come here again." A hand-over-guns search question. After Yuri and Mark were subjected to this arrangement on the helicopter, they got off the helicopter and did it again at the base. Anyway, the tunnel and the house were completely burned by the fire. So the three arsonists had the final say on what happened inside. After tasting the daily breakfast of American soldiers, Yuri watched Mark dismiss his envious and jealous mercenary teammates, knocked on the plate and said, "You have made so much money. Do you want to continue?" Mark took a big sip of iced Coke. "Drinking is prohibited in the base, why not? Ethan and I are in the same situation, we are alone. If we return to the city to settle down with my bad temper, I might as well continue to be a mercenary, woolen cloth." After finishing the iced Coke, Mark lit a cigarette skillfully. "What about you? The summer vacation is almost over. Do you want to go back and start your college life? If not..." Yuri emptied the eighth plate in front of him. Although he looked like a human in terms of appetite, he was the perfect successor to the mutant race. Fortunately, his energy conversion efficiency is extremely high, he almost never poops. And he will continuously absorb cosmic energy. He will not feel hungry whether he eats or not. Whether he eats too much or too little. Eating so much right now is just a free act of capitalism. He folded the plates and walked towards the tableware recycling place with Mark. "But I still recommend that you go back with me. After all, you are taking Tony Stark's special plane. In case there are several people inside specifically to comfort his injured children. Where is the young lady who is mentally prepared?" Mark was stunned for a moment, looked at Yuri and then smiled knowingly. "You are right. I think this is a really good idea." After an hour, the two of them walked into a brand new private jet under the leadership of Tony's bodyguard Happy, who was carrying a salute. Happy's figure was still in shape, and his wide body could only be described as burly rather than fat. "I can hit him 3 times. Mark noticed Yuri's gaze and tried to stir up a topic to divert attention. After all, it was Tony Stark's private plane. You could rub it against him in the tunnel, but in real society, the Stark family is indeed difficult for ordinary people to the existence of reach. "I can hit him 9, Yuri smiled at Mark, dodged the latter's frantic fist, and followed Happy to the small parlor in the center of the plane. "Listen, Tony." Ethan's slightly weak but extremely firm voice sounded, "I am very honored to be your friend. But I will never work for your Stark Industries. I know it wasn't your fault, but the missile with Stark on it did kill my family. Let's change the subject. Like you're unfinished Iron Man or something." When Tony saw the two Yuri walking over, he rolled his eyes in annoyance, and the 2 mustaches at the corners of his mouth twitched mischievously. "Oh, tilde 2 shameless people are here." Ethan turned his head, nodded respectfully to Ethan and said, "Mr. Ambrosius." Yuri nodded, pulled the somewhat restrained Mark, and sat down on the soft leather sofa. After stretching out comfortably, he continued what Ethan had just said. "What did I hear just now?" "Iron Man, Tony, would you mind letting me know too?" Tony picked up the wine glass and took a sip, his bandaged face covered with a band-aid. Turned to the side and did not want to look at the person speaking. "First of all, you heard wrong. Secondly, I am very concerned about it." "Really's real, okay." Yuri opened his backpack and calmly took out several pages of drawings with various parameters and parts drawn on them. Avoiding the drink that Tony sprayed out, he spread out the drawing and raised it. "So, are you willing to talk about this big guy now? $1,000, too little, 2,000 million. Too little's million, not a penny more." Yuri looked at Tony's furious expression and handed over the drawing with a smile. "Deal." Tony grabbed the drawings, but he accidentally pulled on the wound and grinned in pain. He looked through it carefully to make sure there was nothing missing, and kept muttering, "Motherfucker." Mark secretly gave a thumbs up from below, and Ethan across from him also raised his eyebrows at Yuri. "God sees it on the huge private plane. Happy was probably the only one who stood on the same side as Tony. "So, Mr. Starkey," Mark said his first words since entering the living room, "are there some, as you know, just a beautiful girl?" Seeing how uncomfortable Mark was, the helpful Yuri took the initiative to express what he wanted to say. Tony's eyes emerged from behind the drawings. Filled with contempt for LSB, "No, oh no tilde, oh no tilde." Mark glanced at the white clouds flying outside the window and the sun looming in the clouds and mist. "If I go back now. Is it still too late?" Approaching sunset. The plane landed and stopped, the hatch opened slowly. The airport, which was originally closed to motor vehicles, is now full of private carsambulances armed vehicles. Police cars. Tony walked at the front of the exit team without hesitation, followed by Happy, who was blocking bullets, and Mark, who was pestering Ethan. Yuri hung himself at the end, looking at the two extended Lincolns with their doors wide open in fear. He didn't mention his summer job in the Middle East to his family. They thought that his son was traveling somewhere to walk with his sister. But now the matter was obviously exposed. The Ambrosius family operates a national chain of restaurants. Although the company is not as big as Tony's Stark Industries or Green Goblin's Osborne Industries, it has provided hundreds of thousands of jobs to the United States of America. It is a real big capitalist. The Ambrosius family has a single lineage, as if they were cursed. No matter how hard the person involved, no matter whether it is scientific or unscientific means, the Ambrosius family will not be able to give birth to a second offspring. But curses are accompanied by blessings. No matter how you make this line of incense, it seems to be protected by a mysterious force and never cuts off. Yuri's grandfather, Marin Ambrosius, joined the battlefield of World War II when he was young. Even if he traveled through the most dangerous places, even in the dangerous meat grinder battle, he returned unscathed and gloriously. Yuri's father, Rob Ambrosius, is a loyal extreme sports enthusiast and is still the holder of several extreme records. Tony got off the plane, smiled, shook hands and hugged his uncle Obadiah and Rob, whom he had never interacted with before. He had already investigated Yuri's information clearly. To be honest, he didn't expect that this guy who came to the Middle East to work during the summer was actually a rich man. Yuri is a great kid. His heroic and fearless performance saved my life and gained the friendship of the Stark family. Mr. Stark is joking. Yuri must have caused you a lot of trouble, right? As an apology, your consumption at any Ambrosius restaurant in the United States will be recorded on that unfilial son. Tony's mischievous mustache jumped, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked back at Yuri, who didn't know what happened, and held Rob's hand tightly. "I will definitely taste it often." After the two of them looked at each other and smiled, Tony went to have a romantic relationship with Pepper. Rob and Obadiah nodded and went straight to Yuri, who was shrinking at the end of the team. "Look, who is this?" "Yuri, tell me. That son of a bitch tour group is going to take stupid tourists to experience the fucking life in the Middle East. This is school social work." Rob ignored Yuri's "listen to my quibbles" expression with a straight face, and waved his hand for two bodyguards to escort him into the back seat. With a different expression, he smiled and said to Mark and Ethan, who were living alone and dependent on each other, "You two are Yuri's friends. Get in the car at the back. I have already arranged a place for you." After getting into the car and rolling down the window, Rob waved goodbye to Tony and his group, who were not far away. He behaved in a gentlemanly and natural manner, showing off his capitalist style that ice, of course. If you ignore Yuri's struggles and complaints in the back seat, the windows are raised, completely isolating the cabin from the outside world. Rob pressed a button, and the seats in the back slowly changed their positions amid a mechanical twisting sound, forming a small circular conference room. He took a small black suitcase from the bodyguard and opened it to Yuri on the conference table. Lying quietly inside was a small note, keys, a bank card, and a small wad of cash. "Since you want freedom, then I will give you freedom." Rob clicked two keys. "This property is near Hell's Kitchen. It's not very big, but it's big enough for you. There's a motorcycle in the parking garage inside. I remember you liked to ride this one the most. Before Yuri could open his mouth, he continued, there are $50 in the bank card. I don't care how much you earn or lose in the Middle East. Anyway, I won't give you another penny from now on. The elongated Lincoln stopped steadily at the airport gate. Rob took out the note and put it into Yuri's hand. Tapped the banknotes in the box and pressed the button again. As the seat slowly recovered, Rob said without looking back, the real estate address and bank card password are written on the note. This wad of cash is for you to take a taxi. The bodyguard on the passenger seat opened the door next to Yuri, and the two bodyguards escorting him thrust the box into his hand and pushed it out. Bang! The car started and the window slowly fell down again. Rob made a phone call gesture in his ear, don't call your mother. We have changed a new number. Yuri lowered his head and looked at the suitcase he was carrying. Rob's voice continued to be heard from the distant Lincoln, you know. Eurythis is a family rule. You were kicked out of the house. The vehicle following the extended Lincoln passed Yuri at a steady speed. And the lowered windows revealed the two old faces of Mark and Ethan gloating, goodbye. Yuri, I wish you good luck, Tilda, motherfucker. Yuri held the box in his left hand and held the bow that was also thrown down with his right hand, and hailed a taxi waiting for the guests. Although this wave of evicted from home is a bit sloppy, he really has nothing to complain about. Just like Rob said, it's just family rules anyway. The Ambrosius family is a single generation, and sooner or later he will return to inherit the family business. But being kicked out of the house in public is really a bit embarrassing. If Tony says this, the cautious guy will take photos and publicize it. Is this okay? This is not good, better to go first. He got in the car and gave the driver his address. The yellow taxi started steadily and took him to his new address. Near Hell's Kitchen. Cheap Daddy seems to have a strong opinion on me. The black driver was not talkative, but his driving skills were very good. After arriving at the destination, Yuri repeatedly confirmed whether it matched the address on the note. After receiving a positive answer, he paid and got off the car. What you see in front of you is a row of three-story buildings, with each floor covering an area of about 404 square meters, adding up to 1,000 square meters. The house number given by Dad is, if I am not mistaken. His neighbors are a cafe and a bookstore respectively. Hey, young mans. The old man who was about to close the door of the bookstore waved his hand and asked enthusiastically, do you need any help? Yuri was quite satisfied with the condition of the house. Hearing this, he took out the key from his suitcase and waved it at the old man. I don't have it now, but when I finish packing the house, I may need you to come to my housewarming party, oh Tilda. The old man stood up from his chair and walked steadily to Yuri, who was trying to open the door. He looked up and down at the young man who came in light clothes and asked curiously, so, young man, do you mind telling me what you plan to do here? Do you do any business, crack? Yuri opened the heavy padlock and untied a long iron chain wrapped around the door. He looked back and saw that every three-story building on the long street had a variety of shops. I haven't thought about it yet, old man's. Yuri opened the door and threw the next long chain into the empty room. Maybe the bookstore is a good idea. The old man hummed softly. After seeing the evil smile on Yuri's face, he smiled and pointed his finger at him and said, you are such a bad boy, steal business with the old man. After sending the old man away from the bookstore, Yuri carried the gift into the house. The first floor was empty, and Rob obviously wanted him to start some business and practice his skills. The second floor had been renovated, and the square-meter room was filled with the fitness equipment that Yuri and he were kicked out of the house. The third floor was blocked by a wall, divided into two spaces. The one by the window is obviously Yuri's bedroom, because it is full of his personal belongings. Refracted down to the first floor, Yuri shook his head while carrying a chain that weighed at least kilograms. He activated Fastos's shaping and assembly abilities, and in a few seconds, The chain turned into a mechanical combination lock with a simple style and mysterious patterns on the outside. This should be considered a handicraft, right? Yuri put the door lock on the fence door and activated his ability to merge the two into one. Unfortunately, he did not have the ability to transform matter. Otherwise, the iron door would turn into a vibranium door in minutes, which would be completely indestructible and unbreakable. Set password, 666,404,666. Yuri glanced at a big white leg passing by on the street through the gap in the fence. It was getting dark, except for a few three-story buildings above his shop. The busy street during the day was now quiet, with only a naughty child refused to go home while playing street ball. Exhaling in front of the empty first floor, he had already thought about the business he wanted to do, buy handicrafts. I just have to deal with my dad. It doesn't matter whether this business without capital makes money or not. It can't lose money anyway, right? Returning to the second floor, he turned on the power switch and plugged in the fitness equipment that needed electricity one by one. Mutants only know about killing and evolution in their minds, and they never have an intuitive understanding of their own ability level. But Yuri is a human being now. If he doesn't even know the role and upper limit of his own abilities, does he still deserve to be a human being? The long lever was hung with counterweights by Yuri. After a little calculation, it was 22 kilograms, which is 1011 kilograms or 1.011 tons. Holding the pole with both hands, Yuri easily lifted this guy who could easily crush someone to death. After weighing his feelings, he directly let go of one hand and raised it with another hand. Lifting it twice easily, Yuri gently placed the barbell on the ground. It was strange that the existing equipment was not enough to test his current strength. With the ability to launch a major transformation, he fumbled through all the fitness equipment in the huge gym. Half an hour later, the sky outside the window was completely dark, and Yuri finally completed the transformation. All the original various fitness equipment disappeared, replaced by only a weight machine to test strength, a treadmill to test speed, a dynamometer to test attack power, and a lot of miscellaneous parts. Turning on the power supply of the lifting machine, Yuri tightly grasped an insulating rod on it. This thing is essentially an electromagnet. The greater the current, the greater the gravitational force between the two iron ingots. 2 tons, 3 tons, 4 tons, 5 tons, 6 tons, 7 tons. 8s. No matter how hard Yuri tried, he could not break through the 8-ton limit. He slowly reduced his strength and put down the insulating rod. This power was pretty good. Although it was not as strong as the Hulk or Spider-Man, it was enough to take on the Winter Soldier and Black Widow. Captain America, that's a bug turning on the treadmill. Yuri increased his speed little by little after standing firm. 1 ms, 3 ms, 5 ms, 10 ms, 20 ms, 40 ms. Yuri could no longer see the specific rules of his legs on the track, and a wisp of smoke slowly floated from the bottom of a pair of shoes marked Nike. His master didn't care about these details at all. He only thought about accelerating and accelerating again. 70 m/s, 81 m/s, the rubber tracks hummed unbearably, and Yuri gradually slowed down. 81 m/s, 291, 6 km/h. He can run for a whole day at this speed, not bad. Yuri took off his shoes. The bottoms of them had melted and deformed, exuding an unpleasant smell, opening the window in disgust. The shoes were accurately thrown into the trash can facing the street. A few wild cats looking for food were startled by the big shoe soles passing by them. They were about to curse, but they met a pair of golden eyes. Meow tilde as if they saw something scary. These little guys fled in all directions. They may have the same nightmare tonight. Yuri closed the window and patted the treadmill on the verge of being scrapped, causing it to be completely scrapped and broken down into parts. Then he turned on the dynamometer and was eager to test the black rubber on it. The principle of the dynamometer is the same as that of the weightlifting machine. It is essentially an electromagnet, however. The dynamometer brings the two electromagnets closer together, while the weightlifter separates the two electromagnets. Oh, a dull impact sounded, and a terrifying number was reported on the display of the force measuring instrument. 12. 6 tons, Yuri nodded. He was just trying it out just now he has to get serious. Bang, the dynamometer shakily reported the number, 16. 9 tons, I shook my hand, but the rubber pad was still too thin. Bang, 16, 5 tons. Yuri nodded with satisfaction. The right arm weighs 17 tons. The left arm weighs 16.5 tons. With such destructive power, what building can't he demolish? Put your fists in and change your legs, bang. The dynamometer made an unpleasant squeaking sound, and its reinforced bracket was overwhelmed. As Yuri continued to reinforce, he looked at the number above, 20.1 tons, bangs 19. 2 tons. Yuri closed his legs with satisfaction and looked at the cracked floor on the second floor with a headache. It seemed that he needed to learn from Fastos and transform his 3-story building into a fortress. It doesn't matter if there are thieves or robbers. He is mainly worried that this 3-story building that he just bought will be destroyed by him. Late at night, Yuri lay on the bed sleeping soundly. Tony was lying on the bed tossing and turning. He had just replaced the electromagnet on his chest, and he still couldn't get used to the strange feeling. The shot Ethan took definitely broke his spleen. But why did the medical report show only skin trauma plus excessive blood loss? Half asleep and half awake, he seemed to be back in that terrifying cave again. The man in front of him with his back turned to him calmly ordered, "Tony, kill yourself." He watched in horror as he raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. The second before his vision went dark, the man slowly turned around, revealing Yuri's handsome face and those unscientific pure white eyes. No, Yuri, the dream was shattered. Tony woke up screaming. The light in the bedroom gave off a reassuring light, and Jarvis's steady voice sounded from all directions, "What's wrong?" "Serdo, you need me to call Mr. Yuri for you?" "No." Tony quickly rolled out of bed. "Jarvis, don't mention this name in front of me. At least not tonight." "Well, as you bid, sir." Jarvis was doing his best and paused for a moment. When he saw Tony getting dressed and walking out of the bedroom, he asked as usual, "What do you want to do?" "No, sir." "Do you want me to call you for bedtime service?" "Is this who I am to you, Jarvis?" Tony walked into the laboratory angrily, and all the lights were turned on in sequence. The spacious room exuded a strong atmosphere of science and technology. "Create a file and name it Yuri Ambrosius." "As you can see, Jarvis, I just had a nightmare. But I can't guarantee that it will only be a dream." Yuri was woken up by a phone call from the decoration company, and the door was opened at a.m., but he slept until a.m. "We've been waiting here for half an hour. Does that mean you're half an hour late?" The two parties looked at each other and unanimously chose to skip the topic of who is late. He helped carry the ordered shelves and sofas and coffee tables into the house, and directed these fat black men to place them in the correct positions. It is indeed difficult for black people to find jobs in the United States. If they are smuggled over from Mexico, it will be even more difficult. White people basically do not do hard work like porters, which requires effort. After swiping the card to pay the balance, the black uncles got into the truck and walked away with a sneak sound. Yuri said hello to the old man who was sunbathing in the bookstore next door, and heard the old man ask enthusiastically, "Hey, young man, have you decided on a business? Don't really compete with an old man like me for business." "Don't worry, old sir." Yuri walked up to the old man and pointed to the shelves in the glass display window. "I plan to open a handicraft store and sell some gadgets I made myself." The old man glanced at Yuri's 3-story building and was quite dissatisfied that the other party had blocked the sunlight shining on his face. "Young man, you'd better go back and clean up the house. It's better to do a time-wasting task like sunbathing." "Let the old man do it, Yuri." Yuri turned around and extended his hand to the old man. "It's a great honor to be your neighbor." "Oh, Rogers." The old man took Yuri's hand and shook it happily. "The noise you made last night was quite big. It disturbed me so much that I almost fell asleep." Yuri expressed his apology again and again, and only after he was absolutely sure that such a thing would never happen again. Did the old man grumble and express his forgiveness? After inviting the gray-haired old man to have breakfast at the cafe next door, Yuri returned to his three-story building. There are more pedestrians on the street now. The honking of bicyclist motorcycles and cars are mixed with the voices of passers-by. All kinds of noises are like a pervasive flood passing through the defense line of the glass door. Soundproof must be soundproofed. I called Mark casually, but the person who answered the phone was a woman with a soft voice. This unlucky kid was just like the old man next door. He didn't sleep last night, but the old man received the noise. And Mark made the noise. Did you find a place to sleep last night? Mark opened his mouth to mock mercilessly. Found it on your mother's bed, after a few waffling words. Yuri quickly changed the topic to the right track. Help me get some materials. Of any type and quantity, and send them to my new home tonight. What? Mark took the pen handed over by the woman and wrote the address Yuri said on her butt. Okay. No problem. Do you want anything else besides these? I have all the guns and ammunition you need. I can also get you rocket launchers and grenades. If you want, you can become a gun shop owner. No. Yuri shook his index finger crazily over the phone. What a bullshit gun shop owner. I am a college student from MIT. Only after a dog ate his brain did he choose to be a gun shop owner. After emphasizing that Mark should not bring some weird things, Yuri hung up the phone decisively, waved his hand to disassemble several shelves into parts, and controlled them to be embedded in the wall at the appropriate position. Fastos' fortress hut uses the principle of energy shield. This thing cannot be made with his current level of ability, but it is still easy to install some vibration isolation devices. The creations of the Eternals will be attached with magical patterns, which allows them to absorb free energy independently to maintain normal function even if they are out of the control of their creators. After a slight tremor, the entire first floor fell into deathly silence, except for Yuri's own breathing. No other sound could be heard. After several fine adjustments, the sound reached the most comfortable decibel level. Yuri clapped his hands with satisfaction, smiled and said, "Nice so. This is a device that can theoretically resist mind control. Mind interference, writes." Tony picked up a palm-sized chip from the experimental bench with his fingers. After squinting at the shadowless lamp on the ceiling, he handed it to the mechanical arm Obadiah on the side with satisfaction. Gia Weiss. Design a suitable hat for it after the show in the evening. I will take Yuri, which it will hate, to see if this cute little guy is as useful as expected. Observe, sir, in less than a second. Jarvis projected a dozen hat panoramas of different shapes into the air in front of Tony. Sir, I don't recommend that you go there in person. After probability calculation, the safest way is it was you who sent someone to conduct the experiment. Your suggestion is correct, but I don't accept it. Tony quickly selected a gentleman's hat that was retro in style but still looked cool. He waved his hand and shattered the projection in front of him. That's it. Let me see what my little brother Yuri can do without his superpowers. What can you do? Drop. The door was opened, and Obadiah walked in with a thick, black Cuban cigar between his arms. The villain had genuine concern on his face. He walked a few steps quickly, hugged Tony and asked with concern, "Oh, Tilda, my good nephew. I heard that you didn't sleep all night last night. Let me guess, you must have invented some new weapon, right?" "Haha, good mornings." Tony waved his hand to close the experimental table and changed the subject while laughing. "Believe me, I spent the whole night brewing, and tonight's press conference will definitely bring you a big surprise." What? Obadiah laughed exaggeratedly and took the burger handed by the bodyguard with his cigar in his hand. "Thank you so much. Tony, I knew you hadn't eaten yet, so I bought you your favorite cheeseburger. Come and taste it." Tony took it with a smile and got rid of Obadiah's embrace. He opened the package and took a big bite, chewed it a few times and said vaguely, "Uncle Obadiah, you haven't really understood me after all these years. My favorite thing to eat is the cheeseburger bought from the food truck downstairs. Not a cheeseburger you get from a fast food restaurant." Oh, Obadiah's steps paused. And he turned his head to look at the profile of Tony, who was one step ahead. As if he wanted to see something new from this face that he had seen for more than 20 years. People change, Tony. Perhaps when did you suddenly fall in love with cheeseburgers from fast food restaurants? What? Tony turned to face Obadiah and walked backwards. It's impossible. What? There's only one way this could happen if all the cheeseburger food trucks in the world don't disappear. That means I'm dead. Amid the deafening applause and the endless sound of shutters, Tony Stark, the heir to Stark Industries, synonymous with genius, and the biggest playboy in the United States, walked towards the podium. He skillfully answered various difficult or joking questions from reporters, and his witty answers attracted bursts of laughter. 10 minutes later, pressed his hands to indicate silence. After making sure that all the cameras were pointed at him, and all the cameramen pressed their fingers on the shutter. He first looked at Pepper Pepperand, then at Obadiah, who was holding a cigar and smiling. Just when the latter thought that this fat chicken was going to lay another golden egg. Tony took a deep breath and said firmly to the reporter, I witnessed the young soldier being killed with my own eyes. He died in a place I wanted to protect, under their weapons. Obadiah's expression changed. The reporters are excited. I also found that I was becoming part of this irresponsible world. What? I woke up and realized that I could contribute more to the world besides making weapons. So I decided. Obadiah strode towards the podium, but was stopped by Tony's loyal bodyguard Happy. The sound of clicking cameras in the venue became one piece. And everyone was waiting for the next sentence of the people on the podium. Earth-shattering words. I have decided to close the Stark Industries weapons division. Effective immediately, Mr. Stark, can I ask? The whole place was boiling. Obadiah, who was stopped by Happy, looked at his eldest nephew, who was still talking bitterly on the stage, threw away the cigarette in his hand, and left the press conference without saying a word. This surprise is so big. So do you think this is true, Yuri? Mark looked up at the TV that had just been installed, and used a fork to remove a steak from the boiling hot pot and put it on his plate. In fact, he was strongly opposed to this kind of Chinese dinner at first. But after Yuri's strong recommendation and the vivid description of the old man in the bookstore, he still tentatively made it. It's so fragrant. After Stark finished saying, close the Stark Industries weapons department, Yuri held the computer for a while, and he was studying other traversers in his memory. At this great time, he used all the funds to madly buy Stark Industries stocks. After hearing Mark's question, he said without raising his head, who cares if it's true or not? Anyway, there will be many people jumping from the roof tonight. And there will also be many reporters writing hard all night. Mark cut open the steak soaked in the base soup with a knife, picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. As he enjoyed his dinner, he expressed his opinion vaguely. I think it might be true. You know, there is probably only one rich second generation like you on the planet who took the initiative to work in the Middle East for summer vacation. Tony Stark is just a playboy. After experiencing life and death in Afghanistan, he must have changed something, perhaps. This is the change he made, Yuri nodded perfunctorily. And the old man only focused on stuffing things into his mouth. The two of them were busy with their own business, not caring about what Mark, who was full of knowledge, just said a fucking. Mark cleared the meat on the plate and was about to denounce the two rude guys when he heard the doorbell being pressed. Yuri and the old man raised their heads together. Go and open the door. Mark greeted their immediate family members one by one, and angrily went downstairs with a meat-cutting knife in his hand. This shop is closed. Are you so blind that you still come here to knock on? Tony Stark. Tony was wearing a decent little suit and a retro and cool gentleman's hat on his head. He held a ceremonial staff with his two hands crossed on the front. He smiled and bowed slightly to Mark, who smelled like hot pot. So, you're not going to let me in? Oh, sorry. Mark put away the knife without leaving a trace. Opened the door and let Tony in. Happy, who was blocking Obadiah on the TV just now, followed closely behind. After taking a few strong sniffs on the first floor, he asked a question that Tony also wanted to know. What good food are you eating? Fire boiler hot pots. Tony's eyebrows raised. What the hell is this? Can it be eaten? Mark closed the door and led the three of them to the restaurant on the second floor. Hey Yuri, as soon as Tony entered the door. He warmly greeted Yuri, who had just finished his work. Then he took out 2 sets of cutlery from the cupboard, handed one to Happy, and unceremoniously squeezed in next to Yuri and the old man. This little guy is so rude, far worse than you, Yuri. Old man Rogers moved his stool far away from Tony in disgust and complained outright about the conduct of this famous American playboy. Yuri, who was innocently lying at gunpoint, raised his head in confusion. He once worked a summer job in the Middle East against an enemy of 10,000 and stubbornly retorted, "Don't compare me with him. I'm not bad." The host on the TV was explaining Tony's operation in an exaggerated tone, while the client was sitting at the steaming table, imitating Mark, using a fork to pick up a piece of mutton that Yuri had put in and put it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, his doubtful face suddenly lit up with surprise. He pointed at the copper pot that looked like the evil wizard's potion bottle in a children's fairy tale, and nodded while gesturing with his thumb. "It smells so good." Of 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Yuri clinked glasses with Tony, who was sweating profusely, and asked, "So what are you doing here?" "To avoid the cover girls vying to jump on your bed, and to miss the deep friendship we established in the Middle East." "To hell with great friendships," Tony, who was a little drunk, patted the gentleman's hat that he refused to take off even though he was sweating profusely. He stood up with half a glass of wine and let out a long burp while holding on to the sofa. "Come on, Yuri, use your damn hypnosis on me. I, Tony Stark, am fearless." Hearing this, Happy and Mark looked at each other. The former had no idea what his boss was talking about, while the latter vaguely understood the truth. As for the old man, this old man with the same name as Captain America obviously didn't have a super hangover ability. He fell asleep on the table after 2 bottles of brandy. Mark is happy. Yuri and Tony looked at each other and said the next sentence in no particular order. "Please carry this old man back to his bookstore." What? Happy and Mark looked at each other. These two looked like they had rehearsed, and those who didn't know thought they were filming here. "Come on, Happy, give me a hand." Mark held the old man's arm, and Happy lifted the old man's legs. The 2 guys, who had not received formal medical education, moved the old man out of the restaurant in the same manner as they would move a dead body on the battlefield. When Tony saw the 2 of them disappear, the smell of alcohol on his body seemed to have faded a bit. He drank all the wine in his glass, stood upright with his ceremonial staff, and stared at Yuri, who was still sitting at the dining table eating. "As you know what, Tony?" Yuri picked up the last piece of meat from the copper pot and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing it, he swallowed it along with the wine. "I really want to be friends with you. But friends can't touch each other, so how about a deal?" Tony raised his eyebrows and hit the ground with his ceremonial staff. "Nothing can stop you from using that damn hypnosis on me today." "Listen to me first." Yuri lay on the sofa, crossed his legs and said leisurely, "I know you will definitely come to my door. So you might as well set a rule from now on. The first time you asked me to test your anti-Yuri weapons or anti-Yuri equipment, you wanted to give me $100 million US. The second time it was $200 million. The third time $400 million, and so on and so on. Anti-Yuri is a great name." Tony obviously only listened to the previous words. "What is money but no money? Is there anyone richer than him on Earth? I have expropriated. Do I need copyright fees?" Yuri spread his hands indifferently. "Anyway, you will come up with this name later. It's just Hulkbuster, Anti-Thanos and the like. Whoever resists will be beaten. Be lucky when I get back. I will put $300 million into your account. $100 million for your sales fee. And the rest is the copyright fee." Yuri raised his eyebrows. "I thought you were going to buy me 2 chances to take action." What? Tony shook his hair confidently and said sarcastically to his opponent on the sofa in an arrogant tone, "If I win you, once is forever." Yuri didn't refute, and a pair of bright golden pupils lit up slightly. Tony's gentleman's hat which was sweating profusely and refused to be taken off. Floated up out of thin air, revealing his wet hair and frightened face. What the hell is this damn ability? Psychic control, Yuri didn't explain. He just used Mark's knife to hold up the hat and let it spin gently in his hand. If you continue, the amount that will be credited to my account should be 500 million. Tony took a deep breath and approached Yuri in small steps. Okay. Okay, money is no problem, but I want to get my hat back. And then let you use the one you did to me in the cave. You know, rolled your eyes, Yuri smiled brightly. Stood up and returned the hat to Tony harmlessly. The gadget inside is indeed very good. But putting it in the hat is too stupid. Let me give you a suggestion, put it's welded to the skull. I will think about it. Thinking of the iron armor that had been built but not assembled in the cave. Tony nodded the slutty hat on his head. He bent down like a matador and put the hat into Yuri's eyes. Come on. Yuri. A flash of pure white climbed up to the dazzling golden eyes. And soon replaced them all. Yuri activated his powers and did feel a slight resistance when trying to enter Tony's brain. But the resistance was too small. And he had to carefully control his strength to prevent the enemy from being defeated too quickly and causing greater vigilance. You must win, but every time. I have to give him the illusion that I tried my best to win you. Hey, just playing the bulging veins, the big beads of sweat. The clenched fists and the powerful muscles. Yuri tried hard to show off all the features he could think of that could show that he was exerting himself. After more than 10 seconds, he couldn't pretend anymore and suddenly lifted his disguise and fell on the sofa with a heavy breath. Tani, who was not far away, was pouring wine from a glass with an expressionless face, and respectfully handed a full glass of vodka to Yuri's half-lifted hand. After taking a sip of wine, Yuri said to Tony, who was standing beside him with his hands tied, "You lost. Do you admit it, motherfuck? Admit it, foo. Admit it, admit," controlling Tony. He walked to the sofa farthest away from him and sat down. Yuri's pure white eyes gradually returned to golden color. And Tony also regained control of his body. Motherfucker. Fuck you, mother. The furious Tony jumped up from the sofa and sent out the greeting that he said but didn't fully say to Yuri. By chance, Mark and Happy, who had returned from moving the corpse, heard Tony's furious roar. Happy, who was eager to protect his master, looked at each other and climbed up the stairs with a thump. Boss. Boss, what happened, boss? Yuri watched helplessly as Tony returned to being a gentleman from his rage. He raised his glass and smiled at the flustered Happy. Tony is learning to rap. You can hear how passionate he is when he sings. Let's go. Tony didn't even look at the steps Yuri handed him. He took off his gentleman's hat and threw it to Yuri, banging the ceremonial staff loudly as he walked. Happy looked at Yuri with a distressed look on his face. In this situation, can we still sit and eat together in the future? Yuri followed Tony downstairs and when passing by Mark, he put the gentleman's hat that Tony threw over on Mark's head. He glanced at Tony and deliberately explained in a loud voice, "This is my trophy today. I gave it to you, my dear Captain, Happy." Outside the glass door, Tony called out to his bodyguard, "Drive, I'm coming." Happy hurriedly ran down the stairs again. After the car started, he politely lowered the window to say goodbye to his boss. "Come and play often, Happy." Yuri bid farewell to the guests warmly and pulled Mark, who was yawning and smelling of alcohol, to go back to the hotel. Finish moving your things before leaving. Crack. Obadiah used a cigar cutter to cut a brand new cigar. After toasting it for more than 10 seconds, he took the unburned end and took a puff. Fragrant smoke sprayed out from his slightly open mouth. They gathered and swirled, and soon gathered into the swirling smoke that filled the entire office. Jingle bells. He patted her head under the table to signal her to stay quiet. Obadiah answered the phone calmly, and a deep voice came from inside. "Boss, we found some unusual things in the cave. The pictures have been sent to your mailbox, but the drawings were destroyed by the fire." Clicking on the mailbox, Obadiah easily imagined a mechanical jacket full of firepower based on the pictures. and whoever wore it would be invincible on the battlefield. Send them back to me one by one. Remember, these things are more important than your life. Beep, the phone hangs up. Obadiah made a few operations on his touch-sensitive mobile phone and quickly found the contact information of the Minister of Engineering. Secretly establish Area 16 under the arc reactor. I want the best engineers. I will send you the stuff right away. Give me the best advice. Build a prototype quickly and beep. Hang up the phone, oh my dear Tony. The woman secretly rolled her eyes again. I can't believe you are still such a pervert. Searching the internet for various strange models. Rubbing steel with my hands at night while exercising my abilities. Wandering the streets during the day looking for the New York sanctuary. The peaceful days passed quickly. Mark left without saying goodbye on the third day after eating hot pot. When Yuri called him for another meals, he was told that people were already playing real-person chicken on a certain battlefield. Today is January 2010, the day when Mr. Yuri Ambrosius's ancestral handicraft shop officially opened. He originally named the shop Ancient Handicraft Shop. Maybe he didn't understand what he meant. Or maybe the other party had a brain problem. He sent it to Yuri for acceptance the day before the opening. But both of them were stunned. At the instigation of Old Rogers, who was not too fussy about the excitement, Yuri received a small compensation from the producer. And then he hung the sign Ancestral Handicraft Shop on the lintel in a grand manner. Cracklings of cracklings. At 10 o'clock in the mornings, the street was full of people who had time to go out to spend. There was a line of luxury cars parked next to this small shop with a particularly domineering name, carrying the opening gifts from his father who thought he was upright. Ethan and the old man Roger stood not far away, supporting each other, watching almost all the people attracted by the sound of firecrackers pointing at Yuri's shop. What the hell is this name? Does the shop owner not want to do business? Honey, I bet the sign will be taken off this store soon. I swore to my ancestors that I would never buy anything there even to death. Clap, the door lock was unlocked, and Yuri came out from the small shop. Several burly bodyguards in black greeted him and carefully moved the gifts in the luxury car into the store door one by one. One of the leaders walked into Yuri and introduced, Master. After the boss heard about the small shop you opened, he specially bought these treasures from the auction for you, Van Gogh's oil paintings. Chinese porcelain, Japanese ukiyo-e, okay. Yuri waved his hand to shut him. Upand waved to Ethan, who was standing chatting with old man Rogerstow. Come over. He patted the bodyguard on the shoulder and pushed Ethan in front of him. Tell him if you have anything. Also, convey your gratitude for me. The head of the bodyguard shrugged at Ethan, who smiled slightly. He is the boss, isn't he? Yuri quickly returned to the third floor. He had more important things to do than opening the store, after several days of continuous use. The ability obtained from Fastos was approaching the next stage, and the mysterious rune with unknown effect was on his flickering in the brain. One by one, unconstrained but practical technological inspirations appeared and disappeared quickly. Parts, gears, bearings, steam, magic. A small metal figure the size of a finger was assembled from scratch. Under the control of the creator's mind, it flexibly performed a series of actions such as walking, running, jumping, and rolling on the tables, with streaks of white hair as thick as a hair. Steam spurts out from various joints from time to time, and mysterious runes flicker on and off, using magic to draw moisture from the air to replenish the consumption of the metal villain. Cyberpunk. Yuri patted his head and gradually returned to normal, staring at the metal villain with a strange light shining in his bright golden eyes. If you want to join the magnificent future of the Marvel world, a certain combat power level is necessary. Although he possesses extraordinary abilities, compared with 3 or 4 years later, this stage is not the best time to expose himself. Therefore, he may be able to use this metal villain to create an image of a scientific research genius like Tony. Crack. Tony raised his eyebrows as he watched Yuri quickly withdraw his hands under the table, and said teasingly, although it's not polite for me to come in without permission, but you are not browsing some colored website's bar. Yuri was about to get angry, but found that if he wanted to set himself up as a scientific genius, he still needed to make some small cooperation with the playboy in front of him. You know, when Tony saw that Yuri was just looking at him, he naturally continued the topic, I know a lot of beautiful girls. If you really need it, I don't think they would mind talking to you to shut up. Yuri grabbed an A4 piece of paper on the table, crumpled it into a ball and threw it at Tony. After the other person sat down on the sofa, he pointed at Tony's 2-issue Blu-ray chest and asked, how is your steel jacket doing? What? Tony Stark, who was pouring wine by himself, suddenly lost his composure. He pretended to continue pouring wine as if nothing had happened. In fact, he was very nervous inside. What steel jacket? I don't know what you are talking about. Yuri shrugged. I want to say that if you don't succeed, you might as well come here tonight to see me. Tony, who had just poured the drink into his mouth, almost spit it out when he heard this. He put the wine glass on the table and crossed his hands in a serious manner. You are plagiarizing and stealing. I can ask a lawyer. I'm suing you, Yuri. Ha ha. Yuri was non-committal. There are many cars in this world, such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Ford. Your drawing just gave me a little inspiration. If this is considered plagiarism, it is too unreasonable. Besides, that's not what I want to talk to you about. Tony watched him talk and mentally analyzed the possibility of Yuri creating the armor. When he heard the last sentence, he shook his mustache and asked calmly, so, what do you really want to talk to me about? What? Please remind me in advance. I am not interested in men. I don't know who stares at Spider-Man every day, or who always puts his eyes on Captain America's butt. Yuri complained secretly and knocked on the table to bring the topic back on track. Tony, you are not a naive fool. You don't think that because you created it, it must belong to Yurites. Tony immediately understood what Yuri meant. His face was solemn, but he still said stubbornly, what? Yuri, what did I create? Yuri chuckled. Satellites in the sky will find you. Radars on the ground will track you. Members of Congress will interrogate you. And high-level military officials will threaten you. Because they are not fools. They know very well that a weapon is invulnerable. But how precious is a combat unit that can go to heaven and earth? With your steel jacket, everyone can be Captain America. Tony picked up the wine glass again, leaned heavily on the soft sofa, and took a long sip of wine in silence. He understood that everything Yuri described would happen. And he even knew that those people could do much more than that. A glass of wine. The wine was quickly finished. He held the empty glass and looked at the uneven outer wall of the glass, reflecting the beautiful light, and asked casually, so, what can you do? Ethan saw Tony walking out with a frown on his face. He didn't know what exactly the boss and Tony talked about upstairs, but it was always something that made the latter unhappy. To be honest, he was very satisfied with his current job. Although Tony was the only customer in the whole day, it was a good time for him, who was earning a dead salary. Just as he was thinking this, he saw his boss walking in with a thick stack of documents. Hey, Ethan. Yuri smiled kindly and said, your job has come. Ethan took the drawing, flipped through a few pages, frowned and asked uncertainly, boss thighs seems to be. Yuri was admiring the treasures that his cheap dad had taken from the auction. Hearing Thish said without looking back, in fact, if you can read everything in your hand, there won't be any more questions. What you saw is fundamentally different from the ugly monster Tony discovered in the cave. What I need you to do is to equip it with a set of sharp fangs based on its performance. A few minutes later, after looking at all the treasures, Yuri shook his head. He could not appreciate the artistic styles of Europe and the United States. In comparison, he preferred the ukiyo-e from a country where sharpshooters were always present. How about Ethan? He turned back to Ethan's, who was still looking at the drawings. This shouldn't be a problem for you. Ethan looked up from the drawing and asked with great suspicion, so, magic really exists in this world? Yuri nodded. And a ball of light that was very familiar to Ethan slowly appeared in the palm of his empty right hand. After shooting it into Ethan's body, who was in the process of reshaping his worldview. He smiled and asked, "How else would I save you? Where are you coming back?" The warm current surging in his body completely dispelled Ethan's doubts. He organized all the drawings on the table and returned them to Yuri. He raised the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "I have written down the rough parameters. The plan is dark, it could be done before. But the actual thing is not something I can handle." Yuri nodded and he returned to the second floor, ready to start preparing for tonight's meeting with Tony. The second floor has been completely transformed into his raw material warehouse, where common metals such as iron, copper, and nickel are piled, as well as a small box of precious metals such as gold and silver. After closing the stair door that was the only one leading upstairs except for the window, Yuri walked among the metals and found all the materials he needed in a flash of thought. Hard gold and stones swirled around him like water. This was a newly acquired characteristic after his ability evolved. He could process and control the required materials within a small area without physical contact. How small is a small range? It's only about 1 meter away. Using copper and iron as the main material, with 1 foot on the floor and the ceiling above his head, the metal giant was pieced together bit by bit from bottom to top. Under the influence of superpowers, there is no gap in the connection between the metals, except for the material. Apart from the uneven colors caused by different colors, the entire fuselage looks like it is made from nature. Yuri looked at the times, and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon before he knew it. He opened the door and went downstairs, and found that Ethan was also concentrating on his work. There were far fewer people on the street. Yuri knocked on Ethan's table. "It's already 2 o'clock. Are you hungry?" "Oh," Ethan was startled. He lifted his glasses that slid down to his nose and asked doubtfully, "Boss, what did you say?" Yuri pointed to the clock on the wall. "I asked you if you are hungry." What? Ethan touched his stomach and realized that he had not eaten for nearly 7 hours. He simply finished the work at hand, locked all the notes in the cabinet and walked out. "Sabos, do you want to treat me? You said so, what else can I do?" Yuri rolled his eyes at him and took the lid and opening the store door and walking out. "Do you have anything you want to eat? If not, then we will find a buffet restaurant with a large portion." Ethan locked the door and said, "No, boss. The cafeteria is just fine." The two of them searched along the street and found that all the restaurants in this area had temporarily closed signs. After walking around for a while, they finally found a Western restaurant open on the street. "That's it, boss, I can't walk anymore." Ethan looked at the drug addicts everywhere on the street, and belatedly realized that he had entered Hell's Kitchen. He pushed open the glass door of this Western restaurant, and the smell of blood coming from the shop made him feel. He couldn't help but frown. A trail of blood stretched along the floor to the kitchen, and waiters in store uniforms were cleaning the floor with mops. "Gentlemen, what would you like to order?" Ethan already regretted stepping into this Western restaurant. He was not stupid, and of course he knew what the blood stain meant. But Yuri was just a little disgusted. He took the menu from the waiters, glanced at it and ordered 30 steaks and a standard set menu, plus some wine and fruit. He returned the menu to the waiter, but he did not let go immediately. His eyes glanced at the blood on the floor, and he reminded lightly, "Make sure the tableware is hygienic, and don't mistake the fake for the real thing." The waiter smiled, gently held the menu in his arms and said, "Don't worry, this is a different business." Seeing him walking away, Ethan approached Yuri and complained, "I must eat on time next time." "This feels terrible." Yuri was noncommittal. He was thinking about whether to reach a food delivery agreement with the cafe next door. After Aleph, no one reminded. Once he and Ethan started working, it would be impossible to notice the time. "Sir, your 3 steaks and 1 standard set menu are still being prepared. Please wait patiently." Yuri twitched his nose and smelled it, confirming that everything on the plate was legal. He nodded to Ethan, who looked embarrassed, and took the lid and cutting off a large piece of steak and stuffing it into his mouth. Surprising glide food in this dark restaurant, which was engaged in shady business behind the scenes. Tasted pretty good. He destroyed a whole piece of steak in a few bites. Under the watchful eyes of Ethan, who had just completed the cutting task, he took the knife and pointed at the third steak. Two steaks attack. The waiter who had been standing behind the bar, observing the two people, raised his eyebrows. He walked into the kitchen unhurriedly and said to the chef who was cleaning his bloody hands, "Hey, Tom, those two are not here to cause trouble. It seems that I just met a big eater." Tom wiped his hands and immediately put on his gloves and started working in the real kitchen. That's really strange. How long has it been since we had any serious business? The waiter chuckled. Serious business. Tom, killing is a serious business for us. Yuri finished 3 steaks and drank a large bottle of beer. He nodded to the waiter who brought 5 steaks again and handed him the money for the 30 steaks and a standard set meal. With the other party's polite smile, he asked, "Sir, has your store considered food delivery service? It's not far away, right on the street, this gentleman." The waiter put away the empty plates and asked, "Do you really not know what we do?" Yuri cut all 5 steaks into sizes that could fit into his mouth. He forked one of them and raised it up. "But you also did a good job at your other job, didn't you?" Ethan held up a simple contract with the ink still wet and asked, "Boss, why are you only asking them to deliver meals for a month? Do you have any new plans after 1 month?" Yuri smiled mysteriously, and he put his arm around Ethan's shoulders. "Let's talk about things in a month. What you need to do now is to pick a qualified pair of fangs for our steel jacket in the shortest possible time." "Was evening?" Ethan asked Yuri, who was busy imprinting magic patterns on the second floor, to eat the dinner sent by Hell's Kitchen together. Before leaving, handed several drawings to Yuri, which detailed what weapons should be installed where. What weapons should be installed where? Ethan rents his own house in New York, which is not far from the store. He can reach work in less than 10 minutes by bicycle. Yuri watched his clerk tremblingly ride away on his bicycle, said hello to old Rogers sitting at the door of the bookstore, closed the door and locked himself, and returned to the simple studio on the second floor. The armor was basically completed, just without the signature exterior paint. He took the drawings designed by Ethan, as if to see if there were any weapons that he could make now and install on the armor. The reality is hard and the answer is regrettable. These ammunition missiles always require some small but necessary elements. And these things Yuri simply can't get now. Jingle bell. Before Yuri could reach into his pocket, the call was automatically connected. Tony said in a guilty tone, "Hurry up and open the door. I'm right outside the store." Yuri took out the phone from his pocket and pulled a big cloth to cover the steam armor in front of him. He looked at the time on the phone and the sky outside, and asked in confusion, "Why are you so anxious? Now it's already dark, so no one should be able to see you." "Right." Tony on the other end of the phone paused for a moment. He raised his feet and took 2 small steps. The sound of metal and stone colliding with each other was very abrupt in the quiet and deserted street. He silently made a note in his mind to add some texture to the soles of the armor's feet. Silencing function, and then pressed twice gently on the doorbell on the glass door. "Okay. Yuri, I didn't come alone. Or I brought something with me." Yuri, who was going downstairs, could use his toes to think of what he had brought. But he still pretended to know nothing and asked, "So, the generous Tony Stark brought something to my shop again? A missile from 20 years ago with only a shell left." Tony was silent again. He knew that the opening gift sent this morning was really not a good one. But he didn't expect Yuri to compare it with the steel armor he was wearing at this moment. He rang the doorbell twice and said viciously, "The two are not the same concept at all. What I am bringing now can be said to be the greatest work of my life." "Wow, Tilda." Yuri stood behind the one-way glass and admired the red-gold steel armor dancing on the street. He also sincerely admired the man inside who was cursed by knowledge. A mortal body is as good as a god. And it is not the armor outside the skin, but the vicissitudes of the soul a few years later. He opened the door and murmured to the phone that he hadn't hung up yet, "I don't know if a little girl will love you 3,000 times after hearing these words." "What did you say? Are you shocked by it?" Tony Poe walked around in front of the store wearing a steel suit. He squeezed into the small store, knocked on his glowing helmet and said, "As long as I wear this on my head, you will never be able to break through my head again. Thoughts control my body. Do you want to give it a try?" "No." Yuri poked the shining blue reactor on the chest of the steel suit with his finger. There is a very interesting rule in Marvel. Anything that is controllable and beneficial is mostly blue in color. Conversely, those that are controllable, the ones that are low and harmful, are mostly green in color. He turned on his mobile phone camera, took a few group photos with his arms around the cold steel armor, and tapped Tony's iron head after taking pictures. "If I'm not mistaken, I'm the first one to see you, man of the greatest works. How about Tony? Why don't you show your face to record this precious moment?" The steel armor was silent for a moment, and then the mask slowly opened. Tony glanced at Yuri with disgust, pretended to be impatient and said, "Hurry up and shoot." Crack catcha after taking the photo. Yuri walked to the second floor first, listening to the clatter of footsteps behind him. He secretly observed 3 seconds of silence for the stairs that were bearing the unbearable weight of life. The two of them came to the second floor one after another. Yuri walked up to the steam armor covered by a big cloth and politely asked Tony to reveal its true face in person. "Mr. Stark, what you are about to see, it is the greatest work of Yuri Ambrosius, ha." Tony sneered twice. Imitating other people's words is the most annoying thing. Pulling off the big cloth, the metal giant was once again exposed to the bright light. Yuri used his mind to control it to split open in the middle, revealing the human cockpit wrapped in buffer rubber. Tony's eyes flickered twice. This way of wearing is much more convenient than his own Mark I. He must learn it. Yuri walked into the cockpit, and the steel giant slowly closed. Mysterious lines flashed away, and dozens of streams of hot steam spurted out from the vents following the giant's movements. Booms, booms, boom. The whole room shook slightly with the heavy footsteps, and Tony twitched his lips. He suddenly felt that it didn't matter whether the silencer device on the sole of his foot was installed or not. The wall facing the street was separated to both sides under Yuri's control. The bright moonlight outside the house shone on his face. Tony watched him keep walking towards the outside of the house, and directly turned on the flight mode due to the psychological effect of showing off his skills. "Shoot, Tilda." He was suspended in front of the heavy and tall metal giant, and said teasingly, "If you just jump down like this, you will probably have tea with the city administration as a guest tomorrow." Yuri kept walking, and his voice came from the iron giant. "Tony, if you confirm that all nearby monitoring facilities are paralyzed, I can generously let you see what a flying iron giant is." "Come on then." Tony closed his mask and ordered Jarvis, who was built into the armor, scan his armor to find his energy source. "As you wish, sir." Mysterious lines shone brightly, and thick and hot white steam burst out. The nearly 4-meter-tall steel giant lowered his head slightly, and his huge and heavy body floated in the air as lightly as a fish swimming in the water. After the scan, the armor does not have a centralized energy device. It seems to be able to continuously absorb water from the environment and obtain energy through a method similar to a steam engine. A steam engine? Tony was silent as he watched the steam surrounding the iron giant. Yuri got used to the feeling of flying, and excitedly invited Tony to take a high-altitude flight. After that, we can also compete point-to-point to see who is better between you and me. The greatest work ever. Bursts of gunfire came from a distance. Tony and Yuri looked at each other, pointed at the source of the sound and said, "Then let's compete with each other to get there first and solve the problem that caused these noises." Osborne Building. Several helicopters hovered in the dark night sky, and beams of light crisscrossed and shone on a large, agile and powerful lizard man on the street. A policeman and a soldier armed with long guns and short cannons fought together, and the shells were tilted at the green monster covered with scales as if it was free. "General, the radar has detected 102 UFOs approaching." The uniformed major general in the armored vehicle took the display board handed by his subordinates and dialed the New York sheriff directly. George. Has your support arrived? What, Chief George? Who was charging on the front line with a small pistol. Looked up and saw two men in metal armor. One large and one small. Quickly approaching the green monster that had climbed onto the Osborne building. When did our police get such advanced equipment? These are not our people, hey Yuri's. Tony looked excited under the armor. Judging from the data detected by Jarvis, there was no doubt that he had reached the destination first. He was suspended on the side of the Osborne building. While scanning the big lizard lying on the wall, he issued a winner's declaration to Yuri, who had just arrived, based on the current results. You have admitted that my Mark I is the winner. Is it the greatest work yet? Do not. Yuri was not convinced. His steam armor did not have built-in navigation. Compared with Tani, who was flying on the best route, he encountered many situations along the way, buildings that were almost installed after turning a corner, etc. After carefully looking at the wires that could not be found at all, he finally decided to follow Tony to avoid causing some unnecessary harm to the city. You should be able to know that our progress speeds are almost the same. The reason why I lag behind you is because my dad created a restaurant chain. And your dad created artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Tony shrugged. He didn't think there was anything wrong with people planting trees and enjoying the shade later. Just when he was about to chat with Yuri, who refused to admit defeat, he heard Jarvis's voice, Mr. Scan completed. This creature is suspected to be a human individual after genetic mutation. It retains a certain amount of wisdom and memory. Its power is slightly weaker than your armor, but its recovery ability is extremely strong, I saw. Tony clearly saw bullets drilling into the body of the lizard man. But before he could breathe, he was squeezed out by the wound that had regrown from the inside out. At this moment, a bright beam of light shone on Tony and Yuri, who were hanging side by side in the air. A loudspeaker-amplified voice came from the helicopter hovering overhead. Please report to your troops and land immediately. Please report to your troops. Troops and land immediately. Yuri and Tony looked at each other, accelerating and directly escaping the searchlight's lock. They scrambled to sprint towards the lizard man, who was already approaching the top floor. No one said it, but everyone knew it, the second scene between the two's greatest works. The battle has already begun. Jarvis Jessely missiles are ready. Lockdown complete, sir. Emission. The golden red Mark I's right arm armor opened, and a mini Jessely missile dragged a long tail flame and flew towards the green lizard that had already grasped the rooftop with one hand. The big lizard seemed to feel threatened. His big tail whipped hard, just hitting the missile before its kinetic energy had reached its peak. Boom! Although the missile is small in size, it is powerful. Raging fire waves mixed with surging shock waves swept across the entire floor. Tony's mouth twitched under the armor. He remembered that this seemed to be Norman Osborn's private space. Sir Jarvis advises you not to reveal your identity. Otherwise, it may lead to hostility between Stark Industries and Osborn Industries. Wow, that's really good news. Tony replied nonchalantly, after seeing that Yuri's steam giant had already fought with the lizard man who jumped on the rooftop. He quickly started the propulsion device and ordered at the same time, Jarvis, analyze the combat mode. Want both, at this moment. Yuri in the armor did not know that Tanihu was not far away. Had already begun to prepare for the anti-Yuri series. He stretched out his hand to block Dr. Lizard's heavy punch. He was about to fight back but was unexpectedly knocked back. The thick tail that came out somewhere flew out. Tony, who was not far away, seized the opportunity, and another mini-Jessely missile flew out of his left arm armor. Whoosh! A slender thread hit the missile, which was not very fast. The next moment the thread tightened, and the missile was thrown directly into the empty sky. Boom! Tony gritted his teeth and stared at the fourth person in red and blue tights. The two missiles failed to cause any damage to the lizard man. He could already imagine how that bastard Yuri would laugh at him when he went back. The golden red shoulder armor was opened, and a small machine gun was pointed at the pervert in tights that could spin silk. Who are you? Are you with this lizard man? Why did you intercept my missiles? Okay, sir. The little spider raised his hands. While he was curiously looking at the two mechanical armors with completely different styles, he muttered, I have seen the power of your missiles. If it hits the doctor, he will die without a burial place. Oh yes, what I mean is that the doctor's crime is not worthy of death, or rather, he is still valuable. Well, you can't kill him anyway. Peter. The lizard man who was punched into the roof floor by Yuri, who stood up again, saw the little spider and shouted his name angrily. Stop being hypocritical. I think you are the one who wants to kill me the most. To shut up, Yuri punched Dr. Lizard on his bucket-thick neck. The huge force penetrated the skin and directly broke the fragile bones in the center. Looking at Dr. Lizard twitching on the ground, he suddenly felt a desire to the urge to devour him. Boom. Booms boom. The thick metal arm hit the lizard man's neck again and again. Most creatures need a brain to control body movements. Once the cervical spine is broken, it will be a high paraplegia. This state is uncomfortable. You can see and hear, but you can't do anything. Very much like singles who can only practice traditional skills on their mobile phones. Yuri's 5 fingers pierced the flesh and blood on Dr. Lizard's neck and directly grasped his cervical vertebrae as thick as his forearm. He avoided the spider's thread shot at him, directly ordered the armor to rise into the air, and looked at the incompetent and furious little spider, and the police and troops who had just arrived on the rooftop pointed to the green glass tube that was still on the ground by Dr. Lizard and then under Dr. Lizard's resentful gaze. He once again broke the cervical vertebrae that was being repaired rapidly. He watched Tony grab the green glass tube and take off into the air. He shook the trophy in his hand like a show-off and said, Only actual combat is the best way to test equipment, Tony. Given the current situation, you have admitted my battle is of the greatest work. Tony rolled his eyes under the visor. He dodged a beam of searchlight directed at him and accelerated directly to fly in front of Yuri. Come to my place tonight. I think we may have a lot of work to do. Yuri shrugged and waved friendly to the little spider, who was still jumping on the rooftop, trying to get closer to him. He was curious about whose face under the hood belonged to that one. But the current scene was obviously not the time to explore this issue. He glanced at the Mark I armor that was getting further away in the night sky, turned around and chased after it. Without anyone noticing, he quietly hypnotized Dr. Lizard in his hand, and the turquoise transmission tubes penetrated deeply between his smooth green scales. The tough transmission tubes were flashing with dark green light. The recovery speed of Dr. Lizard's broken cervical vertebrae was rapidly decreasing, while the healing superpower from Ajako in Yuri's body was beating at high frequency. The mysterious patterns sometimes expanded and sometimes contracted, and the golden light on them flickered. Waves of pleasure as if the soul were ascending to heaven hit him. Yuri braced himself and kept his speed. Hanging behind Mark I not far away, what did you do to me? Dr. Lizard didn't realize something was wrong until this moment, according to usual experience. Although the degeneration from the lizard state to the human state will take away the newly grown arms and huge strength, other injuries on the body will definitely be repaired before that. But as he was about to return to his human state, the injury to his cervical spine showed no signs of improvement. The doctor panicked. Losing the lizard state was not scary. What was scary was that he lost the ability to even grab the genetic medicine and inject it into his body. Yuri let out a long breath, looked down, and quickly withdrew the transmission tube inserted into the doctor's body. There was a difference between a full meal and a full meal, and he would undoubtedly choose the latter, as you can see. Your self-healing ability doesn't work in my hands. I advise you to take care of yourself and don't make any small moves. Our flight altitude is more than 3,000 meters above the ground. I don't think you can survive this. The self-healing factors began to take effect, and they converged on the doctor's neck, which was gradually returning to an adult. In just a few seconds, he was transformed from a high paraplegic to a one-armed hero. The doctor watched in pain as his arm shattered inch by inch. He held the arm of the steam armor tightly, for fear that he would accidentally fall. He believed that this metal giant was right. Not to mention that he was in human form now. Even if he fell from such a high place in the giant lizard state, he would definitely not survive. The large villa located on the coastline was already clearly visible, and two metal armor zones, small and one large, slid along the runway into Tony's luxury garage. After the two stopped, Yuri threw the doctor directly to the ground. Seeing that Tony was still wearing armor and keeping vigilant, he waved his hand directly and said, "Don't worry about showing your face. Tony, when I leave you, I guarantee that he has forgotten it." "Is everything now, doctors?" Lizard stood up from the ground on three legs. He looked at Yuri, who walked out of the steam armor with a horrified look on his face. "What do you mean by forgetting everything now? What did you do to me at this time?" Tony was also taking off his suit little by little with the help of the mechanical assistant. After seeing the slightly sweaty face, Dr. Lizard exclaimed, "What the fuck, Tony Stark?" Tony ignored him and just stared at Yuri for confirmation. "You promise?" "I promise." Yuri nodded and gently snapped his fingers in the doctor's ear. "Tell me everything you know about the lizard you turned into." The doctor's eyes were glazed for a moment, and then he told the story without reservation about the causes and consequences of his transformation into a lizard monster. Yuri listened to the plot of The Amazing Spider-Man again, and was only slightly interested in the decay equation spoken by the doctor. Because when he heard the specific content, the healing superpower in his body began to rhythm slightly again. But Tony pondered for a long time after listening to this. He finally understood why the little guy in the spider tights said that Dr. Lizard's crimes would not lead to death, so. Tony glanced at Yuri, who seemed to be thinking too. He leaned into the dull-eyed doctor's ear and asked quietly, "Do you know who the Spider Boy is?" "PhD is Tony." Yuri smiled at Tony Stark, who was embarrassed on the spot. Pretending not to hear, and asked the doctor, "What did he ask you just now?" "What?" The doctor opened his mouth. "He asked me if I knew Spider-Man's true identity." Tony walked to Yuri's steam armor, bent over and stuck his butt out, trying to avoid this social death in the name of research. Yuri saw through it without revealing it, and deliberately asked loudly, "Not only Mr. Tony Stark, I am also very interested in this issue." The doctor understood. Spider-Man's true identity is Peter Parker, who is studying in high school. Cheng High School once interned in my laboratory. His father was a great biologist, and the decay equation was his greatest work. At this moment, the artificial intelligence Jarvis suddenly asked through the external speaker, "Mr. Stark, are you generating a file for this person?" After staring at a certain vent on the back of the steam suit for a long time, Tony's mouth twitched and he had to show his head. He decided to educate Jarvis as soon as Yuri left. At least let him know when to speak, when not to speak. "Build it," Tony pretended to be nonchalant. He leaned on the steam suit, waved his hand and said, "If anything happens again, you can call me. There are guests at home, right? You will scare them." Yuri hugged the bear and shrank his head in cooperation. "Yes. Jarvis, I'm really scared of you, cough cough." Tony cleared his throat, raised the corners of his mouth and narrowed his eyes in a formal smile. Then Mr. Yuri, please move to the living room. I think drinking some wine can alleviate your fear. What do you think? Yuri nodded and agreed happily. He pointed at Dr. Lizard, who was standing dumbly, and asked, "What about him? Does he want to drink with us too? Just forget it." Tony shook his head decisively. He didn't want to drink to his heart's content, and someone sitting there suddenly threw up his head. Haladan then transformed into a lizard man. Okay then. Yuri raised his right hand slightly, and the steam armor slowly cracked from the middle. The golden pupils turned white in an instant, and then the doctor walked in consciously. Crack, click, click. An eyebrow on Tony's handsome face was raised high. He leaned back, pointed a finger at the steam armor that had shrunk by one size, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you locked him in, yes." Yuri snapped his fingers to put the doctor in the steam suit into a deep sleep. erasing all his memories of the last hour. The pure white disappears and the brilliant gold appears again. Yuri stared intently at a certain mustache with twinkling eyes. There will always be some people who have some bad thoughts and enter my armor through some means. And I will let them understand what it means to catch a turtle in a urn and close the door. Beat the dog. Wow, Tony turned around and left. He would never admit that some people were him. How could the great Tony Stark leave his greatest work aside and get involved in some people's less than great works? He silently jotted down something in his notebook and signed it as a binocular patient who judged a gentleman with a villain's heart. Jingle bells, Tony turned on the phone. It was now 22:00 New York time sharp. And the caller ID turned out to be his dear Uncle Obadiah. Beep, the call was connected. And Obadiah's rich voice came from the receiver, eldest nephew. Aren't you at home? Tony glanced at Yuri, who turned around unconsciously. He thought for a moment and asked again, how did you get in? What do you want from me, oh my dear nephew? Obadiah on the other end of the phone sighed deeply. He shook the glass of amber wine, took a deep breath of his cigar and said, no matter who Jarvis is, he will never reject the master's uncle outside the door. I'm in the living room, come quickly, beep. Tony put the phone in his pocket, turned around and forced a smile to Yuri. Well, I might have to go to the living room to deal with some other things. So Yuri nodded, secretly wondering if this was the final plot of Iron Man. Did Obadiah come to this villa before he snatched the reactor from Tony's chest? Jarvis, jingle bell. Tony took out his cell phone and looked at it. Who Lishat blurted out. He glared at the camera above his head angrily. Jarvis. What are you calling, sir? This is what you asked for. Yuri smiled unkindly. But this smile was particularly ironic in Tony's eyes. He was so angry that he couldn't even control his mustache. The two lively hairs twitched a few times. And the lower lips opened and closed a few times, finally. He said softly, Jarvis, take Yuri to the guest room first. We will talk about it later, as you wish, sir. This way, Mr. Ambrosius. After watching Yuri turn a corner and disappear, he took out his phone again and looked at the time 22:15. Okay. He simply arranged his hair and tugged at his collar and front. I want to keep this meeting within 5 minutes. Tony walked into the living room. It was dark inside and no lights were turned on. He reached out to turn on the lights, but found that there was no one in the living room. Obadiah. No one answered. Tony didn't care. He shrugged, picked up the opened wine bottle and poured some amber wine into the new wine glass. He sat heavily on the sofa tonight. He was experimenting with armor and catching lizard monsters. It's just too tiring, jingle bell. Tony took out his cell phone. Why is Pepper calling so late? He sniffed and answered the phone. The next moment, harsh sound waves hit him. The veins on Tony's face were exposed, and he immediately lost control of his body. Tony. Tony, are you there? Hello. A big hand stretched out from behind the sofa. He took the phone he had just connected and hung up it decisively. Take a deep breath. Obadiah's big bald head shone in the light of the fire. He proudly raised the gadget in his right hand to where Tony could see it. Remember this thing. It's a pity that the government didn't do it at that time. Approved. Temporary paralysis is still very useful in many cases. Obadiah took off his earplugs and walked around from behind the sofa. He bent down and took out a reactor stripper that had been hidden in the sofa for a long time. He stretched it out to Tony and made a leisurely declaration of victory. Uzai. The high temperature caused the clothes covering the surface of the microreactor to burn, and the burning sensation made Tony open his mouth involuntarily. But due to the paralysis effect, it did not make a sound. Because you still have to lay the last golden egg. Obadiah held up the faintly glowing light blue reactor to show off in front of Tony. He is so beautiful. Tony, this is the 9th symphony you created. And it will be your legacy. Just when he was about to continue his emotion, Pepper's second call came. Obadiah grabbed the phone and hung up immediately, and put the reactor into the box with regret on his face. It's a pity that you involved Pepper. I originally wanted her to live. Tony's breathing quickened in an instant, and he tried his best but his eyes only moved slightly. At this moment, he was extremely envious of the spider boy who could fight Mark with his body alone. If only he had that kind of powers. The paralysis gradually wore off, and Tony struggled a few times and finally grabbed the phone that was close at hand. Yuri. Yuri's, I found you. Tony dialed the phone tremblingly. He could feel the fragments slowly approaching his beating heart. Come on. Hello. Tony swore to God that he had never felt someone's voice so beautiful and beautiful. He raised the phone to his face and asked for help without hesitation. Come to the living room. Yuri, I'm dying, wow. Yuri on the other end of the phone smiled slightly. It seemed that today was not only the end of Dr. Lizard but also the day of Tony Stark's murder of his uncle. It's a really good day, he jumped up from the soft big bed. Opened the door and shouted to the corridor, Jarvis. Take me to the living room, Tony said he is dying. As you wish, sir, following Jarvis's voice prompts. He quickly saw Tony slumped on the sofa and confessing his last words to Pepper. The Marvel Mako didn't even crawl this time. As if he wasn't worried about Yuri at all, come to save him. That's it, Pepper, we'll talk later. When Tony saw Yuri walking in from the living room door, he hung up the phone decisively. He pointed to the hole in his chest with his chin, stared at Yuri and asked with determination, you must have something to do. Right, whether it's magic or something else. Crack, Yuri quickly took 2 photos. At this time, Tony no longer cared about his own face. If you can save me, I can even give you the photos. No. Yuri put away his phone, approached Tony and asked. Injured Tony, I have 2 plans here. Do you want plan 1 or plan 2? Both. Tony has indeed grown up a lot. He grabbed Yuri's hand. And for the first time, he didn't feel a trace of disgust. Save me, no. How about we make a deal? Yuri raised his right hand, and a ball of golden energy full of vitality slowly floated in it. I will help you completely heal the wound. As a deal, you will use the reactor, I promise. Tony didn't even hear the words. He just grabbed Yuri's right hand and pressed it on his chest. The energy ball instantly dispersed into the flesh and blood near the wound. Tony roared and grabbed the fabric cover of the sofa. Itchy. It's so itchy. The granulations that are thinner than a hair proliferate rapidly. They forcefully squeeze out the ammunition fragments and reactor residues that do not belong to this body. It looks like a constipated patient trying his best to excrete waste. Plop. Yuri caught all the fragments in a glass filled with amber wine. After finishing, he stuffed them into Tony, who was gasping for breath, and asked, Is it Obadiah? It's Obadiah. Tony touched his flat and smooth chest. With a mixture of surprise and anger on his face, he betrayed me and my father. And now I want to judge him for what? Yuri looked curious. Is there an iron shell without energy? Well, Tony stood up from the sofa, patted Yuri on the shoulder, and strode forward. We still have to go to the garage. The poor Dr. Lizard was obviously still sleeping soundly. But Tony, who was overly vigilant, tied him up with a rope and stuffed him into the car. After confirming that everything was correcto armors, 1 large and 1 small rose into the sky again. Lack of energy, sir. Tony looked up at the numbers on the virtual pitch, turned around suddenly, and lay directly on the steam armor following behind. What the hell are you doing? Yuri made a 10,086-degree spin and sent Tony flying. But the latter quickly posted up with a stern face. Is there a lack of energy? Please forgive me, don't even think about. $2,000, make a deal in this way. Yuri and Tony arrived at Stark Tower in confusion. Still far away, Tony saw that the Iron Overlord, who was about the same height as Yuri's steam armor, was swinging his fist at his most beloved woman, and go. Bang! Iron Overlord was hit by Tony and staggered to the ground. Tony was not much better. Iron Overlord was too big and too hard. Even though Tony's shock absorption was very good, he was still shaken by the aftermath. Tony. Obadiah drove the Iron Overlord up from the ground. He let go of Pepper, who was screaming uncontrollably, and strode towards Tony, who was lying on the ground and struggling to stand up. Crack-click after all. Iron Overlord failed to get close to Tony. Yuri fell from the sky and hit it directly on the shoulder. The heavy body of the steam armor carried huge kinetic energy. And after a moment of impact, it directly crushed the two steel giant arms of the Iron Overlord. No, Obadiah watched helplessly as 10 sharp fingers pierced the mask and penetrated his eyes. The next moment, a tooth-crushing sound of tearing could be heard. Iron Overlord's protective cover was torn off by the steam armor with brute force. Hi, Obadiah, Yuri flicked his bald head with his fingers. Controlled his strength. Pinched the collar and lifted him out. It's so crowded in there. Come out, there's your nephew outside. Tony forced himself to get up from the ground. He first helped Pepper, whose legs were weak and fell to the ground, and then fist-bumped the steam armor who was stepping on Obadiah. Thank you, Yuri. Obadiah's back was suppressed and he couldn't move. After hearing this, his old red face was filled with anger. Yuri Ambrosius. Do you want to die for interfering in Stark Industries' family affairs? Crack. Yuri used a little force under his feet and without any hesitation. He crushed Obadiah's spine. Severe pain mixed with numbness swept through his brain. And in the next moment, Obadiah could no longer feel his body from his chest down. Yuri raised his foot and stepped on Obadiah without hesitation. As a mutant race that exterminated the dinosaurs, breaking the enemy's spine was an instinct imprinted deep in their genes. What did you do to me? Obadiah turned over on his arms and frantically slapped those unconscious body parts in order to feel even the slightest pain. Median paraplegia, Yuri flew up with a kick. And his toes, the size of winter melons, landed heavily on Obadiah's stomach. Tony might be lucky with this uncle. But after this kick, unless he transforms into a super soldier, he will definitely die within a month. When Obadiah's bald head hit Tony's breastplate, one of the uncle and nephew was paraplegic and the other was dizzy. So they hugged each other again and fell together. Tony, faced with life and deaths. Obadiah was actually immune to the dizzy effect of a passive headbutt. He pressed his upper body on the red and gold mark armor and slapped Tony's mask with one hand at high frequency. He is my uncle who has watched you since you were a child. I know I was wrong, please forgive me, you are not my uncle. Tony grabbed Obadiah's back collar and tried to pull him away. But he didn't expect that the old guy hugged him so tightly that his clothes were torn and he couldn't pull him off. Tony had no choice but to press him down with a reflex. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard a strange metal knocking sound coming from the chest armor area. Looking down, Tony smiled angrily. Obadiah was holding the extractor that had just been removed from the new reactor, trying hard to make it complete its mission again. Ha ha. Tony stood up with a sneer. He snatched the extractor from Obadiah's hand and smashed it with 5 fingers. Countless fragments of debris hit Obadiah's face, and some even fell into the air before he could do it. In the closed mouths, Tony let go of his hand and pointed his buzzing palm towards Obadiah's bald head. Boss! A round hole as thick as a thumb suddenly appeared in the middle of Obadiah's eyebrow. The night wind blew, and the white smoke produced by the burnt flesh and blood dispersed into the air and disappeared. Yuri breathed a sigh of relief. The grass was cut, and the roots were removed, and he could finally sleep peacefully tonight. Dang-ding-dangs. A rush of footsteps came from the lobby on the first floor of the Stark building. The steam armor and the mark armor looked at each other, and the latter waved his hand and said, "You go first. I will take care of it here." The steam suit shrugged comically. "I want to ask Dr. Lizard what to do." Tony was silent for a moment after hearing this, and he thought of the helpless himself in the living room again. "Leave it with me for now, and I will send it to you after this matter is dealt with." Yuri was keenly aware of something wrong, but he couldn't find the specific reason after much thought. Maybe he wants to know more about his future biological son. Little spider. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and you could even vaguely see the bald man running at the front with a gun. Yuri no longer hesitated, and said a simple goodbye to Pepper not far away, then raised his head and let go. And then the huge steam armor soaring straight into the sky. After an hour and a half, a small island off the coast of New York. A huge steam armor fell from the sky. After confirming that there was no one around, Yuri controlled the armor to separate, and he walked out slowly. Mysterious lines flickered in the muscles and bones. Yuri's skin turned from white to blue, and his golden pupils separated strangely. His figure quickly grew taller and expanded, roar. Certain information was transmitted to the surroundings with the sound. Yuri, who had regained his mutant body, stretched out his muscles and bones. Dozens of transmission tubes behind his head twisted and swayed, looking extremely terrifying under the moonlight. Chirp. The clear chirping was mixed with unconcealable joy, and a strange bird with a wingspan larger than a truck swooped down from the sky. Its huge blue-black claws dug deeply into the soil, forcibly stopping the huge kinetic energy. Yuri smiled and patted the bird's head, which couldn't help but arch into his arms. He let out a series of low roars of unknown meaning. The big bird fluttered its wings and soared into the sky again. It circled above Yuri's head for a few times and then flew away into the distance. Not long after the giant bird flew away, a big head suddenly broke through the water and emerged. Moo. Yuri simply didn't wait for it to climb ashore, and conveyed the same command with a low roar, roar. Go and fill your stomach, and I will grant you another evolution. 5 giant mutant beasts arrived and left one after another. Yuri stood there and let out a breath. There are still too few people. He has never forgotten his true identity. He is a member of the mutant tribe and his leader. It is not only his obligation, but also his responsibility to lead the tribe to prosperity and rejuvenation. Arctic and Captain America popsicles. The corner of Yuri's mouth raised. I really just want to dig out the clan members. If I accidentally dig out a certain man with the stars and stripes, it might really be an accident, chirp. Those flying in the sky are much faster than those swimming in the water and running on the ground. The giant bird swooped into the sea, swam for tens of meters, and then suddenly burst out of the water. Yuri hugged its slender neck, and at the same time controlled the dozens of transmission tubes behind it to flick the feathers on its head like fingers. Are you full? Chirp, then let's start now. The giant bird squatted down obediently, with a pair of big eyes full of joy mixed with a trace of nervousness, although it will become stronger every time it evolves. The pain in the process cannot be ignored. Yuri waved his hand and scattered several black metal balls. They had trapped Makari, who had super speed in Iraq. But these gadgets found from Fasto's house after killing him were obviously more than just that. Effect gather energy, store objects bind release energy. Change gravity. Without a doubt, this is the greatest work of Fasto's. The invisible dark energy was continuously absorbed by the black balls suspended in the air. After transformation, the bright golden energy exuding the breath of life was all absorbed by Yuri standing in the ball formation. But Yuri is not the final sight of these energies. After his integration, all the life energy gathered in his body was finally introduced into the big bird through the transmission tube that expanded to the thickness of a finger. Chirp, the big bird was shaking in pain, but with its leader in front it didn't dare to make any move. The red, blue, and green feathers fell one by one. The big bird's bones and muscles made a frightening friction sound. Pink blood mist sprayed out from the 12 pores on the body, and then its size was visible to the naked eye. The speed is rapidly shrinking. Ajako's ability is by no means as simple as healing injuries. From the moment he got it, Yuri felt that he could transform any living thing, wherever the life energy went. He could even give birth to a new one out of thin air organs. Blessed by God, the first unsure transformation was perfectly successful, and his only 5 subordinates had all achieved a huge improvement in a certain aspect. This is not a healing recovery at all. It is more like the product of the combined abilities of some celestial clan. Just as I was thinking about it, the transformation of the big bird was coming to an end. The green, red, and blue colors on its skin slowly faded away, replaced by a touch of smooth and white human skin hair. Facial feature limbs, 5 internal organs. 6 internal organs, front and back, warp. Yuri took back the transmission tube and took out a large windbreaker that he had prepared long ago and put it on Gyunu. From now on. Your name is Vanax Ambrosius, remember, Vanax Ambrosius. What? The woman repeated the name and curiously opened and put down her windbreaker. Master. Is this a human body? Yuri helped to zip up and fasten the buttons. Gave her a portable computer and kicked it aside without hesitation. When you're done. Go and learn common sense about human society. Next one. Vanax Phoenix Shark Tiger Chat Cheetah. K-7. Before the first ray of sunlight shone on free America, Yuri returned to the ancestral handicraft shop with 5 tribesmen who had turned into human forms. These people still needed at least a week of common sense learning. And the teacher could only it's Yuri himself. First, from now on, I will be called boss from master. And many mores. Vanax raised his onion-like right hand high, then boss. Will you pay us wages? A boss who said on the phone that he won't pay wages is not worthy of being a boss. Yuri's face was black, not worthy. Co-author, you think the boss is more senior than the master. Right, second. If anyone asks about your origins in the future, just say that you were found by me from the refugee camp. And many mores. Although Vanax didn't get the answer to the first question, it didn't stop her from asking the second question enthusiastically. Can it be said that she woke up from the ice cave? Boss, I remember you at that time, it's still holding me down. Can't? Yuri glanced around. The other 4 people were all listening seriously, showing no sign of asking any weird questions. She glanced at Vanax suspiciously. Did I give her less energy when her brain was developing? Third, learn to control the power you have. And learn to suppress your violent emotions and bloody instincts. This is a human society. If someone accidentally kills someone, we will all be in trouble and many more. Vanax got the answer to the second question. So she asked the third answer more enthusiastically. Killing by mistake will cause trouble. But what about intentional killing? Yuri tried his best to suppress his violent emotions and bloody instincts. He could hardly control his impulse to kill, I mean no killing. Stupid bird, oh. Vanax nodded vigorously, not feeling offended at all. She stood in line with her 4 friends again, staring at Yuri with a pair of big bright eyes, waiting for him to make his 4th request. Yuri was silent for a moment, then waved his hand and used the steel on the 2nd floor to build 4 large beds, except for Vanax. Everyone else will choose one. What about me? What about me? Vanax was quite eye-catching about these 4 big beds. It was said on the mobile phone that after laying down spring mattresses, people would lie on them and cover their whole bodies with quilts. From the outside, no one could be seen at all. I don't know 2 people. Vanax stared at Yuri with his beautiful eyes, waiting for his answer. Yuri sighed softly and turned around to walk to the 3rd floor. This stupid bird was so stupid. He was afraid that this stupidity would be transmitted to the other 4 generals. Follow me. You and I will live on the 3rd floor. Good, excitedly. Vanax jumped up on the spot. His thick blue hair wrapped around his not-so-intelligent head, and hit the ceiling fiercely. She didn't even look at the 4 big iron beds that she was envious of just now, and chased Yuri up to the 3rd floor. What's so good about spring mattresses? Can they be held by the boss and sleep soundly? The 4 people who stayed on the 2nd floor watched Vanax disappear around the corner. Shaq glanced at the stern-faced Kate without leaving a trace. She was the only woman among the 4 people standing. He seemed to be saying to himself, boss definitely going to mate with her. Kate heard this and sat down on an iron bed by the window. She took out her laptop computer as if she was studying. The remaining 3 people looked at each other. Each picked a bed and sat down gently on it. They also took out their laptops in a dignified manner. In fact, these secretly pricked their ears, hoping to hear something suitable for all ages from upstairs. Boss, why aren't you sleeping yet? Vanax's 2 long legs tightly tied Yuri's waist, and his 2 white and strong arms were wrapped around Yuri's neck. She leaned her head closer and blew hot air into Yuri's ears along with the voice. If you can't sleep, can you teach me how to study? Yuri really can't sleep. Human shame and beastly desire were fighting each other in his brain. and he regretted making the woman in his arms so beautiful. Teach me, Tilda. Vanax didn't notice her dangerous situation at all. She thrust, and finally succeeded in taking away the remaining sanity of Yuri. Yuri pressed the silly bird under him fiercely. Do you want me to teach you? Vanax saw the desire in Yuri's trembling golden eyes. She looked away evasively and involuntarily tightened her jade arms around Yuri's neck. I think. Crack, the door was locked. The silencer function is activated, Kate. Who was on the second floor? Completely lost her voice on the third floor and smashed the laptop in her hand. She looked around at the three people who dared not speak, and lay on the hard iron bed without saying a word. I'll let you go first today, and tomorrow morning I will occupy the boss's bed. Do you want to mate with the boss? Lie down on the second floor and listen, nooned Yuri, who had been busy in bed all morning. Carried Vanax out of the bathroom. Have you learned enough? Yuri threw the stupid bird on the bed and dressed in front of the mirror. He turned on the phone and found that his good employee Ethan had made more than a dozen calls one after another throughout the morning. Okay, Vanax obviously hasn't adapted to the human body yet. She subconsciously shakes her body, trying to get rid of the water droplets on her body surface. Clap, clap, claps when Yuri turned around. He happened to see two large granaries swinging at a high frequency. His handsome face instantly elongated, and he walked over and wrapped the silly bird into a piece of sushi with a quilt. Boss, what are you doing? To shut up. Yuri opened the door and walked out, only to hear a flurry of activity on the second floor. When he went down to take a look, he called him a good guy, three big men huddled in a trench coat. And Kate had three to herself, one for the bidon for her body, and another to cover herself with. Boss. Yuri walked to the bedside of Kate, the only one who didn't say hello, and immediately saw a corner of the portable computer that was hidden despite its efforts. Boss, Kate knew she couldn't hide it anymore. She sat up from the bed, lowered her head and took out her laptop from the quilts. Well, I accidentally disabled it. Yuri just stared at her. Kate forced herself to look at Yuri for a few seconds, but eventually she was defeated by the leader's strong pressure. She got out of bed and stood close to Yuri, rubbing her head on Yuri's arm. I want to fuck him too. Mating with the boss on the third floor. Tilda. The corner of Yuri's mouth twitched. He pushed Kate away and said as he walked, it's full of mating. How decent it is you are all waiting for me here. I will buy you some clothes. A trace of excitement flashed across Kate's cold and pretty face. Cats are very sensitive animals. She knew that the boss had already agreed in his heart. All he had to do tonight was to climb up to the big bed on the third floor earlier than that stupid bird. Yuri didn't know what Kate was thinking. He opened the security door in the corridor and thought about what kind of clothes he should buy later. Boss, after turning the corner, Ethan came up to him with an anxious look on his face. He grabbed one of Yuri's sleeves and kept complaining. There is an agent outside who claims to be from the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau and has been in the store. I've called you more than a dozen times. Why didn't you come out until now, Snake Shield? Yuri took off Ethan's hand and took advantage of the last flight of stairs to straighten his collar. The name of this thing is quite long, but it needs output but not output. And it needs defense but not defense in the end. Even the funds for the Avengers came from Tony's Stark Group. The only things that Mayor Falxia can take out may be the beep machine that has been hoarded for more than 10 years, and the cosmic cube that is actually controlled by Hydra. Slightly crowded first floor at a glance. Yuri saw the friendly Agent Carlson, the head of the novice village, with a hairline that reached the Tianling cap. Nice to meet you, Mr. Yuri Ambrosius. My name is Phil Carlson, from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. You can call me Carlson. Smiling, no one could refuse the hand extended by Carlson. Yuri nodded politely, clenched his right hand into a fist, and gently hammered Carlson's hand of friendship. Carlson didn't feel there was anything embarrassing about this. He crossed his hands in front of his lower abdomen very naturally and explained the purpose of his visit. We learned from Tony that he was here last night. So what about the appearance last night? Do you know any information about the steel armor of Osborne Tower and Stark Tower? Yuri chuckled. Tony would never give him away so easily. Worthy of being an elite social master among humans. Coulson heard Yuri's suspicion and took out a document directly from his handbag and handed it to Yuri. Agreement on permanent transfer of special items. It says, the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Agency permanently transfers the belongings of Howard Stark to his son Tony Stark, and so on. And the last page of the document is clearly signed Tony Stark. Graham's name. He just sold me out. Yuri shook the document in his hand, and the paper collided and made a squeaking sound. This plot is wrong. Could it be that Tony's injury was completely cured, causing a butterfly effect in the world? Coulson smiled again. This is just a deal, Mr. Ambrosius. We exchanged his father's relics that should have been permanently sealed for some information about last night. Tony said you are too humanoid flying driver of things. This bastard. Yuri scolded the low character of a certain mustache in his heart. It's fine if you sell me. Why do you want to pour dirty water on me before the transaction? What does pilot of two humanoid flying objects mean? Since you are unkind first, then don't blame me for being unrighteous, all right? Yuri pretended to be, I'm so sorry that you found out the truth. And then said loudly and indignantly, Mr. Coulson, I am indeed the driver of the two humanoid flying objects, as Tony said. But who is driving them, it's not important. I think their inventor is the key to the problem. Coulson heard something in his words. So he hurriedly asked, do you know who is their inventor? I know, but this inventor is my dearest relative. Friend and brother. Yuri rubbed his thumb and index finger solemnly. We have to pay more. $30. This is the highest price ever quoted by the other party after using mind control on Coulson. Yuri curled his lips in disgust. Damn it. The black man of fact is really black and the dog is a real dog. This is the inventor of the armor, Tony Stark. It's only worth $30. He signaled Ethan to take the cash box and count it face to face with the currency detector. With a blink of his eyes, he used his ability to make the process of bargaining just now in Coulson's memory very natural. Well, Coulson didn't notice anything unusual. He glanced at the cash box on the counter with a slightly regretful look. He couldn't get a penny from this mission except for the bonus. Looking back, he looked at Yuri and asked, who is that person? Yuri chuckled, even if I don't tell you. You should know who it is. Coulson smiled slightly and did not answer. If not only would he not get a pennies, but he might also be deducted for spending money to buy wrong information. Yuri nodded. Tony Stark, as you know. A set of armor needs a lot of energy to put into actual combat. Only his microreactor can meet the energy output required by the armor. Coulson stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Mr. Yuri, happy to cooperate, pleasant to work with. Yuri also stretched out his hand. But at the last moment, when the two hands were held together, he suddenly retracted his arm and made a thumbs up with his fingers. Mr. Yuri is so naughty. Coulson gracefully withdrew his fist between the two of them. He nodded to Ethan, who was busy counting the money, and left the ancestors' handicraft shop without looking back. Through the window, Yuri clearly saw dozens of tall and muscular people with bulging waists pushing out the doors of various shops near the handicraft shop. They got into several cars parked on the roadside and walked towards several different shops. The direction is far away, haha. Yuri turned back to the front desk and randomly took out a wad of banknotes from the ones Ethan had counted. After counting them, I'd better put them back in the cash box. I'll go buy some things and I'll put them away when I come back. Good boss. Ethan didn't even raise his head, immersed in the banknotes that smelled strongly of ink and couldn't extricate himself. Yuri shrugged, rolled up a finger-thick green knife, stuffed it into his pocket, and opened the store door. Nike Adidas. He swept through everything from commonly used sportswear and suits to universal men's underwear and C+ and B-shaped bear covers. He even customized a few sets for special occasions for 5 guys who didn't even have ID cards. Dress. Yuri unloaded the clothes bags hanging on his arms in the handicraft shop. told Ethan not to move, took out a two-finger-thick wad of bills from the cash box, and left the shop again. Ethan looked at the lush green in the cash box and shook his head, although I'm not interested in money. You can't tempt me like that. The windows are full of pedestrians, providing a rich source of customers to the shops facing the street. But there is no doubt, no one will enter a handicraft store that requires a grandchild to enter. Not even the delivery boy in Hell's Kitchen, they just leave the food at the door. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about salary. Ethan touched Carlson's shiny forehead and when he let go. He pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose. He glanced at the time on his watch, 12:50. You'll be ready to eat in 10 minutes. He went into the bathroom and washed the dishes he had brought with him in advance. When he came out, he found Yuri getting out of the car with the delivery boy from Hell's Kitchen. Open the door, Ethan. Yuri and the delivery boy moved out one heavy foam box after another from the trunk and back seat of the car. Ethan opened the store door and asked in confusion while helping him go inside, "Boss, are you stocking up on supplies? There are so many, we can't eat them all even in a week." Yuri took out a knife from his pocket and handed it to the delivery boy as a tip. After watching the person go away, he closed the store door and said to Ethan, "There are some new employees in the store." This is the amount of a meal, Ethan seemed to understand, and had a vague guess either there were a lot of new employees, or the new employees, like the boss, had an astonishing appetite. A sensible person knows what to ask and what not to ask. He took out his own portion and returned to the counter. This job was no longer so wonderful, and he didn't want to cause any complications. Shaq Kate Vanex come down. The security door at the stairway on the second floor opened automatically, and several heavy footsteps quickly went down the stairs to the first floor. Ethan pushed up his glasses, good guy. 3 big men with big muscles and thick waists share a windbreaker. The front is covered and the back is exposed. It's eye-catching, stop. All footsteps stopped abruptly. Yuri distributed the clothes bags piled on the ground to the 5 people, and ordered the men to go back to the second floor and the women to go to the third floor to change before going out to eat. The 3 grown men got the clothes, completely ignored Ethan behind the counter, and ran back to the second floor naked. Yuri smiled awkwardly at Ethan. They may be a little different from ordinary people. Please forgive me if you encounter anything. Ethan swallowed the food in his mouth, glanced at the stairs and nodded, don't worry, boss. I think I'm mentally prepared within a few minutes. 5 well-dressed young men and women stood uncomfortably on the first floor. The silly bird Vanex put his hand into his shirt, grabbed the shaping underwear wrapped with 2 food bags with an impatient look on his face and said, "Boss, can you not wear these things and the ones inside the pants? It makes me feel so uncomfortable." The other 4 people nodded in agreement. And then 5 pairs of eyes full of anticipation stared at the mutant leader who kept twitching the corners of his mouth. Endure, adapt, prevails. Yuri slowly spit out 3 ordinary words. He glanced at the 5 people, and finally set his eyes on the stupid bird. Treat them as environmental factors that you have to endure. I believe you, yes, Ethan, who was drinking water, was startled by the sudden sound. A mouthful of water went half into his stomach and half into his lungs, choking him and coughing nonstop. Boss, who is this human being? The silly bird looked away disdainfully at Ethan, who was coughing and his face turned red. He could become like this even after drinking water. Human beings are really weak. Yuri was distributing lunch boxes to Shaq and others, and he said emphatically, man. Vanex, you should ask, who is this man? Oh. Vanex just asked casually, and her attention quickly shifted to the foam box on the ground that exuded an alluring fragrance. Where's mine? Where's mine, boss, where's mine? Yuri picked up his 30 portions of steaks and complimentary fruits, pointed to the 2 remaining foam boxes with his chin and said, "Those are your steak, them over here. And I'll teach you how to eat." Puff Ethan, who had just returned to normal, squirted out all the anti-shock water he had just drank in his mouth. He wiped off the water stains on the counter. With shock remaining in his eyes, teach him how to eat. What kind of teaching? What is the way to eat? Can I take a look at a meal in total? The 5 Vanexers broke 24 table knives, punctured lunch boxes and bent table forks. Ethan stared at the clear fingerprints on the scrapped pure steel tableware in the garbage bag and swallowed hard. Sure enough, these new employees are all ruthless people without exception. After the meal, Yuri taught them step by step how to clean the tableware. This process became much more harmonious. After the previous study, the 5 Vanexes all learned to control their power within the appropriate range, except for the useless dishwashing liquid. Apart from being a little too much, I finally had no tableware to prevent unexpected deaths. Yuri waited for them to put the remaining tableware back into the foam box, then clapped his hands and asked the 5 people to gather together. Okay. Your task this afternoon is to learn and master the Inuit language. This is very important. It is related to the future in the Arctic Circle. Search for clan members, yes. Ethan blinked. Tribesmen. Could it be that these 6 are not the only ones who can accidentally break a steel spoon? Ethan to Yuri was stunned for a moment, then smiled and patted the shoulder of the only pure human in the handicraft shop and said kindly, "You are not a soldier. And I am not a commander, so there is no need to do this to me. What I want to say is, please help me with language learning. As far as I know, you have mastered several foreign languages, including English." Right. Ethan rubbed his smooth forehead and said with some embarrassment, "But Inuktitut is not within the range of languages I master." It's okay. Yuri pointed at the 5 people who were already whispering with each other on their laptops. He was very confident they have strong learning abilities. I just need your experience in language learning and your gentlemanly behavior. Well, Ethan raised his eyebrows in confusion. The language learning experience is okay. But the behavior of a gentleman. Is this something that can be learned in a short time? Go ahead and take them to the 2nd floor. I'll come and see the store, all right. Ethan reluctantly glanced at the front desk of the handicraft shop. The holy place for fishing. He had a hunch that these leisurely days might not last a few more days. Bay House, Stark's private luxury mansion. Lower parking garage with the help of the robotic arm Derpy. Tony rebuilt an experimental platform among many luxury cars, surprisingly. There was also a man in a white coat with a broken arm who helped. It was Tony who said, "Just hand it over when you're done." Yuri's Dr. Lizard Doctor. Lizard Connors placed a box of mice and bowed to Tony very sincerely. "Mr. Stark, thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to continue this research." "You're welcome," holding the ultrafine needle. Tony carefully drew out about 1 milliliter of the lizard potion that was going to be put into the canary device. "We won't have a lot of time together, so hurry up and hope to make us some controllable outcomes." Connors helped fix a white mouse and carefully asked while Tony was injecting medicine into it, "Mr. Stark, are you really sure that you don't need to conduct systematic study of biochemistry?" "Do not." Tony pulled out the needle and pointed an extremely complex-looking camera at the cage. After doing all this, he quickly walked to the side of the analysis computer and carefully recorded the continuously refreshed data. "If you can reach my level in a certain field of science, you will be surprised to find that no matter what is it biology, chemistry, physics, engineering, informatics, the ends of science are all connected." Connors was shocked. He knew that there was a big gap in knowledge and wisdom between him and Tony. But Tony heard that meanings. Does he think he has reached the end of science? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Connors moved closer to Tony to see what he was recording. Number of abnormal body movements. Body temperature of various parts. Abnormal behavior analysis. And some messy formulas and symbols written on paper. The mouse in the cage had begun to lose its hair and swell, with patches of dark green scales appearing on its surface, and a few gleaming sharp claws sprouting from its originally tender and soft feet. A squeak, squeak, squeak hiss. The mouse's voice gradually changed into a lizard. When Connors heard it, he immediately said eagerly, "Now, Mr. Stark, the mouse has turned into a lizard." Stark glanced at the various data on the computer, and his powerful brain power recorded them all in an instant. He trotted to the little white mouse that had turned into a lizard and took out tools to test its abilities in detail. Super power, super defense, super recovery. On the tray in Tony's hand, there were already 12 lizard rats' front and rear legs that were still twitching, and 3 lizard rat tails that were alive and kicking like loaches, which meant that he had amputated the limbs and tails of lizard rats 3 times. But the lizard rat in the cage still had sound limbs and was unscathed. If it weren't for the green blood splashing on the cage wall, no one would believe that this little guy who acted a little violently had suffered a severed limb. Almost. Connors reminded after Tony's 4th cruel attack, the effect of the potion will gradually decay with the number of rebirths of severed limbs. According to my previous experiments, it is about 4 to 5 times, sure enough. The dark green scales on the mouse faded away one by one, and the snow-white mouse hairs emerged from the body surface again. The values on the computer dropped rapidly like a waterfall, and a skinny white mouse appeared in the cage again. The lizard state only improves the efficiency of energy utilization, but the energy source needed to regenerate a severed limb is still the energy storage substance in the body. I inject a large amount of glucose before each transformation to prevent myself from becoming what I am now. Connors explained in detail the reasons for this change in mice. He added with great regret, and the object of regeneration of a broken limb is only the organ that I had before the transformation. No matter how I improve it, it can't restore my broken arm. Tony opened the cage, pinched the tail, and picked up the dying little white mouse. A squeaka squeaka. The mouse's feeble begging for mercy was ignored. Tony threw it casually to Derpy, the mechanical arm standing by, while he tugged on his beard and thought hard. He is not interested in super strength and super endurance at all, because these abilities must be the product of genetic modification. He does not want to be inserted into some lizard, spider, or other genes. The only thing that interests Tony is the super recovery in the lizard state. The commercial value it can generate is not mentioned for the time being, but its healing ability is enough to make everyone excited. The ends of science are connected, this is absolutely true. But there is another saying, the end of science is theology. A pair of dazzling golden eyes flashed in Tony's mind. Thinking of his miraculously healed chest, he touched his nose with a little guilt, if he knew that he was betrayed by me. Well, hey. Yuri crossed his legs and answered the phone behind the counter. Sitting in front of him were 4 mutant tribesmen who exuded nervousness. The leader, Vanax, was undergoing an Inuktitut language examination. What? Do you want me to go? The eyes of Sha Nio and the 3 behind Shaq lit up. Is the exam going to be suspended? Ha ha ha. Sha Mao is really unlucky. Although she did pass the exam just now. Our exam has been postponed. 1,000, I'll go right away. Yuri hung up the phone and met 4 pairs of eyes full of surprise and joy. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times, understanding this wonderful feeling. Boss, are the exams going to be suspended? Vanax sighed fakely, it's such a pity. I wanted to pass the exam in one go like Kate Tilda, ha ha. Yuri walked out from behind the counter and gave her a hard blow. Looking at the stupid bird crying with his head in his arms, he picked up a copy of Les Miserables on the front desk and stuffed it into her arms. Then turned his head, he ordered the 3 shacks, you keep an eye on her. After the translation is completed tonight, I will check when I come back. He pinched Vanax's face that was about to cry, and forced an ugly smile with both hands, facing the other party's resentful eyes. He smiled evilly and said, how can the exam that has already started end? No need to regret it after the translation. You will have passed the exam in one go just like Kate. Well, Vanax looked at the exam content that was a finger thick and wanted to make a final attempt. Well, I have run out of refills, haha, Yuri laughed out loud. He grabbed it from behind the counter and took out a dozen pen refills. He handed it to Vanax's arms and said very softly, don't worry. If you don't have enough, just come to the front desk to get it. Don't tell me. Les Miserables and Oxford Dictionary are enough. Vanax took the pen refill and said angrily but helplessly, bad boss. Yuri and the other four took their places and started the examination again. After proctoring the exam for a while, they returned to the third floor alone to change clothes and prepare to set off. Boss Yuri looked up from the stairwell and saw Kate, who was wearing a tight black leather coat and a cute cat headband. She held the door frame with one hand and leaned against the wall naturally. Her slender thigh kept rubbing the other one back and forth. Can you not go? I want to mate with you right now. Yuri blinked and forcibly looked away from his eyes, which had become heated unconsciously. He lowered his head. And two villains began to fight in his mind. One shouted, I want to mate. And the other shouted 1,000 million US dollars. The two of them went back and forth. And the fight was very lively, okay. Yuri strangled the two villains to death. He held Kate's waist and said while walking to the bedroom, go change into normal clothes and come with me. Normal clothes. Kate held Yuri's waist between her legs, quickly and seductively circled his crotch and did a backflip. She leaned close to Yuri's ear and asked in confusion, I think this dress is it normal? Uncle. Yuri ruthlessly pulled off the warm body from his back and threw it on the sofa. He walked into the bedroom, picked out a pure black strapless evening dress and threw it to Kate, saying, wear this tonight. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly added, find another bag and bring the leather jacket with you. Oh yes. Kate easily opened the hidden zipper on the back of the leather jacket and took it off in 2 or 3 strokes. Yuri looked at the band-aid on the granary and twitched his mouth. So he took out another set of underwear and threw it to her. Take that off. And use this to cover it. Yes, boss. Yuri let out a long sigh. None of these 5 members of the same race are easy to worry about. With this way of life, how can you expect me to let you out to be your own man? After helping Kate open the car door, Yuri pulled the silly cat behind him who was full of curiosity and wanted to test how hard the door handle was, and said to the sturdy young man with a smile in front of him, thank you. Happy, this is what I should do. Hapakyang's eyes frequently fell on Kate, who was wearing a black gauze evening dress. In fact, he had already glanced at her several times while driving because he couldn't help but look at her. How could there be such a perfect woman in this world? Yuri knew very well what Happy was thinking when shaping the faces and bodies of the 5 Vanaks. He racked his brains and thought, and they could be considered world-class. Happy was acting normal, you can't touch it anyway, so. Yuri pulled Kate into his gentle arms, and the latter obediently leaned her little head on his shoulder and rubbed it up and down. Yuri asked with a smile, I would also like to trouble you to take me to find Tony. You know this villa is too big, oh well. Happy woke up instantly. He lowered his head in fear and apologized as he led the way forward. I'm sorry. Mr. Yuri, Miss Kate is too beautiful, thank you. Yuri patted Kate's belly and asked her to thank him too. Unexpectedly, the latter tilted his head and asked in confusion, boss. Am I beautiful? Cough coughs. Happy almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He cleared his throat to relieve the embarrassment, and then affirmed extremely seriously from the front, in fact, Miss Kate, you are the most beautiful and elegant woman I have ever seen. Mr. Yuri, what a blessing to have found you as my girlfriend. I'm not, Yuri covered Kate's mouth. He didn't want the silly cat to say another word, so he forcibly changed the subject. Happy. Do you know why Tony called me here tonight? As a professional bodyguard. Although Tony was out of shape later because he had a suit for personal protection, his professionalism has always been reliable. He can answer almost any question about Tony, to be honest. I don't know the specific reason, but when I saw Tony, I also saw a white coat with a broken arm standing next to him. So maybe it's some kind of experiment, broken arm. White coats. Yuri and Kate looked at each other. The latter's eyes were full of doubt and curiosity. Why is the boss looking at me? Do you want me to wear a white coat when I mate? But I didn't bring it, I'm not thinking about you. Yuri decisively withdrew from Kate's mind. He was filled with silly cat's mating, is it reliable? Following Happy to the elevators, Yuri saw him pull out a red button hidden behind the partition after some operations. Tony asked me to take you directly to his secret garden in the underground garage. It's the only way I know of to get there. Happy explained with his back to the two. He was really afraid that he would lose his composure again. Yuri felt the elevator descending steadily. What a bullshit underground garage. Are there any underground garages built 50 meters below the surface? Ding dong, the elevator stopped. The steel door slowly opened and Tani, wearing a white coat, walked up quickly, without even looking at the other two people in the elevator. He pulled Yuri and said as he walked, "You're here, hurry up. Help me see what's going on, Connors." Yuri raised his eyebrows. How did these two people get involved? He looked around. There were many strange experimental machines here. Most of them were covered with dust. The latest one seemed to be a dozen cages containing white mice. Oh yes. Tony pulled Yuri to the experimental table, illuminated by a shadowless lamp, pointed at the green lizard rat in the transparent tempered glass and said, "There are some problems with our experiment." "And that is that anyway. The potion that caused Connors to turn into a lizard man, no one can perfectly regenerate a severed limb." At this time, the lizard mouse in the experimental box began to degenerate, and the green scales on the body disappeared one by one. But what happened with it was the cracking of the limbs and tail inch by inch. Connors sighed, looked at the fluffy white meatball in the experimental box and said helplessly, "It's like this potion has memory. When time comes, everything will return to its original state." Kate, who followed step by step, finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. She looked at Yuri quietly, and when she saw that he didn't notice her, she immediately reached out and took a cage with a white mouse in it at lightning speed, and raised it to look carefully in front of your face. A squeak squeak. The poor little mouse had a look of panic on its face. It hid on all fours in the corner of the cage farthest away from Kate, and buried its pointed little head deeply into its belly. Seeing this, Yuri simply let go of her slender waist, take the cage and play aside. "Don't open it, yes." In Tony's eyes that said, "You really know how to play." Kate stuck out her little tongue and licked Yuri's face. Then she carried the cage and hid in the corner to play. The trouble disappeared for the time being. Yuri put his arm around Tony's shoulders, narrowed his eyes and said quietly, before starting all the things to be done here, "Do you want to explain to me why there is a self-proclaimed Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency? An agent led a dozen of his men into my handicraft shop." Haha, Tony wanted to fool the past, but seeing that Yuri's eyes had a faint tendency to turn pure white, he quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and said, "I can't explain it, but I can make it up. Tell me in detail." Yuri sat on the experimental table with his hands folded across his chest. He looked at Tani, who had an unhappy face, and said, "You only have one chance, okay? Tony is indeed one of the leading capitalists in the Free Beacon country. And the greatest skill of capitalists is to draw big pie." He faced the white mouse in the cage and said impassionedly, "As you can see, I am conducting a great experiment. It will bring good news to hundreds of millions of disabled people in the world, and will also its inventor brought immeasurable wealth and fame. Yuri, is this compensation enough? 60%. Yuri opened his mouth. 20% of it is the compensation you give me. And the rest is my value as one of the inventors of this technology." No. Tony was furious in an instant. If this technology is really put into the society, it will inevitably receive help from all sides. And the most valuable gift is naturally its shares. If it is distributed according to Yuri, it will eventually fall on the original shares in his stark hands will not exceed percent. Up to 40%. Tony held out 4 fingers and explained seriously, "First of all, Dr. Connors must have at least 5% of the shares. Secondly, Stark must have 20% and above. The rest must be given to Congress and various parties, organizations, societies, medical institutions. So the most I can give you is 40% and many more." Connors, who had been listening for a long time, finally couldn't help it anymore. He looked up and down at Yuri's, who had no temperament as a pediatric researcher. He looked at Tony with great confusion and asked, Why are you discussing the sharing issue now? Who is it? Why do you think he can definitely solve our problems? Why? Pop, Yuri ordered Connors to sleep on the spot. He stretched out 5 fingers, looked at Tony and said word by word, 50. 0%, not a single point less. You should be thankful that we have some friendship. Otherwise, I will spend every minute let you be like Doctor Connors helping count the money after being sold. Connors, who was completely controlled by Yuri, spoke up at the right time. I will provide all the help I can for free. I don't want any shares or profits. Tony swallowed hard. And he thought again of the fear of being completely dominated by someone in a cave. His mustache twitched twice. And Tony was finally defeated. Akyake. It was a mistake for me to invite you here. Because you are simply a robber. Yuri chuckled and brought the topic to the right track. Come on. Tana, let me see your experimental process. The pure white eyes flashed away. Forgetting everything just now, with a sad face, Dr. Connors picked up the microsyringe and drew out a small amount of lizard medicine for injection. Tony operated the robotic arm and forcibly tore off the hind legs of a white mouse. After fixing it, he cooperated with Connors to inject the medicine in the needle into the poor white mouse. Zhizhai tilde hiss tilde. Yuri gently placed his right index finger on the tempered glass cover. Wisps of golden energy passed through the cover that even bullets could not penetrate, and directly entered the body of the completely lizard-shaped white mouse. Scales, flesh, bones, claws, nerves, brain, cells, genes. Yuri closed his eyes and silently felt the great changes taking place in the mouse body. Kate, who was hiding aside and playing with the mouse, quietly guarded him. Her perfect body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Wow. Tony finally took a look at Kate, and the feeling of electric shock instantly spread throughout the nerves of his body. Facing such a demonic figure, he instantly put the unhappiness behind him. And the dude of the Stark family went online again. Excuse me, frankly speaking. Are you Yuri's female companion? I don't think there is anything about him that is worthy to shut up in an instant. Kate burst out with a speed that could not be detected by the naked eye. She grasped Tony's neck with one hand and easily lifted him up. She lowered her voice and said in an unquestionable tone, "If you dare to say another word to disturb the boss, I will kill you immediately." Tony had never seen someone with such murderous intent. The moment he looked into those beautiful eyes, he seemed to see a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and a jungle of bones rushing towards him. The terrifying pressure made him even 10 seconds after being put down. Couldn't breathe for a few seconds, Tony, whose face turned purple, took a deep breath. Kate was still protecting Yuri as before, but in Tony's eyes, the once handsome and devilish body had become as terrifying as a wild beast. He was like a cage. The little white mouse in the room crawled on its hands and knees away from Kate, until its rapid breathing gradually calmed down. At this moment, Yuri's golden eyes reopened. He subconsciously looked at where Tony was standing just now and said, "Okay, I already know what's going on," blinking. He looked at the innocent-looking Kate next to him and asked, "Where are the peoples?" Tony was so frightened that he was obviously out of sorts for the rest of the time. From time to time, his frightened eyes glanced at Kate, who was squatting aside playing with mice. And from time to time, the bloody and terrifying vision flashed through her mind. "Do you understand?" Yuri waved his hand on Connors, who was still confused despite trying his best to listen. Brought a glass of water like a primary school student. Seeing Yuri take it and start drinking, he said embarrassedly, "I understand. But I don't fully understand the local application of the decay equation you mentioned. Can it really be achieved with current science and technology?" Tony Connors touched Tony, who looked obsessed with sex. "What about you? Do you understand what?" Tony cleared his throat and pretended to tidy up his clothes. He met Yuri's scrutinizing gaze without hesitation and said confidently, "Of course. How could I not understand?" He reached out his hand and wanted to pat Yuri's shoulder. But after feeling the gaze from a certain corner, he took his hand back in a sullen voice. "Well, I suddenly remembered that Pepper is still waiting for me upstairs." Yuri Connors and this beautiful lady. I leave this place to you as soon as he finished speaking. He walked through the dusty equipment to find an aisle far away from Kate. As he was getting closer to the elevator, he heard Yuri's voice coming from behind him. Remember to clean out a room for me. A guest room. I will stay here for one night after I finish my work here. Okay, no problems. Tony turned on the elevator switch and looked at the numbers falling above his head. He felt a mixture of eagerness and joy in his heart. Isn't it just a guest room? As long as you can get me away from this scary woman, I'll have no problem preparing all kinds of props for you. Ding dong. Tony rushed in and immediately pressed the door close button frantically. It wasn't until the elevator doors closed that no more than one person could pass through. He took a deep breath and relaxed. I won't even touch a woman for a week, Tony, who had sworn a poisonous oath, paused and then changed his words, except Pepper. In the underground laboratory, Yuri did not immediately start modifying the lizard potion. He put his hand on the rigid wall and activated his mechanical ability to instantly destroy all the cameras in the room. Wiping off the thick dust on a certain machine, a line of English letters was revealed: Strategic Scientific Reserve Institute. What is this for? Kate curiously pressed the most conspicuous green button on the machine. In the next second, there was a humming sound from the operation of high-power electrical appliances, and a faint blue light appeared in the gap at the machine's connection. Kate shrank her neck and hid behind Yuri. She put her head on Yuri's shoulder, blinking her big eyes and looking timidly and curiously at the machine, where the blue light was getting brighter and brighter. Ding-dongs, ding-dongs, ding-dongs. 3 crisp sounds sounded inside the machine. Yuri followed the sound to find a small drawer-like part. After opening it, he found 3 cubes shining with dazzling blue light lying quietly inside. The blue light shone on Yuri, and he felt that a certain ability in his body began to stir. After careful inspection, it turned out to be the super speed he finally obtained from Makari. Okay, Yuri picked up a cube and held it tightly in the palm of his left hand. A gorgeous blue light swirled up along a certain pattern and soon infected the entire arm. Yuri picked up another piece and held it in his right hand. He closed his eyes and commanded a second before he exerted force to hold the 2 thumb-sized cubes. Guard me and don't let anyone get close. Boom! The violent blue energy group pushed away all the surrounding equipment. Not far away, the weak doctors. Connors was directly knocked into the wall and fell to the ground. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Yuri's veins were exposed all over his body, and he unconsciously revealed his original shape under the tremendous pain. The dozens of transmission tubes behind his back frantically absorbed the space energy floating in the air and transmitted it all into Yuri's body drop by drop. Time seemed to slow down extremely slowly at this moment. It was only a few seconds, but it seemed to Yuri that a long time had passed. The blue light gradually disappeared from his body surface, intertwined with the super speed and merged into mysterious blue-gold lines. As soon as his mind moved, he saw a brilliant blue-gold light strip passing by, and he appeared on the other side of the underground laboratory without warning. Apart from the dazzling light and shadow effects, the entire process failed to lift even a thin piece of paper in the path. Kate saw him returning to his human form little by little and knew that some kind of change had ended. She approached with concern, sniffed some parts of Yuri's body with her nose and asked, "Boss, are you okay?" Yuri lightly clenched his fists, and faint blue-gold lines flashed away. He rubbed Silly Cat's head and replied with a smile, "I'm fine." I've never felt better. With a wave of his hand, dozens of black metal balls dispersed, and golden rays of light swept from top to bottom across all the old-looking machines in the underground laboratory. Dang dang! The instantaneous disappearance of the object immediately caused the air pressure in the laboratory to drop. A large amount of air poured into the laboratory through the elevator, causing the elevator door to make a loud noise. Yuri stood still in the strong wind. He looked around and guessed that this should be Tony's father, Howard Stark's secret laboratory, and those who were taken into the Black Ball should be the current Snake Shield Bureau, the Cosmic Cube Energy Gun manufacturing line to be copied. After putting away the black balls, he asked Kate to hold on to the remaining experimental equipment related to the lizard potion, while he squatted in front of Connors and tested his breath. Yuri curled his lips. Human beings are really a fragile race, but it is precisely because of their strong reproductive ability, high level of intelligence, and easy destruction that they were chosen by the gods to become the fuel for the birth of new gods. Can I eat him? After Kate finished the task given to her by Yuri, she swallowed her saliva at the still warm body. After all, she was a doctor. If you eat him, he will be smarter than a stupid bird, right? What you eat is what you need to supplement, right? No. Yuri carried the doctor's body to a chair, and his golden eyes turned pure white in an instant. The doctor suddenly twitched a few times, and then opened his eyelids, revealing the pure white underneath white eyes. A strange scene appeared. Yuri and the doctor spoke at the same time. Their expressions cannot be said to be not much different. They can only be said to be exactly the same. Yuri and Connors spoke at the same time. I also need to borrow from Dr. Connors' more developed brain. Kate looked at the scene in front of her curiously, her big eyes full of novelty. This is a new ability unlocked by Yuri's open mind. Its effect can be roughly understood as installing a link processor on the brain, which can not only increase brain capacity, but also greatly increase thinking speed and understanding ability. He raised his arm, and Connor's body beside him also completed this action simultaneously. Yuri could clearly feel the death of the nervous system in the corpse, because as time passed, he could no longer even feel the corpse. Bang. All the nerve cells in Dr. Connor's legs finally died. After losing Yuri's control, his joints softened and he collapsed on the chair again. Seeing this, Yuri ignored it and walked to the experimental table. He took out a drop of lizard medicine with an ultrafine needle and dropped it on the glass slide. Strands of golden life energy overflowed from his fingertips and penetrated into the dark green droplets on the glass slide. Now the transformation begins. Eliminate the tyrannical genes that can be directly felt, the intermittent and trivial genes, and the genes that are harmful to the recovery of injuries under the perception of life energy. Yuri opened his eyes and was surprised to find that the color of the drop of lizard potion on the glass slide turned blue and green. While with his thinking accelerating, he suddenly came up with a bold idea. If the potion that appeared green to the naked eye was peeled off little by little, leaving only pure blue, could the target potion be obtained directly? With the idea that nothing would go wrong after a try, he used his eyesight and controlled his life energy to roughly extract all the genes that appear green in appearance and can be transcribed and translated into green substances intuitively. Looking at the two distinct drops of medicine, one blue and one green on the slide, ordered Kate, who was watching fiercely on the side, "Go. Bring 2 white mice over. Let us see their respective effects." Squeak, squeak. A squeak, squeak. The 2 mice vividly performed what it means to be cowardly as a mouse and run around with its head in its hands. They shrank in fear in the corner farthest from Kate and screamed loudly to show their submission. Yuri took out 2 brand new microsyringes, sucked up the 2 drops of medicine on the slide and put them away. He opened a cage that Kate was carrying and stretched out his sinful hand to the trembling rat inside. "Come here." He picked up the needle tube filled with green medicine and inserted it precisely into the carotid artery of the mouse. The fast-flowing blood quickly spread the pharmaceutical factors throughout the body. In less than a second, the size of the white mouse in Yuri's hand expanded rapidly, and he could clearly feel that its struggle became stronger. More than 1 magnitude, Zhizhai hissed tilde. This time, the mouse transformed into a lizard significantly faster. Its slippery body kept bumping left and right in Yuri's hands, and it almost escaped several times, his tilde hiss. The size of the lizard mouse continued to expand, and huge deformed muscles propped up the scales like tumors. Its small eyes began to congest and swell, and the skin all over its body made the tearing sound of overwhelmed. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yuri quickly threw it into the experimental cabin made of tempered glass and closed the door. Though, red and green blood mist covered the inner wall of the experimental cabin. Yuri looked closer and found that there were only a few broken white bones scattered everywhere inside. Tusk click the auto clean button, and streams of high-pressure disinfectant water will be ejected from the hidden nozzles in the experimental cabin, quickly cleaning the bloody and cruel scene. He opened the cage in Kate's hand, took out the second mouse inside, and without hesitation injected the blue potion, which represents safe and harmless in the Marvel Universe, into its artery. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Kate poked the white mouse, which seemed to have no chain, and asked confusedly, "Is the potion broken?" "There is another possibility." Yuri pinched one of the mouse's hind legs with his thumb and index finger, and surging power burst out in the next moment. Crack. The still twitching residual limb carried some bone marrow and nerves away from the main body. In the panicked, flopping movements of the mouse, the wound that should have been empty and bleeding unexpectedly sprouted out like worms at a speed visible to the naked eye. Granulation, bones, flesh and blood, tendons. A new and powerful hind leg regenerated, kicking and bouncing with great energy under the control of its owner. Yuri put the white mouse into the experimental cabin and personally took a new white mouse and placed it next to it. Repeating the same trick, he separated the original lizard medicine into blue and green parts. After storing them separately with microsyringes, he opened the cage and directly tore off one of the white mouse's hind legs without injecting any medicine. A squeak squeak. Amid the horrified screams of the white mouse, he injected the blue medicine into its body, and a brand new hind leg quickly reappeared, replacing the original accessory in Yuri's hand. Next is the moment to witness the miracle, calling Kate, whose animalistic nature has not diminished, to the experimental cabin. He ordered her to continue harming the two mice in a measured manner. He himself walked up to Dr. Connors, whose body temperature had begun to drop, and used a black ball to collect the corpse, which had no other use. It is impossible to eat humans. All mutants who have transformed into humans are no longer allowed to feed on humans. This corpse could only be discovered by some homeless people living in the underground waterway one night, and then ignore him and follow the sewage flow to the distance. Boss. Kate pinched the tails of two white mice that were obviously emaciated but could not see any scars on their bodies, and raised them in front of Yuri as if to take credit. It's time to use caution. If you keep playing with them, they may die. Good job. Yuri took a little white mouse, and a sharp claw suddenly emerged from his round fingertips. He lightly scratched the fur of the little white mouse's back, leaving a scar that continuously oozes blood. The mouse wailed feebly. Perhaps the energy of the potion had been exhausted, or perhaps there were no nutrients in its body that could provide the energy needed to regenerate the severed limbs. The wound on its back healed at an alarmingly slow rate, and in the end a scar was left. A small scar of 2 to 3 centimeters. Yuri pulled the mouse's hind legs, and there was no sign of them breaking or collapsing. The golden life energy seeps in and feels carefully, but no obvious problems can be detected. He threw the white mouse into the cage, raised his head and asked Kate, "Which one is this? The one who sprays the medicine first and then pulls the leg, or the one who pulls the leg first and then sprays the medicine?" Kate replied without hesitation, "Boss. The one you have in your hand is the one that first pulled the leg and then applied medicine." Yuri nodded with satisfaction. He felt as if he had really discovered and mastered one of the bugs in this world. If he conducts genetic experiments in the future to study new medicines, he only needs to ensure that they appear blue visible to the naked eye under normal conditions. Basically, there won't be much of a problem once you're born. You will be familiar with it twice, and you will be able to hit the road in the dark 3 times. Yuri held the lizard potion tubes that were supposed to be put into the canary device and distributed throughout New York with both hands. Only percent to percent of the potions were left in them. The missing ones may have been consumed by Tony. The golden energy quickly penetrated into the green potion, accurately and efficiently separating it into 2 new pills of percent blue and percent green. Yuri found a slightly larger needle and took away all the green, hazardous garbage. After thinking about it, he took away half of the remaining blue, beneficial items. With a wave of his hand, he put the 2 needle tubes into the black ball. He put the remaining 2 finger-deep glass tubes into the experimental box, hugged Kate, who could not wait, and walked towards the elevator door. "Boss, can we mate now? Don't tear off my clothes yet. Wait a moment, wait a moment. Let me lock the door at least." The next morning, Yuri was woken up by Kate, who was annoying him, and the two had an in-depth discussion again. And they didn't leave the room until 08:30. The camera in the corridor captured Yuri's figure, and the built-in artificial intelligence Jarvis immediately reminded, "Mr. Ambrosius, please move to the restaurant on the first floor, where there is breakfast prepared for you and Miss Kate. And Mr. Stark is also waiting to discuss with you." Yuri took Kate's arm and walked to the restaurant on the first floor, half intimately and half supporting. The leader's strength is reflected in any aspect, whether it is combat power or IQ, whether it is action ability or sexual intercourse ability. Crush all of the same race. Tony and Yuri walked into the extremely luxuriously decorated restaurant on the first floor almost at the same time. The former grabbed a cheeseburger prepared for him. He raised the canary pipe in his hand and asked vaguely while stuffing something into his mouth, "Rode, where is Dr. Connors? Where are the machines in the lab? What about the production process of medicine? The effect is very good, but if it cannot be mass-produced, our cooperation last night will be ruined." Yuri let go of Kate, who was pressing her whole body on his arm, and let her go to the slowly rotating food line to get what she liked. He casually took a table knife from the dining table and stood directly in front of the meal line while eating and said, "Don't be anxious, Tony. Creating a company is never something that can be completed in a short time." Tony glanced at Kate from afar, who was carefully picking food across the way. After making sure it was safe, he took a small step closer to Yuri and said, "I have a very professional team. It is not difficult to create a company. The only thing we lack now is someone who can mass-produce it." "A potion." Yuri used his masseter muscles to chew up and swallow the steak that almost burst out of his mouth. He picked up a glass of red wine and drank it down, while extending the knife to another piece of steak. The old god said, "I'm going to, before I hand over the mass production formula to you, I want to ask you to borrow some money." Tony swallowed the last bite of the cheeseburger and twirled his fingers with unsatisfied interest. After hearing, Thish was quite surprised and asked Yuri, who had a calm face, "Borrow money? Have you had any big expenses recently?" Yuri opened his mouth wide and swallowed the whole steak. His hard teeth easily tore it into pieces. The full amount of food made it impossible for him to open his mouth to speak. But it could not prevent Tony from hearing what he wanted to say. "It's none of your business, Tony. You just need to answer me, borrow or not." Tony was startled by the sudden voice in his head. He jumped far away, covered his ears, and looked at Yuri, who was chewing steak seriously in horror, and yelled, "Get out of my head." "Relax, Tony." Yuri directly and locally controlled some of Tony's organs, controlling his endocrine glands to release inhibitory hormones. Human emotions are easily manipulated because most of them are related to the levels of various hormones in the body. Tony's feeling now is very strange. Although he is extremely angry and terrified, his heart is strangely calm and calm. "What did you do to me again?" Tony looked at Kate, who was silently guarding Yuri with fear, and could neither advance nor retreat for a moment. Yuri had enough time to scrape off the white cream from the corner of Kate's mouth with a table knife, and continued the intracranial transmission. "I just managed the emotions you couldn't manage for you. You see, now we can talk calmly." After Tony scolded Yuri calmly, he sighed expressionlessly. After confirming that there was nothing unusual except for some strange senses, he quickly adjusted his condition and adapted to the current situation. "It's okay to borrow money, but you have to pledge this thing to me. I will lend you as much as the value of the thing you pledge here is worth." Tony saw that Yuri was eating so deliciously, so he also got another cheeseburger and a glass of red wine. The latter took a long time and finally swallowed the steak in his mouth. He picked up a glass of new wine and drank it in one gulp. He pointed to the secret laboratory under the floor and asked, "The only shares I can give you are the shares of the new company. How much do you think he's worth, what?" Tony was shocked. He looked Yuri up and down. There was no hint of joking in his golden eyes. He spread his hands and replied while thinking, "This is not an easy question to answer. Yuri, as your friend, I'll give it a valuation. How about 50 billion? Yuri nodded and took a hard bite on the third piece of steak. The overflowing juices were squeezed out by the suddenly compressed muscle fibers, making a sizzling sound. He looked at Tony and said through gritted teeth as if talking to himself, "It seems you don't want to borrow it anymore." Tony leaned back and denied it. He said angrily, "If this potion can only be produced through magic owned by a certain major shareholder who holds 0% of the shares, believe me, Yuri. 50 billion is really, it's just the value of your 0% shares, 5,000 billion. Yuri swallowed the meat sauce in his mouth and stuffed the remaining steak into his mouth. He stretched out a hand with the 5 fingers spread widely, considering the recent stock price of Stark Industries. "If it plummets, I only ask you to borrow 5,000 billion. You don't have to worry about the mass production process. I will naturally take out the money when I get it." Tony looked at Yuri, who was no longer willing to discuss, and fell silent. After finishing his burger and drinking all his wine, he walked alone to the corridor outside the restaurant and dialed Pepper's number. "Hello, get ready, Peppers. I need to make a cash transfer of up to 5,000 billion. What?" The sharp sound stung Tony's eardrums, and he couldn't help but move the phone further away. After Pepper had vented her emotions and calmed down a little, he spoke again. "Get ready in one day, can you do it?" "I do not know." The little Pepper on the other end of the phone pushed the hair that fell from her forehead behind her ears. She reported the recent expenses one by one. "You announced the closure of the weapons manufacturing department, and the stock price fell." I know. Tony interrupted Pepper. "Watch it, Pepper. It won't be long before it picks up again. This is just one of them." Pepper went on to state, "You and your good uncle Obadiah have fought from the ground floor to the top of the Stark Tower, and the entire building needs repairs and maintenance." I know. Tony gave the solution without hesitation. "Seize Obadiah's bank account so we can use his money." After hearing this wonderful idea, Pepper immediately knew that there must be a lot of corruption money during Obadiah's term. As long as it can be used, many problems can be solved. But the woman's pride made it impossible for her to give up so easily. After thinking about it, asked again, "Even so, what about the rare metals you asked me to continue to acquire?" "Okay." Tony leaned against the walls, admiring the luxurious oil painting opposite, while shrugging and surrendering. "Then suspend the acquisition and take out the 5,000 billion US dollars first, no matter what. And we can wait until the stock price rebounds to talk about anything else." Pepper held the phone between her ear and shoulder, and quickly packed up the documents on the desktop with both hands. Suddenly she paused, quickly picked up the phone and asked in a very serious tone, "What about our share recovery plan? We are still 50% away from the expected 15%. Without this 5,000 billion, you may not be able to complete the absolute control of the company." Tony's expression froze for an instant. He glanced at Yuri, who were still enjoying their meal in the restaurant, and said in a heavy and sad tone, "Then let's put the matter of acquiring equity aside for now. When things here are over, there will be more funds and more equity than 50%. Yuri and the two in the restaurant took advantage of Tony's absence and immediately started eating at 10 times speed. In less than 3 minutes, all the meat and high-energy foods on the meal line were swept away by the two of them. "My dear brother Tony, is it all over?" Yuri took a full glass of red wine from Kate and let her wipe the corners of her mouth gently. After taking a sip, he bowed to Tony and asked him bluntly, "When will the money arrive?" Tony stared at the clean meal line in stunned silence. He stared at Yuri's flat belly for a long time, and finally looked away under Kate's cold gaze. He took an apple and took a bite while chewing. He replied casually, it will be paid within a day besides. Are you eating these? He pointed at the empty meal line beside him and asked curiously, nothing else. I just want to know why your belly doesn't seem to have changed at all. It's none of your business. Yuri drank the red wine in one gulp, put down the empty wine glass gently, pulled Kate, who was inexplicably cold, and turned around and left. As Tony said fuck angrily but helplessly, a clear voice sounded in his mind, tonight you come to your ancestors' handicraft shop. Hand over the money and deliver the goods. Dear Tony, goodbye Tilda, I hope never to see you again. Tony whispered to the retreating figure. He could feel that he was recovering. And the birth and death of intense emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow and joy returned to his control one by one. Before he could feel very happy about this incident, he heard Jarvis above his head say, Mr. Ambrosius has driven away the Porsche in your garage. Can you please let me go? Tony's face turned red and blue from time to time, vividly demonstrating what blowing his beard and staring means. After a while, he said helplessly, in that case then. Gentlemen, Jarvis interrupted. The latest situation is that Miss Kate got out of the car and kicked the door open. And Mr. Julian Ambrosius drove away with her. Do you want to call the police, Mr. Stark? Fuck. Fuck. Tony grabbed a chair in the restaurant to vent his emotions. But he obviously overestimated his own strength. After lifting it twice and realizing that it was not a weapon he could control at all, Tony overturned the chair to the ground and kicked it hard. Kicked and said, Jarvis, from now on, I will replace the chairs at home with lightweight ones. They must be ones that I can lift, noted sir. Jarvis behaved as usual, and then returned to the previous topic, sir. Do you need me to call the police on Mr. Ambrosius's car theft behavior? Tony wiped his face with one hand and regained his composure in the blink of an eye. He twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Can Yuri call my car stolen? He clearly robbed it. Don't call the police. Tony glanced at the camera above his head, waved his hand and said, Contact the maintenance staff to repair the door. And let's forget about it, boss. Kate sat in the passenger seat, her small hands restlessly roaming Yuri's body. The soft and boneless body twisted and rolled in the small carriage, and actually sat directly on Yuri's lap. She licked Yuri's earlobe in small mouthfuls and said coquettishly, I'm so full, Tilda, then just stay here. What? Yuri grabbed her by the neck and threw her directly into the back seat. He looked at the rearview mirror with a serious expression. There are only 24 hours in a day, and it takes at least 4 hours for us to mate. Today I have made a rule. No one is allowed to give me sex during the day. Do this, Kate huddled pitifully in the back seat, her big eyes darting around. She poked Yuri with a finger and asked, What if I can't grab Vanix? Yuri chuckled, That's your problem. He drove the car very fast and returned to the door of the handicraft shop in just 10 minutes. Pedestrians on the street watched in surprise as a man and a woman, both of whom were excellent in temperament and appearance, opened the door and walked into the shop. And they actually had the idea of opening the door and entering the shop to take a look. Yuri caught a glimpse of some people approaching the shop, rolled his eyes and drove them away. Boss Vanix, who was exuding a decadent aura, leaned forward feebly. And Yuri glanced at the table full of empty pen refills, rubbed the head of the silly bird that had flung himself into his arms with great satisfaction, and said, Have you finished the translation? Vanek stretched out his hand and pinched off a strand of hair that didn't belong to Yuri, but was tangled in Yuri's clothes, and glared at the radiant Kate fiercely. This bitch cat dared to take advantage of my wife to stop stealing from the boss. Kate stared back with confidence and asked Vanix with her head held high, The boss is asking you something, silly bird. The murderous aura in Vanax disappeared instantly. She walked down from Yuri with a whoosh and handed Yuri a thick stack of handwritten letters on the table, with you written all over her face. Come on, praise me. He said, Boss, I've finished translating. It took me a whole night and 13 pen refills. Although Yuri couldn't read Inuktitut, it didn't affect his pretense at all. He flipped it over casually with his hands, but his eyes looked serious. The translation is good. Hey. Vanax jumped up to Yuri with his hands behind his back, raised his head proudly and asked knowingly, "Did I pass the exam?" "It's over," Yuri wanted to rub her head as a reward, but found that his hand was tightly held by Kate, helpless. He had no choice but to turn sideways and lower his head. And in the midst of Vanax's surprised and incomprehensible eyes and Kate's annoyance at stealing the chicken, he gently kissed the corner of the former's mouth. "All right." Yuri pushed both women away and temporarily appointed them as examiners for the 3 shacks. After finishing while all 5 people were there, he issued a second task to the 5 tribesmen. All the exams must be passed before lunch. After lunch, go to the bookstore next door with Ethan. You need more knowledge and information about the Arctic. What? Watching Vanax and Kate rush the 3 shacks into the second floor like escorting prisoners, Yuri and Ethan, who was working hard at the front desk, doing nothing, ordered, "I have to conduct an important research on the 3rd floor. So you will turn off your cell phone. And if someone comes to see you, if you can drag it with you if you can't. Go to the 2nd floor to find Vanax, and they will help you solve the problem, good boss." Ethan nodded happily. Thanks to the store's sign that people hate ghosts, he didn't think anyone would come here. Even if he did meet someone like the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau a few days ago, he would believe that the 5 inhumanly strong guys on the 2nd floor will handle the problem well. Returning to the 3rd floor, the first thing Yuri did was to open all the various technological magic arrays in the room. Isolation type, defense type, attack type, energy gathering type. In an instant, countless golden mysteries were flowing. Patterns spread throughout the room. The 5 guys who were taking exams on the 2nd floor all looked at the ceiling above their heads. The next second, Vanax shook the examination questions in his hands and brought the other 4 people's thoughts back to reality with a ferocious expression. "Look. What are you looking at? The exam is now." After all the magic circles were activated, Yuri took out all the machines that Howard had left in the underground laboratory from the black ball. The dust covering them had been eliminated in the black ball. Now they are all sharp-edged and shining with a metallic luster. What? The main materials of these machines are not ordinary steel or alloys. They have excellent resistance and toughness to energy. Presumably they are some kind of new alloy specially found or invented by Hydra to extract the energy of the cosmic cube after all. It is the energy ray that can destroy a tank with one shot, will turn into ashes and disappear without a trace, if anyone tries to use it without an instrument capable of carrying its brutal properties. Under Yuri's control, the energy gathering array absorbs all the energy gathered from the sky and the earth and converts it into electrical energy. At the same time, he also transformed the sockets of each machine into magic runes that can directly connect to the energy gathering array. There is no doubt that if these machines are restored to operation now, the power consumed will definitely not be satisfied by the 220V household voltage. He does not want to cause a large-scale power system paralysis like when he made Captain America. He used his ability to see through these machines one by one. Although Howard was not as sharp as Tony, he still needed to be wary of whether the other party had planted some means to prevent the machines from leaking out decades ago. Nothing at all. Yuri checked more carefully several times. These machines were clean, and there were no traces of modifications in any part. There were no foreign objects or dangerous items in the gaps. Since you, Howard, are so candid, I'm not welcome. When the machines were started one by one, a low hum and a faint blue light soon spread throughout the 3rd floor. Yuri didn't know how much energy of the cosmic cube was still left in these machines, so he didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately covered it with his palm and used his ability to sense the operation mode and specific functions of all the machines. This is sealing, this is compression, this is adjustment. Pieces of metal flew out of the black ball and quickly fused and deformed under Yuri's control, forming transmission tubes covered with runes. The dismantled messy machines were connected in order. And a dazzling bright blue energy, the flow enters the transmission tube from the first machine. It can be seen with the naked eye. The tubes made of ordinary metal have a tendency to deform and collapse in an instant. but under the influence of bright golden runes. They still carry the energy of the universe Rubik's Cube. It went into the second machine without any problems. At this moment, the buzzing sound of the first machine and the shining blue light in the gaps between its parts disappeared at the same time, while the buzzing sound of the second machine and the shining blue light in the gaps between its parts suddenly became louder. Yuri carefully touched the energy in the machine, and instinctively felt its immeasurable power and characteristics that seemed to contain the universe. The desire from the soul surged out, prompting him to approach and understand the power contained in it. The mystery is that the runes representing divine speed and superpower are spread all over the body unconsciously, and the flowing and circulating lines slowly but surely open up new paths. Ding-dongs, 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 ding-dong. All the machines fell silent, leaving only a faint glimmer of blue light in the gap of the original drawer opened by Yuri. The runes representing divine speed and superpower are still spreading and growing, and they are interconnected and intertwined, showing a different kind of beauty. Yuri remains motionless, but the space around him is swaying like the water surface caressed by the breeze. Circle after circle of small, continuous ripples. The golden eyes are still shining brightly, but if you look closely, you can find the hollowness hidden in them. His thoughts at the moment followed a bright blue meteor that flew an unknown distance. He was vaguely aware of the displacement of stars, the transformation of space, and the birth and death of the universe. But every time he wanted to understand it carefully, it was as if he was seeing through a layer of frosted glass. It can't be real. Time passed by minute by second, and the sun was setting in the west unknowingly. At a certain moment, the speed runes, which were several times more complex and mysterious than before, finally stopped expanding and extending. At the same time, they were swimming in the vastness. Yuri finally woke up and called. The huge gap caused by the transformation between reality and reality made him feel a little uncomfortable. After taking a few deep breaths to calm down, he realized the changes in himself without warning. His figure suddenly appeared in the corner of the wall more than 10 meters away. In the next moment, he raised his hand and stretched it forward, but his entire arm appeared strangely in front of the drawer that was emitting a faint blue light. The power of space. Yuri instantly came to the broken arm and completed the rendezvous with it. The reason for performing this magical scene was none other than the attributes of space he realized from the cosmic Rubik's Cube. Although he was confused and couldn't figure out how to do it, he had super speed and super power, however. He actively absorbed and assimilated this higher-level attribute energy, allowing Yuri to use it without knowing why. A strange expression flashed across Yuri's face. What's this? Are you a mature body and have learned to improve yourself? But the improvement in strength is undoubtedly a good thing. Not only is he now faster than before, but he can also teleport short distances within 20 meters of his body, no forward shaking. No process, just a thought until he reaches the end. Like a child who just got a new toy, Yuri continued to become proficient in the use of space abilities. Thanks to the mutant's strong fighting instincts, he developed front and rear flanking attacks, and a series of abilities that can be used, such as I cracked the Great Light's feet, etc. Just when he was about to take up the challenge again, he felt extremely tired. Not only was the energy in his body exhausted, but his mind was also tired. Only then did Yuri realize that the current energy storage and energy quality level of his body were simply not enough to support his long-term use of advanced energy such as the power of space. Helpless, he had no choice but to walk into the energy-gathering array and calculate his limit based on the previous use while charging. 33 times, knowing this but not knowing why. Whether it is teleportation or something else, all he can do is to use the power of space to anchor a certain position, and then use the power of space to move to the anchored position. Position in this case, whether it is moving 1 meter or moving 20 meters. The consumption of space power is exactly the same, and his current limit is to perform 33 anchoring and displacements. What kind of control is this? Yuri frowned and opened the drawers. There were 12 square blue cubes about the size of a fingertip lying quietly inside. He waved his hand and stored them properly somewhere in the space inside the black ball. And then put them away. The machines that had lost their energy source and were no different from scrap metal were put away. Energy, glancing at the clock on the wall, 7:25. He murmured, I don't have much time left, tuck, tuck, tuck. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Ethan, who was troubled by 5 people and couldn't return home, heard a knock on the door and breathed a sigh of relief. He forced a smile and stood up from the Arctic Geography Knowledge Study Group, where the discussion was in full swing, and hurriedly ran to open the door. I really don't know where my boss found this group of powerful people. At first could lead the entire group to learn knowledge. But not long after, these 5 guys were able to achieve 10 lines at a glance, photographic memory, and draw inferences from one instance. Their learning progress is beyond his control, so forget it. After all, he who hears the Tao in no particular order and masters it is the teacher. Although he can't keep up with everyone's learning progress, he can still gain a lot of serious knowledge just by sitting here. But as they sat, the style of this group of people suddenly changed, according to the geological structure. I can break 10 meters of ice with one punch, what about you? And according to the analysis results of ocean currents, I can break 10 meters of ice with one punch. Is it faster to swim or take a boat from the United States to the North Pole? And the global airflow will be stable next month. I think flying there will definitely be faster than taking a plane. The key is that this group of people are always discussing the final extreme. Ask him seriously, what do you think, teacher Ethan? I sit and watch. Is this a topic that I, a mere mortal, can participate in? Ethan walked towards the store door with a smile on his face. He couldn't help but feel that his mother was selling more and more. He had already decided not to accept any teaching tasks that Yuri would arrange for him in the future. Absolutely not. I leaned on the peephole of the closed store door and looked out. There was no one on the quiet street. Ethan frowned. Is he probably a night owl or drug addict just knocking on the door in boredom? Just as he was about to go back to say goodbye to the 5 people and go home from get off work, 2 narrow eyes shining with crystal white light and an angular red-gold metal head occupied Ethan's entire field of vision behind the cat's eyes. Hule shines. Ethan was so frightened that he stepped back and was about to fall to the ground because he tripped over the table leg. But Chad appeared behind him like a ghost and gently helped him up. At the same time, the other 4 people who were discussing just now also came to the door of the store. Among them, Kate twitched her nose slightly, and a look of disdain and contempt suddenly appeared on her face. She waved her hand and said nonchalantly, "Open the door." Yes, here comes the boss, money giver. At this time, Ethan finally calmed down. The rudeness just now was just because Tony appeared too suddenly. After calming down, who would be frightened by a person hiding in a metal can? He thanked Chater, who had been supporting his back, and then took out the key from the front desk and opened the door lock. When the 5 people saw this, Sharon returned to the original route and continued to discuss the problem. Seeing how cleanly they left, Ethan hesitated and shouted, "You can come in outside the door." He hurriedly caught up with the 5 people who asked him to leave. An extremely humble monster. Okay, he's still a little timid, crack. The security door was pushed open violently, and a golden and red figure quickly flashed into the shop like a thief and closed the door. Tony breathed a sigh of relief in the suit, turned around and complained, "Why are you so slow today? Yuri, are you overworked and have to hold on to the wall to go downstairs?" The discussion that was not very loud on the first floor of the shop was temporarily suspended. The 5 loyal mutants stood up and glared at the red and gold armor that was frozen in place. The Vanax in it released a powerful aura. As he approached Tony, he asked dissatisfiedly, "Are you questioning the boss's strength?" "Stupid mortal, Jarvis." The artificial intelligence built into the armor promptly reminded Mr. Stark after preliminary scanning, except for Mr. Ethan. The other 5 people present, like Miss Kate, whom you marked as a focus not long ago, are unable to traces of past existence were found on the internet. It is speculated that there is an 80.0% chance that they have abilities comparable to Miss Kate. It is recommended to escape immediately. Why don't you answer? Vanex quickly flashed in front of Tony, with 5 slender fingers protruding toward the armor's head like claws. Before the armor made an automatic defensive action, he directly buckled end steps onto Tony's visor. The front ends of the 5 fingers instantly turned into sharp claws, easily leaving 5 shallow depressions on the alloy that bullets could not penetrate. It was only then that the armor's arms grasped Vanex's arm. Tony finally came to his senses in the huge crisis. Jarvis kept reporting the degree of damage to the visor. In just a few short seconds within seconds, the initial surface dent turned into 70.0% damage to the connecting gear. Tony felt that what he was grasping was not an arm, but an iron rod that was stronger than Captain America's shield, even if the hydraulics and thrusters at his fingers and arms were overloaded. He could not shake it in the slightest. Ethan, help me. Ethan, who was blocked behind by the 4 shacks, heard this familiar voice and asked softly with disbelief, Tony. A series of leaky wires were exposed from the connection between the visor and the helmet. Before Tony had time to answer, he heard Vanex let out a soft drink. He suddenly exerted force on his wrist and directly pulled off the entire mask, and then used a straight the other free hand grabbed the arm of the armor that was still exerting force, and with a twist pulled down the propeller that was constantly spraying flames. Bang! Vanex kicked Tony away. The heavy steel armor came into close contact with the security door. Making a huge sound, mysterious golden patterns emerged, instantly resolving the impact transmitted to the door. Etc., etc., seeing that Vanex wanted to continue, Ethan quickly squeezed out from behind the 4 of them. Vanex, Tony and Yuri are very good friends. And didn't you hear what Kate said is here this time? To give money. Otherwise, let's wait until Yuri comes down. Vanex glanced at Tony, who was struggling to get up from the ground, and turned to Kate, the civet cat who was watching on the wall with her arms folded. For confirmation, when she saw the other party nodded, she curled her lips and murmured in a rather unsatisfying low voice, I still have it. I thought we could have a fight. Where is Yuri? Tony held his kicked stomach with one hand and stood up with difficulty while holding on to the wall with the other hand. He walked to the front desk and leaned against it. His eyes were evasive as he passed by the 5 people who had returned to the original route to start the discussion. He quickly walked over on and took a deep breath, and the muscles affected the nerves and caused pain, which made his rather handsome face twitch unnaturally. I want to discuss with him the compensation for injuries caused by employees. I don't think it's necessary. A beam of golden life energy flew out from the stairwell and hit Tony accurately, who was holding his stomach and looking in pain. The 5 people who had just discussed for a few words stood up again before their stools got warm. They looked towards the handsome man who walked slowly downstairs, had a much stronger aura than before. A trace of fanaticism flashed across the face of Vanex, who had just torn off his mask. He lowered his head and joined the 5 people around him. He said in a respectful tone, Boss. Yuri nodded to them, holding a metal ball the size of a ping-pong ball in his hand and kept throwing it up and down. He smiled at Tony because you weren't injured at all. Ethan was blowing the soft evening breeze and rode his bicycle unsteadily towards home. What he experienced tonight was really outrageous. Tony actually updated and upgraded the Mark I to make the Mark II. And the boss shop in it. The stupid and adorable Vanex is able to tear Tony's Mark II alive with flesh and blood. That's not all. The boss took out a metal ball the size of a table tennis ball and was able to get 5,000 billion US dollars from Tony. Moreover, the 2 of them had developed a drug that can regenerate amputated limbs and planned to set up a company and sold it to the public. What excited him most was that Yuri actually wanted to replace him on the board of directors of this company that had not yet been established. There is no better way to reach the pinnacle of life than this. Ethan touched the smooth Tianling Gayer, with a hint of loss in his eyes. No matter how good his career, no matter how much power and money he had, He could not return to that war-torn town, nor could he save his life from being taken away by the war. My wife and daughter whoosh crack Ethan, who was caught up in reminiscing, was startled by the javelin that was suddenly stuck in the front wheel of his bicycle. Fortunately, was riding very slowly, and even if he fell off, the Sethai's skin would only be sore before he could crawl off the ground. When I got up, I felt a chill on the back of my head. Then a hand wrapped in a dark red battle suit stretched out from behind and pulled out the javelin stuck in the wheels of the cart. In Ethan's exclamation that he couldn't shout out, the mysterious man took him up into the air and landed on the rooftop of a building that looked deserted and dilapidated in a few flashes. Ethan took a closer look at the street and saw there are drug addicts and homeless people lying everywhere. Ethan, who is familiar with the surrounding environment, is worried, isn't this Hell's Kitchen? Ethan, an employee of Ancestor Handicraft Store. Don't yell and draw attention to yourself. I just want to ask you a few questions. A dull, hoarse voice sounded from behind. When the mysterious man saw Ethan, whose mouth was covered, show an okay gesture let him go and asked, "What does the waiter in Hell's Kitchen send you every day?" Ethan turned around and took a few steps back. He looked up and down at the mysterious man who had captured him. His eyes stayed on the short stick he was holding for a moment. He answered truthfully, 3 meals a day, sir. I tried to persuade the boss not to order from Hell's Kitchen, but he didn't take it seriously. The mysterious man turned the stick in his hand in a circle, and his inhuman hearing allowed him to clearly detect the beating frequency of Ethan's heart. He was not lying. Just when he was about to ask again, he heard Ethan's slightly skeptical and excited voice, "Crimson coat. Retractable short stick. Are you the legendary Night Stalker of Hell's Kitchen?" The flexible rotating short stick stopped for a moment, and Daredevil Matthew, whose identity was revealed, avoided the question without saying a word. He just had some doubts about his ancestor's handicraft shop. Now it seems that even if it has some connection with the underground evil forces in New York, what kind of collusion is not something that the ordinary clerk in front of me can know. After thinking for a while, continued to ask, "So Ethan, where is your boss?" "Bad boss, didn't you just break that Tony's mask? He obviously promised not to deal with me. So why won't he let me mate with him tonight?" Vanax huddled in bed, complaining resentfully about what a certain man had done. The other 3 people, who were immersed in their respective fields of interest and studying, acted as if they hadn't heard anything. Only Chat couldn't bear her thoughts and said, "If I don't deal with you, it doesn't mean I won't punish you. The boss is not downstairs. Where are you going to deal with Kate? I tell you, this is your punishment." Vanax's mouth immediately pursed into a crescent moon. She turned over and stopped complaining. She just said bitterly, "Damn Tony Stark, tuck tuck tuck. Tug tug tug." The 4 people on the second floor looked at each other. According to human schedules, there should be no one at this point. What is going on today? Why is there someone knocking on the door again? That Tony Stark must be here again. I'm going to open the doors. Vanax got dressed under the covers and jumped out of bed with a bang. She planned to make a suggestion to her boss tomorrow. Even if she couldn't mate, then her bed would have to be moved to the 3rd floor. It didn't matter that she had never been a human being before, but now she lived in the same room with 3 big men every day. No matter how she thought about it, she felt uneasy. The remaining 3 people looked at each other, and the leader Shaq sighed. He didn't even take off his clothes and said helplessly, "Let's go. The boss is busy, you'll have to watch the stupid bird." Seeing the windows on the 2nd floor light up, Matthew dragged Ethan away from the store with a solemn expression. There must be something dirty in this store that no one knows about. And the boss also knew something about his abilities and made some mistakes. According to the corresponding countermeasures, with his ability to monitor the hearing of 3 streets, he could not hear a single sound in the store. Click. The store door burst open, and a humanoid creature with blood flowing like a tsunami all over its body and a heartbeat as strong as a drum suddenly appeared in Matthew's hearing world. A sense of mortal threat swept through his brain. Just when he was about to make a strategic retreat, he I heard a sweet and slightly surprised female voice, not Tony Stark. Ethan, is this your friend, silly bird? Seeing the short stick stuck on Ethan's neck, Charter said in a tone of hatred, my friend Vanex. Look careful, this is obviously kidnapping. Kidnapping? Vanax was slightly excited. Does that mean this is the enemy? Etc., etc., seeing her expression. Ethan immediately guessed what she wanted to do. Although Daredevil is indeed suspected of kidnapping him, Ethan knows what his starting point is. The latter is no better than Tony's Mark armor. If Vanax touches it, it won't take more than a minute. I will hate the Northwest for a lifetime. So the hostage who was held hostage took the initiative to excuse the kidnapper behind him. Daredevil is not an enemy. And he is not a bad person, Shaq. He just has some trivial misunderstandings about us. Whether it's an enemy or not will be discussed later. The most important thing now is to save you from the hands of this pervert in a tights. In Matthew's hearing world, the blood flow in the speaker's legs suddenly accelerated. And then the short, hard alloy stick stuck in Ethan's throat made a chilling sound of breaking. And a gust of wind rushed towards his face. It felt like I was hit head-on by a speeding truck. And my whole body flew out as gently as a rag. Chat, capture him and bring him back. I'll notify the boss. Matthew, who was still in the air, sprayed a mouthful of blood on his mask. And the fishy sweet smell instantly filled his brain. Before he landed, he was picked up by Chat. Seeing his miserable stat, the latter said disdainfully, "A weak human beings." Gently crushed his fists that he fought desperately, and threw him into the small shop that was opened by Vanex while Matthew screamed in extreme pain. A hand suddenly pulled off his mask, revealing a face covered in blood. The sweet voice sounded again, "Oh. It turns out he is a blind man." Yuri stared at the stupid Daredevil Matthew, who was kneeling in front of him by 5 people with an unkind look on his face. If being woken up while sleeping in bed would make people have the urge to kill someone, then 2 people in interrupting a conversation while the bed isn't sleeping can leave 2 people wanting to chop it up into mincemeat. He took a deep breath. His golden eyes looked up and down at the Daredevil in front of him, who had not hummed until now, and said, "Kidnap my employees, disturb my nightlife, and give me a reason not to kill you." The blood on Matthew's face had already condensed into scabs. Hearing this, he raised his head and tossed aside his hair that was wet with sweat beads on his forehead. His cloudy eyes stared at the man in front of him who posed the greatest threat to him. "Damn Kingpin's lackey. Even if you kill me, you can't cover up your dirty soul." Yuri frowned slightly. "Kingpin's lackey me, boss." Ethan weakly interjected, "Daredevil and us should have some misunderstandings. Because Hell's Kitchen often delivers food to us." Which leads him to think that we and each other are engaged in some illegal activities. What? He is actually a good person who specializes in fighting illegal crimes. That's what they say on the internet. When Vanex saw Yuri bowing his head in thought, he quietly walked next to Ethan and asked softly, "What does lackey mean?" "I don't think the boss likes this word very much." Ethan looked embarrassed. It was impossible to deceive Vanex, because she would definitely find time to search secretly by herself. But it didn't seem possible to tell the truth. Tony just mocked Yuri a little and was deducted. He kicked the visor away to let the irritable little girl know the true meaning of a lackey. He was worried that Daredevil would be beaten into pieces by the furious 5 people. "You know," Ethan racked his brains for words, "dogs are man's best friend. Daredevil may mean that the boss and Kingpin have a very deep relationship." "You are lying to me." Vanex could tell at a glance that he was lying. Stooge was definitely not a nice word to use. Her eyes scratched at Daredevil several times, secretly thinking about when she could teach this weak human being who insulted her boss a profound lesson. Yuri moved a chair and sat down on his own. He looked at Daredevil kneeling on the ground, flipped his wrist and gave him a golden healing light ball. Before the other party had any questions, he activated his psychic ability. "Send him to sleep instantly." Kingpin's real name is Wilson Grant Fisk. He is the largest underworld leader in New York and even the United States. He is thoughtful and intelligent, more than 90. 0% of his body is made of muscle. He has amazing strength and can penetrate with his bare hands. A Walland, he is also a world-class fighting master, possessing the highest level of human combat effectiveness. In addition, his cane can also emit lasers and smoke, making it difficult for opponents to guard against him. He is known as Kingpin in the underworld, which means a mastermind. His underworld network spreads all over the world and controls 0% of the underground in the United States, business. And the notorious Hell's Kitchen is a breeding ground for criminals created by it in order to maintain the apparent peace and stability of social order. I have an idea. Yuri opened his mouth to attract everyone's attention to himself. The Kingpin he talks about is the master of the underground world, with eyes and hands reaching the sky. He is not just a gang boss, but to us, he and others, they are generally the same. And they are all insignificant members of the more than 70 billion people on Earth. The king of the underworld, if he can do it, we can do it too. The people at the helm of the country under our feet don't want complete peace. They want order and rules. And they don't care at all who the individuals or groups are who make the rules and order. As long as we can feed their greedy pocket, we can secure our seat as rule makers. So everyone, does anyone want to try it? He was not worried at all that after killing Kingpin, some of his loyal subordinates would recruit his old men to become his enemies. If it were not for the purpose of training the social skills of the 5 shacks so that they could integrate into human society more quickly, the title of Underworld Emperor would be to him, it is simply insignificant. Under the control of his mind, few pure-blooded humans in the world can disobey his orders. As the leader of the mutant tribe, I really worry about the children. Vanex, who is the most positive in everything, was the first to speak. She asked excitedly, "Boss, if you become the Underworld Emperor, you can do whatever you want, kill whoever you want, and make whatever money you want. Can you spend it yourself?" Yuri nodded. "You can kill people, but only for enemies who are against you and bad guys who do evil." "Is that so?" The silly bird grinned. "Then can I kill Tony Stark?" Yuri had a dark look on his face. "What kind of hatred or grudges are there? Are you thinking about killing your own son in the Marvel world before you even enter the underground world?" "Cannot." Silly bird snorted twice when he heard this, and said directly, "Then I won't do it." Yuri sighed with hatred, and after telepathy, he realized that this idiot was all blaming Tony for not being able to sleep with him tonight. "Vanax, listen to me. You can teach Tony a lesson, but you must not kill him. Even if the attack is serious, you have to leave him breathing enough for me to rush over and revive him. Tony's Tucker is related to the future survival of the tribe. You must not kill him. Thighs is an order, remember." Seeing Yuri's serious and abnormal expression, Shanayo had no choice but to reply weakly, "Remember, boss. I want to try." Kate, whose face was still flushed, said softly, "I don't like to be in the public eye. The Underworld Emperor hiding underground may be a very good identity." Yuri nodded. Kate was still reliable. He said happily, "Then it's settled. I will modify Daredevil's memory and shape the 5 of you into righteous people who hate evil and hate evil. Starting from tomorrow night, everyone will follow him and become familiar with the underworld world. Let's learn the basic common sense of human society based on the laws of operation. If you want to learn to fight, you must first learn to be beaten. If you want to control the underworld, you should also start by fighting against the underworld." Kate and Vanax go to the 3rd floor, and the rest go back to their homes and disband. Ethan looked blankly at the 5 people who just went upstairs. The task of replacing the Underworld Emperor, who was so powerful, was decided so hastily by these guys on such an ordinary night. He had no doubt at all whether the 5 Kates had the strength to complete this task. But his mind had not turned around yet, and he wondered what kind of powerful organization he had joined. Here Yuri had finished modifying Matthew's memory and was about to slap him to wake him up from his sleep. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Ethan, who was still in the store. He walked over very kindly and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid. Ethan, this is also for your safety in the future." Kate will become the queen of the underworld, and no blind little person will dare to kidnap you anymore. Don't worry and go home, you have to go to work tomorrow. Ethan squeezed out an ugly smile, then I really thank you. Snapped. After all, the slap fell on Matthew's face. Yuri wiped the blood scab on his hand and said with a smile to Daredevil, who woke up, Matthew, we can't be acquainted without fighting. Shaq and the others will join your operation tomorrow night. Please escort Ethan home safely tonight. No problems, Yuri. Matthew took the hood handed over by Yuri and put it on his head without hesitation. Under Ethan's gaze, as if he had seen a ghost, a dull and hoarse voice sounded, we are all partners of justice. Silent all night, Yuri and Silly Cat and Silly Bird kept fighting until Ethan arrived at the store for work. After breakfast, he moved the two beds belonging to Kate and Vanix on the second floor to the third floor, finally completely solving Vanix's situation. Of deep resentment. Today your task is to understand and learn the various exploration tools that can be searched online. When I come back, you will see 5 reasonable and feasible Arctic exploration and search plans. After Yuri gave the order, he took the car keys and went out. He is going to Wall Street to invest all the $5,000 billion borrowed from Tony to appreciate it. He gave his plan a very vivid code name called borrowing chickens and laying eggs. Yes, he plans to use all $5,000 billion to purchase shares of Stark Industries. If I remember correctly, the biggest stock price change this year is here. The stock price of Stark Industries after Tony announced the closure of the weapons manufacturing department. After plummeting, arms companies that no longer produce weapons are nothing in the eyes of mortals. Fortunately, Obadiah turned the tide and barely stabilized the stock price through press conferences one after another. However, he was so desperate that when his plan was about to succeed, as a criminal, he was killed by his nephew Tony on the rooftop of his company. No one thought that a playboy, even a notorious genius inventor, could save the building from collapse. After Tony's intentional operation, and with the strong assistance of artificial intelligence Jarvis, Stark Industries' stock price has experienced more than a dozen times of falling to the limit without ever improving even a cent. Under this trend, many media outlets have speculated that Stark Industries is about to face delisting. Of course, Yuri knew what Tony's purpose was. He just wanted to take back the scattered shares and strengthen his decision-making power over the company. As we all know, Tony and Yuri are good brothers who share life and death. This was even reflected when SHILD came to visit. So Tony's is Yuri's. And the 5,000 billion stocks that were originally going to be acquired by Tony were in Yuri's hands. It's the same anyway. He has always been a loyal supporter of the former in terms of company operations. Tony, you must be very happy that I believe you so much. Good morning, sir. How may I help you? The lady at the front desk had a sweet smile on her face. She could tell at a glance that the young man looking around was not only handsome, but also must have strong financial resources and a rich family background. Do you have an appointment? Yuri hummed non-committally. In such a high-priced area of Wall Street, this financial company can actually own an entire building. Its business capabilities must not be much different. His golden eyes were slightly white, and he easily influenced this ordinary human being. Is the boss here? If so, tell me his location. The boss is here. The front desk didn't notice anything was wrong, and generously told Yuri all the information he wanted to know. The top floor is his office. You can take the exclusive elevator to save time. After he finished, he smiled and handed Yuri a gilt black card. Use this to open it, Tilda. Yuri smiled gently, took the card, and said thank you. Beautiful lady. Then he looked at the other receptionist, who was about to stop the two people from moving. The latter immediately put down his hand that was stretched out in the air, and the confusion on his face turned into a sweet smile from the heart. It is our honor to serve you. A dedicated elevator is a must. The public elevator, only one step away, is lined with company employees in suits and ties. But the elevator in front of them always moves back and forth between several floors, with no intention of going down to the first floor. In the short period of time Yuri walked from the front desk to the elevator, he had already seen several white-collar workers who had to take the stairs because they could not wait for the elevator. Under the eyes of everyone who were either envious or jealous, he easily opened the exclusive elevator door that had been parked in the lobby on the first floor with his black gold elevator card, walked into the elevator car calmly with two long legs, and finally returned. He did not forget to wave goodbye to the two blonde beauties who had been watching him at the front desk. Ding dong, the elevator stopped slowly on the 17th floor, and the two tightly fitting steel doors slowly opened, revealing the splendid corridor outside and the burly bodyguards in black suits. One of them looked Yuri up and down, then stretched out his hand to stop him. "Sir, the company's board of directors is convening. Please move to the reception room." Yuri glanced at the opponent's bulging waist, not noticing even the slightest threat. His eyes turned completely white, and his powerful spiritual power instantly controlled everyone present. "Take me to where the directors are meeting." "What?" The bodyguard in black immediately retracted the hand that was originally holding Yuri back and took the lead towards the end of the corridor. His tone was full of obedience and respect. "Please come this way." "What?" Yuri Shurin followed him to a carved door and watched as the other party pressed his finger on a certain position to unlock it. Click, the heavy conference room door slowly opened, and the noise of the board of directors slipped out through the crack in the door. Yuri strode into the conference room amidst everyone's surprised eyes. Before the door was closed, he heard a fat middle-aged, greasy man sitting almost at the end ask, "Where did this guy come from? Did any of you invite me?" Click. The door was closed and locked again. Yuri looked around at the group of financial tycoons with different expressions on the huge round table, and said straight to the point, "Before this, I didn't know any of y'all, but from now on, you have been selected as I completed the execution of a project. With all due respect, sir." A man who was very high up, but still some distance away from the chairman, took a deep puff of the cigar on his fingertips. Under Yuri's gaze, he slowly exhaled a puff of light blue smoke and said with an arrogant and disdainful expression, "Although I don't know what method you used to get our bodyguards to open the door to the board of directors for you, but why do you think that everyone here will obey your orders like the group of idiots outside the door and help you complete your mission? Where's that damn project by this?" Yuri pointed at his eyes that turned white instantly, easily taking over the souls and consciousness of the 26 shareholders present in this financial company. The white-haired old man sitting at the top, who had been silently gave up his seat to Yuri. "Take out a new wine glass and carefully fill it with half a glass of crystal clear wine." Yuri snapped his fingers, and his pure white eyes looked around all the shareholders again. "From now on, you will buy Stark Industries shares for me with all your strength. Use all the public resources that the company can use, and use every conceivable method or a trick to convert all the checks worth 5,000 billion US dollars in my hand into Stark Industries stocks in the shortest possible time. If you want to get the most shares, I'm afraid it will take some time, sir." The man with the eyes on the right was operating on the computer, raised his head and said, "1 week, we need 1 week." Yuri drank all the wine in the glass in one gulp. The body of the glass made a pleasant sound when it collided with the long solid wood table. He stood up and walked towards the door of the conference room. 1 week is a completely acceptable time. And besides, he pointed at the two shareholders who had spoken just now and smiled, "If there is some gap in funds, let them contribute some selflessly. I believe they are very generous people, right?" It was already after 1 o'clock in the afternoon when I came out of Wall Street, and a lot of time was wasted mainly on signing various contracts and procedures. Yuri drove the car and randomly found a large-scale buffet restaurant on the street. Under the eyes of the waiter who had seen a ghost, he refreshed all kinds of meat in the dining area for a full 13 times by himself. Finally, I was sent out of the store with a nod and bow by the store owner and received coupons for several other buffet restaurants. Driving aimlessly around the streets, although what he saw had already appeared in his memory, after seeing it with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but marvel at the speed of human evolution. From monkeys with thick hair and blood to well-dressed people, civilized people, They actually only spent tens of thousands of years. And the souls under their weak bodies grew even faster. No wonder the death of half of the population caused the awakening of the gods in the center of the earth. As he was walking, he was suddenly attracted by a poster posted on the outer wall of a movie theater. Ginger, the star of Shadow Warriors' Time Journey, will arrive in New York on the 24th of this month, haha. Yuri took out his phone and took a look at it. His golden eyes were filled with anticipation. What a coincidence. Ginger, I originally planned to go to Bollywood to find you. Ginger, one of the Eternals, descended on the earth. He can launch powerful energy bombs from his fingers. After a short period of power accumulation, he can rub his hands together to create a super large energy ball that is as powerful as a cannonball. He has a faster attack frequency and large attack range, often hiding behind the steel fortress of Phastos for stand-up output, causing a lot of damage to the former mutants. After all the mutants were sealed or killed, the 10-man team of the Eternals announced their disbandment. Ginger left the world and became obsessed with acting and making movies. Due to the immortality of the Eternals, he had to build the entire family tree alone. Until now, this generation should already be the great-great-grandson of the original self. Yuri quickly browsed through the memories in his mind, wishing he could move back to the small shop immediately, and immediately searched the internet for his specific whereabouts. At least % of the blood dead of the mutant tribe will fall on this guy. And now he has gone to his own territory. Kill it no matter what. Taking a deep breath to calm down the restlessness in his heart, he turned the steering wheel sharply, stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the store. When he opened the store door, the first thing Yuri saw was 5 humanoid mutants standing in a row, each with a pile of paper covered with writing, Vanex. Who was at the top of the queue, stretched out the 3 pieces of paper with a proud face, and complained in an inexplicable tone, Boss Tilda. Why are you coming back so slowly? We have lunch. I made the plan a while ago, and I have been waiting for you to come back for approval all afternoon, Tilda. Yuri ignored her and walked past the 5 people and took their searching for compatriots proposals one by one. He nodded to Ethan's, who was only exposed behind the counter and hidden behind the books, and walked upstairs quickly, said, You 5 come with me. There is something very important that I need to tell you. The 5 shacks looked at each other in confusion. Although they were full of doubts, they all followed without saying a word. Ethan behind the counter put down his book and touched his shiny forehead. He deliberately borrowed a few books on company management and manpower deployment from the next door today. But seeing that he had only read dozens of pages, he was very envious of 5 books. Rengui's learning ability was so envious that he even had low self-esteem. He pushed up his eyes that had fallen to the tip of his nose, and he shook his head and sighed sincerely, I'm old. The 3rd floor of the shop. Yuri quickly turned on the computer, opened the search engine under the watchful eyes of the 5 shacks, and entered keywords such as Bollywood, Shadow Warriors, Ginger, schedule, etc. There was a picture of a huge motorcycle on it. The poster came into view. Yuri clicked on the picture to enlarge it. As the 5 people behind him began to breathe heavier, he rotated the seat 180 degrees so that he was facing the 5 people. Looking at their hatred-filled eyes, he nodded with satisfaction and said, after wiping us all out, the Eternals integrated into human society and hid themselves. I have killed their leader Ajak and their leader of wisdom, Fasto, Scythe Mind Controller Druid the Speedster Makari. And the person you see is the sharpshooter hidden in human society Ginge. In the past endless years, he has caused immeasurable harm to our tribe. Tens of thousands of our compatriots have died at the hands of this despicable villain who only knows how to hide in a turtle shell and carry out sneak attacks. No, although our number is very few, but with my help, you have all improved 1,000 times compared to before you were sealed. Whether it is recovery, power, soul strength, speed, or the powerful weapons I have now, you are enough to face one-on-one the remaining 6 Eternals of hard steel, boss. Shaq, the calmest one, spoke first this time. His voice was slightly trembling with excitement. and all the muscles in his body were twitching uncontrollably. Where is he? I can't wait to kill him right away, got it. When Yuri heard this, he gave him a hard blow. He grabbed Shaq, who was as strong as a bear by his ears, and dragged the fool, whose emotions had taken over his mind, to the computer screen. Where is it? What? Do you want me to tell you everything? You can't see the big words on the computer screen, right? Shaq finished reading the content on the screen with grinning teeth. It is reported that Ginger will arrive in New York on the evening of the 24th. After staying at the Sarina Hotel for one night. The next day will start in the morning. Promotional event for the new game Shadow Warriors, Journey Through Time. I saw it, although Shaq was in pain. He did not dare to break away from Yuri's right hand, holding his ear no matter what. He could only plead for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. I really see it now, humph. Thanks to the mutant's powerful physique. Yuri grabbed Shaq's ear and yanked it back. The huge force did not tear off this dispensable part, but instead used it to drive the entire main body and hit it hard on the back. On wall panels. The remaining 4 Vanax ignored Shaq's embarrassed appearance at all, and all stared at Yuri with piercing eyes, waiting for him to give his next order. Today is the 24th. Yuri glanced at Shaq, who was standing in a row with his head shrinking. The latter immediately put down his right hand that was rubbing his ear and looked like he was listening attentively. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. We definitely can't take revenge on Ginge before he enters the hotel. Although we will definitely succeed in achieving our goal, the impact will be too great and is not in line with our principle of keeping a low profile. So my plan, yes. Postpone tonight's plan for the 5 of you to learn from Daredevil to fight crime. After 12 o'clock, we will sneak into the hotel and kill Ginger with lightning speed. Seeing that no one had any objections, ordered Chat, who had the best overall performance, go to Hell's Kitchen to find the Mercado law firm and tell Matthew to be a partner in justice with him tomorrow night. After thinking that there were no omissions, he asked the remaining 4 people to adjust their status, while he began to prepare weapons and equipment for tonight's revenge operation. Yuri knows very well what the Eternals' single combat effectiveness is. Except for One Punch Man's Gilgamesh, the weakened Marvel Superman Igris, and the Valkyrie Tina with full melee abilities. The remaining 7 guys can't even defeat a mutant race alone. Nuns. The reason why the Eternals were able to complete the cleansing and sealing of the mutants did not rely on their powerful single combat capabilities, but on the triangular spacecraft Tama they boarded when they landed on Earth. Yuri has never entered the Tama so far because he knows that there is a statue of Elysum, the supreme observer of the universe, enshrined inside. Although he doesn't know how much connection it has with the real owner, he would rather believe it or not, in case it attracts without his gaze not only himself and the frozen mutant races, but also the Earth are in danger of being completely destroyed. When he killed Ajak and absorbed his abilities, Yuri also kept a respectful distance from the celestial sphere in his body that was used to communicate with Aletham. He was worried that a small mistake on his part would bring disaster to the tribe. Time always passes quickly. After watching Ethan come home from get off work carrying a book, Yuri immediately closed the store door and returned to the 3rd floor. With a wave of his hand, a pile of equipment with patterns on the surface appeared on the simple workbench. He picked up a wrist guard and tapped it lightly on his wrist. After the golden lines flowed, it fit perfectly on you at the wrist. I twisted my fist a few times without feeling any stumbling. With a slight shake, a huge light shield that could completely cover Shaq appeared out of thin air. Vanax curiously poked it with his finger, and small ripples appeared in the touched area. Yuri glared her back and introduced to everyone, after my 3 transformations, you should be able to clearly feel a special energy appearing in your body. It can heal your injury, speed up your speed, and strengthen you. The soul can also act on these equipments and activate their special functions. This is the wrist guard. I have engraved shield magic on it after activation. It can summon a huge energy shield like this. We all know that Ginge's energy bomb is very powerful. It can resist attacks for you. This is the knee pad. Unfortunately, time is limited. I originally wanted to make you some leggings. After activation, it can speed up your movement for a short period of time. And you can dodge in time when there is no time to hold up the shield. These are force-depleting shoes and I know your power. They are all extremely powerful in your eyes. Human building materials are no different from paper. But in order to keep a low profile, we must not leave too many traces on the scene. It can offset the power acting on the Earth. Activate it once before taking action. The force effect lasts for 10 minutes. This is the arm guard. By the time everyone got used to the equipment, it was already 11:30, mainly because these two fools, Vanax and Kate, kept asking questions. And even the three Shaks, who were not very nervous at first, started to fight, unable to react in advance. Yuri had to spend time mobilizing them before the war to boost their morale again. Hey, it's just a small ring. When you finish this fight, you will know how vulnerable the nightmare of the past is to you now. The action begins after a uniform yes. The 6 mutants, including Yuri, nodded slightly. The forehead protectors stuck in front of their eyebrows covered their entire heads for a few breaths. And then everyone stepped forward. After a while of golden light, there was no more sound when walking around. With a wave of Yuri's hand, the ceiling on the 3rd floor suddenly opened. And the 6 people flexed their legs and jumped to the roof of the Old Man Rogers bookstore next door. After a few ups and downs, the 6 figures disappeared in the thick night. Unable to sleep, the old man lying on the bed, watching the dark clouds, caught sight of a figure passing by the window. Curled his lips for no reason. Turned over and murmured, "How do you say that? The moon is dark and the wind is high, murder and arson god." The presidential suite on the highest floor of Selena Hotel. Ginger sent away his assistant Karen, who had arranged tomorrow's publicity schedule. He turned off the lights and stood alone in front of the huge glass window in a daze. He had lived for too long, excluding the days when he fought side by side with his partners in 7,000 years. He spent 2,000 to 3,000 years wandering alone. Sometimes immortality is not a gift, but it can also become a cruel curse. He made many human friends, but without exception, they all grew old under his watch. The same was true for Karen. The young and handsome boy back then has now become a fat man with dark circles under his eyes that cannot be removed. Years, maybe after more than 10 years, he will leave me. Please sigh. Ginge rubbed his face fiercely. He didn't know what happened today. He always felt uneasy. Could it be that he had been separated from his comrades for too long and missed him? He did not notice that in the originally empty living room of the suite, 6 uninvited guests appeared out of thin air, wearing scattered armor and their entire heads covered by helmets. Yuri inhaled gently to relieve the consumption caused by excessive use of space power. It was still a bit reluctant to deliver 6 people at once, but fortunately it was successful. And this high-level energy fluctuation did not attract the attention of the target person. Waving their hands, the 6 people dispersed evenly and slowly approached Ginge, who was covering his face and exuding a decadent aura. During the thousands of years of hunting, every mutant who could survive to this day was doing well. He had learned to restrain and even hide his murderous intentions towards his prey, which led to the fact that it wasn't until the 6 of them got within 10 steps of Jinji that the other party noticed anything was wrong. He put down his hand, and the sharp eyesight of the sharpshooter has not weakened due to not participating in the battle for a long time. He saw the 6 guys slowly approaching behind him from the reflection of the glass almost instantly. Before he had time to think, a bright golden spots of light converged on his fingertips, and at the same moment the 5 of Shaq, who knew that they had been exposed, activated all the equipment in their bodies in no particular order, and rushed forward in an instant. The acceleration of knee pads, the increase of arm pads, the puncture of fist gloves, the attenuation of combat boots. The energy ball on Ginge's fingertips had just condensed to the size of a peanut. But 5 fists packed with surging power had already approached him within a punch. Yuri, who had not made any movement after waving his hands, was shaking slightly at this moment. He activated the energy shield on his wrist and stood it in front of him, blocking the hot blood that splattered everywhere in the next second. The 5 shacks hit the target and froze in place. They raised their heads, and what they saw was Ginge with a painful face and the golden energy ball in his hand that was gradually extinguishing. Yuri put away the energy shield, and Shishurin walked to each of his unbelievable compatriots. Dozens of blue-black transmission tubes were drawn out from his back and penetrated deeply into the people who opened their mouths and wanted to say something. Inside Ginji's body, we are mutants. Yuri leaned close to his ear, and a dangerous smile appeared on his handsome face under the helmet. Don't feel lonely. Because you are the 5th. People who kill people are not scary. What's scary is the person who can clean up the murder scene after the murder. After confirming that it was impossible to find even a single body hair at the scene, Yuri teleported to his assistant Karen's room based on Ginger's memory. His spiritual power surged out, and he carefully fabricated a sad farewell and instructions for him. Don't tell anyone, false memory. Returning to Ginger's presidential suite again, he just pretended not to see the eyes of the 5 shacks full of desire to confide. After putting Ginger's body into the black ball, the 6 of them held hands and a faint blue light flashed. Afterwards, deathly silence returned to the presidential suite. Yuri led the way, and the 6 of them walked around in a long circle in New York City at 1 o'clock in the morning before returning to the commercial street where the shop was located. They jumped into the top ceiling that had been opened in advance and did not wait for it to close completely. The 5 people scrambled to restore the helmet to the forehead protection mode. He died like that, Vanix expressed disbelief. He didn't even fire out the energy bomb. Kate wondered if she was playing too fast. Just one punch from each of us. Tiger lamented the shooter's crispy skin. Are we already this powerful? Chat fell into deep self-doubt. Aren't the Eternals not that good either? Shaq makes sure he's still grounded. Yuri took off his equipment one by one and threw them on the workbench. After he was done, he sat down cross-legged and returned from the human form to the muscular mutant true body. Shut up. Everyone, I will personalize it first. The mutant race has an evolutionary ability that even the gods cannot control. As a biological group of flesh and blood, they usually complete evolution in a long iteration. But as the leader of the mutant race, Yuri is the best among the best during the long battle. He actively evolved the transmission tube behind his back, which can absorb the enemy's abilities and assimilate them into his own body, thereby making himself a more perfect and powerful existence. God knows how uncomfortable Yuri felt on the way back. The superpower from Jin-Ji was like a ball of fire, constantly burning Yuri, who restrained himself. The mysterious lines were like savage mad bulls running rampant. But in the end it was defeated by Yuri, who had mastered his own control. Now he finally doesn't have to endure it anymore. The golden lines seemed to have a life of their own. They roamed Yuri's skin, flesh, bones, and meridians, under the coordination of the most powerful life energy in his body. They quickly transformed Yuri's body into his own territory. The 5 shacks looked anxiously at Yuri, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his body slowly shrinking. The tough filamentous muscles became tighter and stronger in a few breaths, and the terrifying 4 eyes slowly shrank. The 2 came close and merged, and after a surge of flesh and blood, a bright golden light with vertical eyes without a trace of white came out from Yuri's eyebrows. After that, the evolution of the body surface came to an end. But inside the body, the transformation continues. Countless golden lines gathered on Yuri's hands, arms, and between his eyebrows. They penetrated into the flesh and bones and firmly imprinted themselves on them. Even the wandering soul was covered with golden light. Inexplicably, Yuri felt that it was gradually becoming stronger. 2 minutes later, Yuri, who had completed his evolution, stood in front of the dressing mirror on the 3rd floor and admired his new mutant body, streamlined muscle lines, slender and powerful limbs. Projected on the ground by the light, the shadow on his body is no different from a normal human being. Now that he has transformed into a human form, He only needs to pay attention to his metallic green-gold skin and the mysterious vertical eyes between his eyebrows. Congratulations to the boss for taking this further. The 5 shacks looked feverishly at the humanoid leader in front of them, who was a bit small for most mutants. Their keen senses could detect the fatal danger within the period of storage. Only the stupid bird glanced at a huge lump from time to time. It was indescribable, with a hint of obsessed desire in his fanatical eyes. Yuri turned around and when he saw her look like this, his face instantly turned into black lines. Kate glanced disdainfully at the lewd Vanax, and very considerately went to get some clothes to help Yuri put on. When everyone lined up again, Yuri stared at them and asked, "Do you still think the Eternals are strong?" Before the 5 people could answer, he continued, "We are the most powerful predators on this planet. We are the protectors of the origin of all civilizations in the universe. We are creatures that even the Creator is afraid of. Species mutant race. I have noticed that some huge changes are coming. It will affect the entire universe. And the impact it will have can even be said to change the world. We wake up at the right times, and we are born to leave a deep mark on this new stage. In order to survive and excel, we must keep evolving. Keep moving forward and keep getting stronger. The Eternals on Earth are just the beginning. Our goal is to kill all Eternals in the universe. The great journey has just begun at the same time." The top floor of Osborn Tower. The expression on Norman Osborn's face, who had just put down the phone, gradually became ferocious. "Damn Tony Stark. Connors, how dare you betray me just now?" The head of the military department personally called him, claiming that with the help of Connors, the real genius Tony Stark had developed a restoration that could be called a cross-era product, the drug. After experiments, can fully achieve the effect of curing serious injuries in a short period of time. It is certain that once put into use, it will greatly reduce the number of soldier deaths on the battlefield. It is different from the super soldier serum that improves the combatability of a single body. It heals the potion, improve the combat capability of the entire legion in a disguised form. After discussions at the meeting, the military bosses decided to reduce financial support and policy tilt for Osborn's super soldier serum project. After all, compared to an unfinished product that has yet to see results, a practical healing agent is more important. It can impress the military officers who always focus on practicality. Norman frantically smashed everything that could be picked up in the office. The super soldier serum he personally hosted was not only a cooperation project with the military, but also his hope of curing the genetic disease in his family. You are only one step away from success, and victory is clearly within sight. Why did you, Connors, betray me and hand over the research results to that playboy Tony Stark? Anger, unwillingness, fear. Norman suddenly stopped, and an extremely bold idea came to his mind. Connors transformed into a lizard man by injecting a potion. But it may be because of this that he developed a potion that can perfectly regenerate severed limbs. The super soldier serum has also reached the final step. If I learn from Connors, can I also develop a truly harmless serum after injection? This idea quickly took root in his mind, sprouted branches and leaves, and soon formed a towering tree that covered all other thoughts. Norman ran to the laboratory, completed a series of preparations for the serum injection under the horrified gaze of the staff on duty, and then lay directly into the replica of the life cabin. Threads of green smoke quickly enveloped Norman in the glass cabin, and heartrending screams immediately rang out in the airtight life cabin. I don't know how long it took, but the screams gradually replaced the penetrating evil smile, and the alloy the built hatch was kicked open, and a man with a ferocious expression and evil eyes walked out of Norman Osborn. After killing Ginge, everyone in Yuri's shop returned to a peaceful life. Ethan clocked in and got off work every day. The 5 Shack mastered the energy release ability newly given by Yuri during the day, and followed Yi at night. The demons joined forces to fight crime in Hell's Kitchen next door. During this period, Tony came to his door once. The reason was that the artificial intelligence Jarvis discovered the fact that Yuri had used borrowed money to acquire Stark Industries stocks. The two had a wonderful fight under the witness of Ethan and others. The war of words ended with the bottom line of Yuri shall not interfere with the company's operations for no reason after taking control of the shares, and will always support Tony's decisions about the company. Which made a man whose mustache began to twitch with anger give up his pursuit of stocks. 7 days later, the financial company, where Yuri controlled all the top executives, converted a total of 23 billion US dollars into Stark Industries stock. After a comprehensive evaluation, Yuri held about 18% of the share, which was Stark, a veritable major shareholder of the industry. This was done very well in order to express his gratitude. Yuri took the initiative to use his life energy to nurse them back to health, which was regarded as paying for the other party's consumption of various resources and connections during the week. After Tony learned the news, he immediately began to promote the rebirth potion. The overwhelming advertisements and videos of various disabled volunteers regaining their lives became popular throughout the lighthouse country in just a few days. After the military came out to take the stand, dozens of countries around the world have unilaterally initiated massive orders to the yet-to-be formally established Rebirth pharmaceutical company that are estimated to be impossible to produce in several years. "Boss, how are you?" Ethan smoothed back the few hairs on his head and nervously adjusted the tie around his neck. He pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and waited for Yuri's response rather uneasily, because he was worried about himself. He was extremely unconfident in the company's management level. After discussing with Yuri, he decided to become the agent for the 18% of Stark shares, while Yuri himself took over the role of Rebirth Pharmaceutical Company. Yuri gently smoothed the small wrinkles on his shoulders, carefully looked up and down, then smiled and said, "Ethan, I picked this outfit myself. You should be somewhat confident in my aesthetics. Look. It goes up nice, slim fit, and low profile." At this time, the 5 shacks filed out of the stairs. Compared with before, their temperaments had changed a lot. To put it simply, they behaved more like humans rather than untamed beasts. The 3 of them, the male mutants, showed their might in black suits, while the 2 female mutants wore shawl dresses that highlighted their proud figures and beautiful faces. "Boss, it's time for us to go." Shaq raised his hand to look at the time on the watch, and put the black sunglasses on his breast pocket on his face. Tiger and Chat stood next to Ethan, and Shaq opened the small window for Yuri. The door of the shop. Today, the roles of the 5 people are bodyguards and female companions. Ethan is assigned 2 bodyguards, while Yuri has 2 female companions. The car was friendly sponsored by the cheap dad who kicked him out of the house at the beginning. Yuri looked around and saw that it looked like the car he was driven out of. Sure enough, after opening the car door, Cheap Daddy Rob Ambrosius was looking at him with a glass of red wine in his hand with approval. "Get in the car. My outstanding son. You are the fastest in the history of the family to complete a business from scratch. That one, your mother and I are truly proud of you." Yuri was too lazy to talk to him after getting in the car. He just hugged the cheap lady sitting in the passenger seat gently, and then hugged him in front of his father, without any intention of taking him seriously. Ha ha ha. Cheap Mother Shaw gently covered her mouth, and her graceful and luxurious temperament was released like a tide when she frowned and smiled. She turned around and looked at Rob, who had a black line on his face, and mocked mercilessly, "It seems that my son is still giving birth to you." "I'm angry, my dear Robert," cough cough. Rob cleared his throat and placed the wine glass on the tray. The smooth driving of the car prevented it from causing even a single ripple. He looked at Yuri and his expression suddenly became serious. "Yuri, I admit that I cheated on you not long ago. What you did was a bit sudden, but your grandfather, me and the rest of the family came here this way." Yuri glanced at him and nodded nonchalantly. "I know. Actually, I don't mean to blame you. I just want to know if there are any secret rules in the Ambrosius family that I don't know about. You know, I don't really like this feeling of being kept in the dark and then passively accepting it." Rob's eyes flickered a few times, and he glanced at Vanax and Kate in Yuri's arms without trace. "There are indeed some more. But these things are a long story, and I hope to learn them in detail in the study. Tell you everything you need to know. Yuri raised his eyebrows. He knew that the family he entered by mistake was abnormal. It was a so-called wealthy family that died in 3 generations. How could there be a single lineage like Ambrosius? And the inheritance, everyone is still keen on seeking death. But everyone is blessed with great luck. And there is an evil family that cannot die no matter what they encounter. Of course, except for the unlucky guy Yuri Ambrosius, who made him be targeted by himself, the leader of a mutant race that originated before human history. After clarifying the conflict, the atmosphere in the car quickly returned to normal. I could only say that cheap mom was worthy of being a noble lady. In a few words, the topic was directed to the upcoming press conference, and Yuri naturally blended in. Although the golden eyes of the sun character aroused doubts between the two of them, Yuri used his psychic powers to quickly make them accept the setting that a son should be like this. The car quickly drove into the venue, which was located in Stark Tower. Tony meant that the opening ceremony of the new company and the replacement of the weapons department by the Stark Energy Department should be done at once. Yuri thought this was good, so he simply left it all to Tony. The car door opened, and Yuri took the initiative to get out of the car and pick up his mother. As expected, media from all walks of life quickly swarmed in and took photos frantically. Now their understanding of Yuri is still limited to the next successor of the Ambrosius family. Just when they were about to prepare a press release for him titled, "Mother is kind and son is filial," a noble son of a wealthy family opened the door for his mother in person. They saw Yuri turning around and being directly hit by 2 people who could be called. The enchanting beauty crossed her arms from left to right. Click, 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 click. More violent shudder sounds came like a flood, and a series of various weird titles such as New York's newest playboy. The tragedy of the Ambrosius family. The fallen dutiful son of a rich family appeared like fountains one after another, overwhelming everyone can't hold it down. All the reporters' faces were filled with excitement. This is more worthy of reporting than a loving mother and a filial son. At this moment, Yuri's very familiar voice came from the broadcast in the lobby on the first floor of Stark Tower. The artificial intelligence Jarvis said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, the press conference will officially begin in half an hour. Please take your seats, our protagonist will appear soon." Yuri found Tony, who was retouching his makeup backstage. After the latter was discovered, he immediately wanted the makeup artist to stop this slightly embarrassing behavior. But under the death gaze of Pepper still sat still. After sitting down, his naughty mustache twitched a few times. Tony looked at Yuri in the mirror and said, "When you grow up in a few years, you will have to use makeup to make yourself look younger like me." "Excuse me," Yuri said hello to Pepper beside him, and then smiled harmlessly at Tony and said, "As long as I want. I can keep the appearance you see now before I die of old age." Oh, Tony shrugged, trying to make his expression reflected in the mirror look less jealous. "That's really too bad." "That would be awesome," Pepper, who was responsible for supervising Tony's makeup application, immediately lit up when he heard this, staring at Yuri's golden eyes with anticipation. No woman can resist the temptation of ageless appearance. She said incoherently, asked, "Is that true? I mean, Mr. Yuri, have you developed such a drug? When will it be put into production?" Yuri looked at the jealous Tony and smiled. He patted his chest and assured Pepper, "If one day I really develop such a product, you will definitely be the first to hear the news." Pepper wanted to talk to Yuri a few more words, but was pulled aside by Tony, who was finally freed from the makeup artist's hands. The former playboy spoke with a scumbag tone, "You will always be mine. CEO Pepper, whether you're getting older or not." Yuri was a gentleman and gave them a quiet environment. But Pepper finally pushed away Tony, who lowered his head a little bit. She smiled sheepishly at Yuri, who had been observing and studying seriously, and straightened her clothes. He ran out like a thief with his hair behind him. "What are you still doing standing here?" Tony glared at Yuri with great dissatisfaction. The main reason was that none of the 5 Kates were here. Tani, who was at home, felt that he could do it again. You should just go out quietly just now, instead of standing there like you haven't seen anything before. Look at it like a fool in the world, ha ha. Yuri walked into Tony, tapped his slender fingers gently on his chest, and felt a gentle life energy instantly. My dear Tony, the reason I came to see you is to help you make further progress in the research and development of microreactors. When his fingers left Tony's chest, traces of black blood seeped out from his pores, condensing into a fist-sized blood ball in the air. Tony touched his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at Yuri with gratitude, and then said arrogantly, I don't think you can point fingers at me in this field. What? Yuri pinched the blood cell and easily extracted the palladium element from it. The total amount is so small that it cannot be found without a microscope. In fact, I am just a messenger. The one who really guides you is your father, Howard Stark. Tony's face immediately darkened. Yuri, it's not fun to make fun of my parents. Throwing the blood cells into the trash can, Yuri patted Tony on the shoulder. You know, I took away those instruments in the underground laboratory, and I got some interesting things from them. Through some not-so-scientific means, I got some information left by your father. The Allies were defeated in the war 70 years ago, leaving behind a lot of advanced black technologies, a large part of which were absorbed by the Allies. Howard was the main researcher on many projects. The first-generation reactor on the top of the Stark Tower, the unfinished anti-gravity car. They all come from an infinite and mysterious energy body, the cosmic Rubik's Cube, etc., etc. Tony stopped Yuri. Are you saying that all my father's research came from the defeated Allies? It does not matter. Yuri waved his hand and continued. I learned that your father discovered a new element that can completely replace the palladium element you are using now. It is harmless and pollution-free, and it can also increase the energy of the reactor by several amounts. Tony sat on the chair leisurely. He looked at Yuri. Editor, you continue to make up. The palladium element is irreplaceable in the reactor. Besides 7, if there really is the element you mentioned, why don't father tell me directly? Yuri raised his hand and looked at the time. There were still more than 10 minutes before the official start of the press conference. He pointed at his watch and chose to keep the story short. Your father's research is under the supervision of the government. And you know very well that the Lighthouse state what kind of people are those people. If they master this element, they will not think of world peace but world domination. If I let you know, it means letting everyone know, okay? Tony shrugged, temporarily accepting the reason why his father didn't tell him. But then he had a new question, since the new elements have been discovered. Haven't they been produced and preserved? No. Yuri shook his head and pointed at his brain. I have to admit that Stark is a very smart person. You knocked out the microreactor in the caves, and your father deduced it out of thin air under heavy surveillance. A new element with endless potential. I accept your compliment. Tony stooped down like an English gentleman and stared into Yuri's eyes. I don't believe that with your character. You would tell me this information for free, indeed. Yuri too saw clearly and frankly stated his needs. I want to participate in the entire manufacturing process of the new element reactor and the research and development of the Mark armor. What? Tony frowned and looked Yuri up and down to know what he was really thinking. You. What? Shouldn't need a battle armor to enhance your combat power. Right? I won't even make any armor other than steam armor. What? I just need the level of technology contained in it to improve some of my abilities. What? Yuri raised his hand and looked at the time again. There are still 5 minutes until the press conference officially starts. Tony, the information is hidden in the Howard relics you got from S.H.I.E.L.D. You must have seen the videotape, right? The new element is on the table behind your father. Ladies and gentlemen. Jarvis's impassioned voice sounded in the hall. Energy and medical care are 2 areas with unlimited potential in the new world. And Stark Industries and Rebirth Pharmaceuticals are the well-deserved leaders of the new world. Today is a historic day, the beginning of a new era. Let us invite today's protagonist, Chuo, Boom Boom. Boom! The street outside the building was shattered by several sudden pumpkin-shaped bombs. The shock wave carried broken glass and smashed into the crowd, causing almost some panic. There is only one protagonist today. A horrifying laugh came from the sky, and a green armored man with a flying machine swooped down. That's me, the Green Goblin. After all, Norman was defeated by the dark side of his heart, and became the first generation of Green Goblins after putting on a hideous and terrifying green suit. But the difference from the original plot is that the current Green Goblin has not been pressured by the directors of Osborne Company. So when he first appeared in the public eye, he did not kill all the directors and then leave, but took the Connor's anger at betrayal and jealousy of Tony descended on the press conference at this moment. Destroy them all. Pumpkin bombs dropped from high altitude one by one, and were accurately thrown into the participants who were scrambling to escape from Stark Tower. After several deafening explosions, some people lost their lives because they were too close, and more people were knocked to the ground by the aftermath, suffering some minor or serious injuries. Jai. After being blackened, Norman installed two downward-facing loudspeakers on the aircraft in an extremely coquettish way, so that everything he said could be heard by everyone present. Tony Stark. You despicable and shameless evil thief. You stole the rebirth potion that originally belonged to me. Today I must kill you, Tony. Pepper, who hurried over, looked at Tony with a puzzled look on his face, while the latter looked at Yuri with the same expression. Didn't you make the rebirth potion? Why did the guy outside say it was something that originally belonged to him? He is it Connors? No. Yuri dragged Tony to the elevator and said, Connors is dead. The potion that belongs to the guy outside should be the lizard potion developed by Connors. There are too many people paying attention here, and I can't take action. Go put on your mark armor after all. This is your press conference. It will be difficult to explain to the outside world if there are too many casualties. Well, in the end, it's up to me to turn the tide. Tony walked into the exclusive elevator and told the ubiquitous artificial intelligence Jarvis, start to activate Mark IV. I want to put it on in the shortest possible time. The elevator door slowly closed and Shaq, who was in a black suit and black sunglasses, came over with Vanex and Kate. Boss, Tiger and Chat will be responsible for ensuring the safety of Ethan and Ambrosius. Do you want to save those ordinary people outside? Under Pepper's disbelieving gaze, Yuri said with an expression that had nothing to do with him, no need. Humans have their own police and soldiers to protect them. We just need to watch all this happen. Remaining hands-off is the most appropriate option. Before Pepper could speak, he added, Tony is busy transforming to fight that green goblin flying in the sky. Pepper, you can organize people to do something for the ordinary people lying on the ground who are dying of injuries. What? I think taking out part of the rebirth potion is a good choice. Not only can it save their lives, but it can also take advantage of this wave of terrorist attacks to create a wave of free advertising for the potion. Pepper's expression changed several times, and finally gave Yuri a complicated look and turned to leave. As Tony's most considerate CEO, she knew very well how powerful Yuri's bodyguards were. If they participated in the battle no matter what, they would at least prevent the annoying guy above his head from attacking ordinary people. But he stopped the bodyguards from asking for help, but then gave himself a practical rescue plan. This gave her a strange feeling, as if Yuri was deliberately staying out of it. Tony ran to the prepared Mark IV on the dressing table and absorbed Yuri's steam armor-wearing concept. Now it only takes a few seconds to put on the armor, and he no longer has to stand in a fixed position and wait. The robotic arm is assembled part by part. He only needs to walk and turn around. Put the Mark IV on his body like clothes, and then the armor will automatically close and close. When the virtual display on the mask lights up, he can activate flight mode and fly straight into the sky. The best one has to be Tony Stark, not leaving the ceiling that Jarvis had opened earlier. He insisted on smashing the tempered glass that served as the wall with his head, using countless broken glass shards that shone brightly in the sunlight as special effects for him to join the battlefield. Well, A familiar tights with spider webs leaped in front of him. The little spider with a broken mouth shot webs one by one from the wrist, and precisely stuck to the scattered pumpkin bombs. Throw them into the empty sky before exploding. While the green goblin was replenishing his ammunition, he once again swung up to Tony in his armor. I thought I saw you rushing out of Stark Tower. Yes, that's right, you made that big hole, Mark so. You are Mr. Tony Stark, right? Tony used a palm cannon to destroy a pumpkin bomb flying towards here in advance. The artificial intelligence Jarvis activated the small tracking missile on the shoulder of the suit, easily intercepting all the bombs falling to the ground. He stood still and output left and right. The green goblin jumped sideways and said to Little Spider without looking back, "Yes. I am Tony Stark, nice to meet you, Peter Parker. A student at Midtown High School who lives in Queens." What? The little spider almost missed the thread and fell. His mind was racing. Is it really you, Mr. Stark? But what did you say about Peter Parker? With all due respect, you have mistaken the wrong person. I really don't know. I know there is such a person, Tilda. Tony turned around and said to Peter half jokingly and half threatening, as a minor. School is where you should stay. I think it is necessary to have a chat with your Aunt May. Maybe she doesn't mean there is something wrong with your family's education. What? The ever-changing battlefield left no time for Peter to talk nonsense. When the green goblin on the aircraft saw that all methods had been defeated, he actually turned the aircraft around, dropped a bunch of pumpkin bombs and prepared to escape. Leave it to you, little Peter. Tony waved his hand mischievously at the little spider. The flight system locked on to the fast-flying green goblin in the distance and accelerated to catch up in an instant. Only Spider-Man, who was full of panic because his identity was called out, was left spraying spider silk, sticking pumpkin bombs one by one and throwing them into the sky. What should I do? What should I do? Absorbed on the smooth glass exterior wall of Stark Tower, Peter felt that he had encountered a huge problem that he had never experienced in his life. After cooperating with the police and soldiers on the ground to rescue several people who were crushed under boulders and cars, he swayed following the spider silk. He quickly left the messy battle scene from a distance. He saw Tony in battle armor carrying a man in green armor with his hood removed as he flew back to the top floor of the building. With his keen eyesight, he even saw the man waving goodbye to him. On the second floor that he hadn't noticed, Yuri's golden pupils were flowing with light. Spider-Man. Super strength spider sense a super coordination. Flying over walls. I remember that the reason why the second and third generations of Spider-Man could fly over walls and fly over walls was because they had static electricity. Absorption capacity. This thing has been used well, it should be more than that. After all, spiders can fly too. The press conference ended abruptly. A group of reporters and people from all walks of life who were injured by the Green Goblin and then completely cured by Stark's security team took to the streets to tell the world about the magic of the rebirth potion with their own experiences. However, it didn't take long before they were called out by Yuri himself. The ambulance that arrived took him away forcibly for nutritional supplementation. Although the finished rebirth potion contains a high-energy charged nutrient solution, the energy required to regenerate a leg or even half a body is far more than that. He doesn't want these guys whose senses are temporarily blinded by adrenaline to be on the street. He fell to the ground no matter how far away he was, as if he had been injected with a rebirth potion that would leave serious sequelae. After saying goodbye to the Ambrosius couple who had to go home early to prepare, Yuri met Sheriff George, who arrived first and then arrived in the exclusive elevator on the second floor. This is Gwen's father, whom Dr. Lizard once encountered when he was trying to activate the Canary device on top of the Osborn Tower. In fact, this conscientious police chief has been having a lot of headaches recently. The originally chaotic Hell's Kitchen has been experiencing frequent mass deaths of people recently. Although they are all gang members who do not want to spare their lives, there is always an awkward feeling of having to wipe people's butts. It felt like he couldn't catch the figure, and it was even more nonsense to kill him. Apart from going in every morning to clean up the corpses, There was nothing he could do, maybe. Let Spider-Man give it a try. During the night of the Canary device, he saw the true face of the little spider Peter Parker. Later, the two found time to have a serious talk, and finally reached some agreements that would never be seen in the light. In short, Peter selectively obeyed George's orders. And in exchange, the New York police will never embarrass him again. Judging from the situation in recent days, cooperation has achieved good results. George was stunned for a moment after seeing Yuri, but he quickly realized that this was Tony's friend or lawyer. His professionalism made him want to cross-examine him. But when he saw those golden eyes, he couldn't help but want to cross-examine him. After going to bed, this thought slowly subsided again for some unknown reason. Ding dong, welcome distinguished Mr. Ambrosius and Sheriff George. As soon as the elevator door opened, he heard Jarvis's polite greeting. Yuri smiled and nodded to the camera as usual, while George's performance seemed like he was about to draw a gun and take aim. After all, he was everywhere but couldn't be found anywhere. The sound of entities is indeed beyond the imagination of people in this era. Following the guide and entering the living room, 3 people were already sitting on the soft sofa. They were Tony, who had a smile on his face since he had returned from victory and teased the little spider, and Tony, who kept playing with a tube of rebirth potion and playing with it from time to time. A certain military man looked at Mark's armor standing aside, and the mother-in-law Nick's. One eye was covered by a black eye patch that was similar to his skin color and kept looking at Yuri, who was walking towards him. Fury when Yuri got closer, he discovered that there was a green goblin named Norman Osborn lying on the ground with a face full of veins and only the ability to move his eyes. Please take a seat, Mr. Ambrosius. The black braised egg turned into a guest and invited Yuri to sit down in Tony's Stark Tower. He crossed his hands on his chest, looked at Yuri with one eye and said, according to the information we know, Mr. Yuri, I have never experienced a systematic biology education, and I would like to know why you developed the rebirth potion. Is it related to the fact that you turned into golden eyes after working in Iraq during the summer? Hey, the smile on Tony's face disappeared instantly. He straightened up from the sofa, exuding the rare majesty of a superior, that one-eyed one. This is my territory. Yuri is my friend. You have no right to interrogate him here. Yuri chose the largest sofa and sat down. When he passed by the green goblin, he squatted down to feel the state of his soul. The green goblin, like the Hulk, was a deformed product of the subpersonality suppressing the main personality. Especially after some common sense in Yuri, he felt that he should be able to defeat the Hulk effortlessly, similar to how Guya slapped out the Hulk's soul. Yuri could also help his master Gabbana subdue the Hulk. The Hulk's secondary personality. His strength is limited to his physical body. In the soul realm, he is truly a younger brother among younger brothers. Okay, the soldier said. The purpose of our gathering here today is to discuss 2 issues. One is the rebirth potion and the other is your armor, Tony. I don't think it's anything to discuss. Tony crossed his legs and said with a magnanimous face, the rebirth potion is clearly priced and available worldwide. If the military wants to purchase it in large quantities, it can give a discount. As for the armor, I don't have any armor. It is known that I am in a bandit's den in Afghanistan. He was seriously injured, and the thing standing over there is just my mechanical prosthetic limb, which is used to facilitate travel and speed up recovery. The armor, I said I would never make weapons again. The facts will not change because of your quibbles. Black Llewellyn's single eye glanced back and forth between Tony and the armor. Believe me, Tanithas is a technology you can't master. If we can't reach an agreement here, you may be targeted by the entire Congress. The truth will not yield to your threats. Tony glanced at Yuri, who was silent on the sidelines, and decided to give his brother a hand and let him into the water. He cleared his throat and said, in fact, even if I give the armor to Yao, you can't afford it. First of all, it's the cost. The Mark armor uses a lot of alloys that are unique to me. Their cost per gram may be as high as thousands of dollars, as well as various operating systems, maintenance, and most importantly, the ultra-high computing power artificial intelligence Jarvis, who coordinates the entire fuselage. Without him, the entire armor is just a tin can that can resist damage. And Jarvis, there is absolutely no way I can give it to you. Tony displayed a lot of things in a long-winded manner. All kinds of professional technical terms made the marinated egg. The military man and the sheriff frown. But Yuri didn't listen at all. He was fooling anyway. So let Tony repeat it. Maybe even he himself forgot what he just said. In summary, Tony took a sip of wine to soothe his slightly dry throat. The annual cost of a set of mechanical prostheses is about 2,000 billion US dollars. What do you think? Are you still interested in getting one? This directly excludes Sheriff George. Seeing that Lou Dan and the soldier fell silent, Tony smiled evilly at Yuri and continued, but, seeing all four people looking at him, he cleared his throat angrily. In order to escape when I was a hostage in the bandits' den, I actually designed a relatively simple mechanical prosthesis. Because I fled in a panic at the time, its design drawings finally fell into the hands of Ambrosius in front of him. I have to admit that Yuri is really a great genius. After getting the drawings, he relied on his unfinished mechanical knowledge to end the great spirit of daring to explore the mysterious field. Even in the absence of microreactors, created a new set of energy supply methods. You may have seen it during the surveillance of Canary Night. Yes, it is the mechanical prosthetic limb that far surpasses me in all aspects of performance. It is a powerful, domineering, mysterious, and extraordinary combination of scrap metal and scrap metal, the steam armor. Yuri stiffly swallowed the drink in his mouth under everyone's gaze, and cursed Tony's 18th generation of ancestors in his heart. Although throwing the steam armor out to take the blame was something that had been discussed long ago. You should at least tell him in advance, let me say it. Putting down the wine glass, he looked at the ripples in the glass and said, Tony is basically right. The steam armor is priced at us $99.99 million per set. Do you want to try one after some deliberation? Under the strange eyes of the military man, Lu Dan skillfully used his superb bargaining skills to cut off 1/3 of the $99.99 steam armor from the chest, and finally priced it at $66 million US dollars. Come to Stark Tower to pick up the goods tomorrow night. After agreeing on a time and place, Yuri and Tony saw off the 3 black braised eggs together, and then returned to the living room again. The Green Goblin was still lying on the ground. The main reason was that as soon as Tony saw the veins on his face subside a little, he immediately asked everyone to put on earplugs and then took out the paralysis device to apply it on him. After 4 times, the Green Goblin was already dead, foaming at the mouth and falling into coma. With the acquiescence of the 3 major violent agencies of the military and police, Norman's disposal power has actually fallen into Yuri's hands. He lightly kicked the Green Goblin's armor. Yuri turned to Tony and said, Cybin has many useful patents and laboratories. Rebirth Pharmaceutical Company cannot rely solely on rebirth potions. If possible, we can get something worthwhile from him. Tony looked at the Green Goblin on the ground without any sympathy in his eyes. What was originally a good cross-generational product launch conference turned into a mess because of the appearance of this guy. If he hadn't recognized Norman's face after pulling off the mask, he had already sent the opponent to death with a palm cannon. Ever since he personally killed Obadiah, Tony's methods have become more and more fierce. When he went to solve the problems in the Middle East from time to time, he would kill his enemies without hesitation. I don't think this old guy will obey me. Is there anything you can do, Yuri? Through the profit of information, he knew that the Osborne family had a certain genetic disease inherited from generation to generation. The reason why Norman transformed into the Green Goblin was due to the injection of some unproven strengthening agent. He raised his finger lightly and drew a ray of the golden life breath penetrated into the Green Goblin's body and probed carefully. He discovered that Norman's genetic chain was slowly disintegrating uncontrollably. This process was not rapid, but judging by this speed, he might die before the 0% possibility of certain death came mud, fortunately. Life energy can be repaired. But Yuri withdrew the energy after repairing 1/10 of it. Under Tony's fearful gaze, his eyes turned pure white for an instant. But they recovered again after just a few seconds. A brilliant golden color. Okay. Norman has a genetic disease. And I cured 1/10 of it for him after waking up. This will become a bargaining chip for you to negotiate with him. In addition, the evil thoughts in his soul are a bit strange. Although I completely wiped them out. But it seems to be able to regenerate infinitely from the main soul. So you should pay attention, and it is best to complete all the procedures in a short time. After giving instructions to Tony, he turned around and wanted to leave. Because the original Ambrosius family seemed to be quite mysterious. He wanted to understand the secrets as soon as possible. And it would be best to get some improvement in strength. But Tony obviously didn't intend to let him leave just like that. The former took out a videotape and shook it. The research and development of new elements allows you to participate. But the premise is that you must help me find this new element. Yuri shrugged indifferently. And after Tony inserted the videotape and started playing it, he fast-forwarded to the scene of future world blueprint and said, "Jarvis, if you can please scan this picture and put it vertically, sorry Yuri." Jarvis explained in a regretful tone, "There is no corresponding equipment installed in the living room. If you want to do this, please move to the laboratory with Tony." Yuri patted Tony, who had already discovered something. As he walked towards the elevator, he said to Jarvis above him, then let Tony go by himself. "I have something else to do, so I'll take the first step." Jarvis heard this and said, "There are already vehicles waiting at the door." "Goodbye, Yuri." The Ambrosius family is located in a small forest on the outskirts of New York City. I remember that Yuri didn't like living here when he was young. Because every time night fell, the forest that enveloped the mansion would look particularly eerie. The person in charge of driving was one of Stark's bodyguards. Yuri had not seen the other person in his memory. It seemed that he was an ordinary person who had no role in the main Marvel event. However, the other person's driving skills were good, and he was unhappy along the way. It wasn't slow. It was smooth and didn't even make Yuri feel any bumps. Just as the car drove into the only road in the forest, he keenly sensed a faint but real energy fluctuation. This was a new sense created after swallowing up Ginja's ability. In the past, he was like a child in the mother's body. A baby can only passively absorb the cosmic energy floating in the sky and earth. But now he can not only perceive their existence more clearly, but also subjectively mobilize it to his own advantage. This gave him some guesses about the abilities of the Eternals. But now is not the time to think about this. The weak energy fluctuations disappeared briefly. And then Yuri felt that the cosmic energy here seemed to be a little closer to him. They showed pure joy, as if they were welcoming the return of their master. Magic, the car entered the gates, bypassed the stone fountain statue that also had energy fluctuations, and stopped in front of the steps of the mansion. Yuri didn't wait for the driver to get out of the car and took the initiative to open the door. After saying goodbye politely, he opened the door and entered the house with ease. The interior was full of bright lights and splendor. Before I could take a few turns to reminisce about the past, I saw the old butler with gray hair and good spirits walking down the stairs. Yuri naturally showed a friendly smile, walked up to him and shouted, "Adam, long time no see." With a smile on his face, old Adam looked up and down at the young man in front of him, who he had single-handedly raised and called half a grandson. He patted Yuri on the shoulder and joked, "I thought I would never see you return to the family before I died." "It's over." The two walked into the restaurant while chatting. The 4-meter diameter circular revolving table was filled with a variety of dishes. Cheap parents had already started eating before Yuri arrived. "Why did it come so slowly?" "Your father and I waited for a while but didn't see you coming. We were afraid that the food would get cold, so we ate it directly. See if there is anything else you want to eat." If so, ask Adam to tell the kitchen to do it. As leaders in the catering industry, the lunch of the Ambrosius family certainly shows the extravagance of the capitalist society. Although there are only 3 people, the food on the table is enough for at least 30 people to go around. Yuri ate sloppily for a while, controlling his food intake within the range of ordinary people. He didn't intend to show too much in front of his original parents, unless the other party was as abnormal as him. After eating and drinking, Rob stood up first. He waved to Yuri, who had been prepared. After the latter followed, he walked towards the study in a leisurely manner. His tone became low and mysterious. Before I learn all the secrets of the family, Yuri, I have a question that I want you to answer. Do you believe in magic? So we are descendants of Merlin. Yuri was a little at a loss in the Marvel universe. Merlin is at the top of the food chain. He controls time and space and is known as the almighty guardian of the universe. Do you want to play so big? I just randomly found a good-looking guy. How could he be related to a being who can beat up the god team? At a certain moment, Yuri had the idea of escape immediately without him. If Merlin found out that his descendants had been usurped by an inhuman existence, even if he had long transcended reality and ignored the world, as long as a little accident happened, it might cause him to be crushed to death. Yes, we have the noblest blood flowing in our bodies, and we have innate blessings and blessings. Robert pointed to several portraits on the wall of the study room and said, "This blessing blesses us that no matter how many difficulties we encounter, we can still find the vitality of existence. This is why your grandfather participated in the war unscathed. And I am passionate about because of the extreme challenge." Rob carefully took out a certain book on the bookshelf, and then took down the second and third books in a certain order. The books of different thicknesses formed a wonderful formation on the table. And on Luo, after Bo placed the last book in a special place. Violent energy fluctuations came from the book. Under Yuri's gaze, traces of cosmic energy turned from virtual to real, and finally condensed into a beautiful pendant suspended in midair. This is the Holy Sword and the Holy Shield. Rob's eyes were full of enthusiasm when he looked at the pendant. He recalled, every direct member of the family has an opportunity to be baptized with holy objects after completing the trials passed down from generation to generation. Baptism can make you immune to all diseases and live a long and healthy life. And can also test whether you have magical talent and whether you can accept the inheritance from your great ancestors. Yuri Ambrosius, me son, please wear the holy object on your chest now. Yuri pondered for a moment, then carefully stretched his hands towards the pendant suspended in midair. A simple chain slowly appeared, and the pendant landed on his hand as if it had a self-awareness. A warmth that touched the soul swept through the whole body, and Yuri lost all control over his body in an instant. And countless golden lines, representing various abilities of the Eternals, emerged one by one. Under the influence of some mysterious force, they slowly merged and merged. Some of the mysterious and complex lines became thicker, while others became thinner or simply disappeared. The chain and the pendant were slowly put around Yuri's neck. Then the pendant, which originally seemed to be welded together, slowly separated from the Holy Sword and the Holy Shield. The chain was divided into 2 and connected to the end of the hilt of the Holy Sword and the grip of the Holy Shield. The 2 holy objects fell on the palm of Yuri's unconsciously raised hand, and then penetrated into Yuri's skin from the real world, leaving marks that looked like tattoos on them. The slightly weird golden double pupils in Yuri's eyes slowly approached and merged, eventually forming new dark golden pupils in the shape of concentric circles. Then this unknown transformation came to an end, and mysterious powers that could not be detected by the naked eye slowly exited the body. The dominance after success and fame all returned to the 2 marks on the palm of the hand and disappeared. Ho tilde ho tilde ho. As if he was about to die of suffocation, but suddenly encountered fresh air. Yuri, who regained control of his body, gasped heavily. He raised his hand and looked at the 2 lifelike tattoos on his palm with apprehension. These two guys dominated the evolution just now, and the incomparable tyrannical force easily took over his dominance over the body. Even if the remaining prestige exuded, it also eclipsed his soul, which few earthlings can match. Forced to the very corner of consciousness. But fortunately it has no ill intentions toward him. Even if Yuri's soul is a ferocious mutant. How are you, my sons? Rob could vaguely detect the changes in Yuri. And coupled with everything he had just witnessed, he had reason to suspect that his son had regained the ancestral inheritance that had been lost for 3 generations. Not bad. Yuri tried to mobilize the energy-gathering superpower from Ginge, but found that all the superpowers in his body were fused together, combining into a seed that exuded a strong original aura in his body. Now there is no such thing as Ginge's energy-gathering superpower, Ajax's healing superpower, etc. All the superpowers absorbed by Yuri have been completely transformed under the action of seeds. Became Yuri's superpower. Seeing that he seemed to be feeling himself, Rob asked cautiously, "So have you learned any magic?" "No." A golden spark appeared out of thin air, and then countless sparks rotated and expanded. Then, under Yuri's gaze, a bald woman wearing a yellow robe and holding a folding fan came out. She looked Yuri up and down. Her deep eyes seemed to be able to see through him. No one spoke in the increasingly solid atmosphere. Guya smiled slightly and actually bent towards Yuri. "Waste, it's an honor to meet you. The inheritor of the holy magician Merlin and the great leader of the mutant race. Mr. Yuri Ambrosius. I am the Earth's contemporary supreme mage, Ancient One." Yuri could feel that the person she was bending over was Merlin, whom she represented, and not the leader of the mutant race who was like a polished commander. She wanted to bow politely in return, but the 2 tattoos on her palms suddenly erupted with piercing heat, apparently telling Yuri that the Ancient One is not worthy of receiving a gift in return. Yuri smiled awkwardly, and was about to explain when he heard Guya speak first. "It doesn't matter. The inheritance of the holy magician Merlin will stay in the alien space of Kamataj. If you have time, you can go to Bleecker, Manhattan, New York. Street No. 177, show them the mark on your palm. And someone will take you to Camel Taj." As soon as he finished speaking, Guya raised his feet and retreated into the portal. Yuri could see that there seemed to be an endless void, but there was not a single star in sight. Only endless darkness that seemed to be able to swallow everything. The portal closed instantly, except for Yuri, who could feel the slightest fluctuation in the space. Everything else in the study seemed to be exactly the same as a few minutes ago. "So have you learned any magic?" The exact same voice. The exact same tone. The exact same expression and the exact same movements. Yuri narrowed his eyes. Is Merlin's inheritance so important that it is worth using the time stone? Some thoughts passed quickly, and a smile appeared on Yuri's face again. He gathered an energy ball the size of a green bean at his fingertips, and blasted a medium-deep hole into the hard door of the study. He is really happy, because today he finally solved the only existence on the Earth that can pose a fatal threat to him at this stage. Of course, it cannot be said to be solved. Looking at Guya's attitude today, it should be said that he has eliminated possible enemies in the future. Became friends in the same camp in advance, not only that. From now on, regardless of any abnormal behavior he exhibits, he can blame the cause on Camel Taj, who lives in seclusion in the mountains. Run fast, can hypnotize, build mechas, and heal wounds. It's all because I learned magic, do not believe. Then go find Master Gu Yi to verify it yourself. It was already dark after coming out of the Ambrosius family. Yuri refused old Adam's suggestion to send him a car to take him back, and chose to run home on his own legs. Now his abilities have been integrated and unified with the help of the mark on the palm of his hand. But the specific use after the integration still requires him to explore it personally. And he does not plan to go to the New York temple to rush to Kamataj in a short time. Learn magic. Because Tony called not long ago and said that he had finished the virtual model of the new element. The official manufacturing date will be in the past few days. The expensive suit was torn apart because it couldn't withstand the wind pressure generated by Yuri's running. The rags danced in the wind. Yuri was so annoyed that he tore off all the tops and put on a special suit at a certain jumping moment. Ultra-high elastic wear-resistant set purchased. His speed became faster and faster, and his limbs swung and waved to form a shadow. A golden trail that was more than 10 meters long was left behind him, and it tended to get longer and longer. The divine speed in Macri's hands can drag out a golden light tail that stretches several kilometers. But Yuri can clearly feel that he is making rapid progress. Under the influence of the mutant tribe's powerful evolutionary factors, he believes that he is one step closer to surpassing Macri. The day is not too far away, Yuri suddenly stopped. The power of space disappeared in a flash, eliminating the huge kinetic energy generated during his rapid running. In front of him was an abandoned suburban park, and what made the sound was a black meteorite falling from the sky. Little Spider is in a bad mood today. After being called out by Tony, he had been trembling with fear, fearing that at some point a piece of news like Spider-Man's true identity is Peter Parker would suddenly appear on the big screen on the street, which would cause him to spend the whole day. They were all listless and returned home early after helping some people casually. After learning that Aunt May would not go home after working overtime tonight, he directly put on a hood and swung from the bustling city center to this suburban garden. This was the place where he had his first date with his first girlfriend, Mary, who later fell in love with her. His best friends Harry and Peter sent their best wishes. Whenever Peter is unhappy or can't think about it, he will come here alone due to the desertion in recent years. It has a sense of tranquility close to the original jungle. No one wants to step on the path full of wild grass and mosquitoes, so no one will bother you at all. But something seems to have gone wrong today. Peter, who was lying on the worn-out rocking chair, suddenly opened his eyes and rolled over to the side. When he raised his head to see the source of the crisis, a meteorite falling from the sky accurately hit the rocking chair he had just been lying on, causing it to shatter countless times. The rocks scattered in all directions, and Peter relied on his strong perception and extraordinary agility to easily avoid all the scorching high-temperature rocks. When all the smoke and dust dissipated, Peter saw the true face of the meteorite. It was a large black stone with a few finger-sized holes scattered on it. Relying on the boldness of an expert, he cautiously approached and squatted down to observe carefully. Crack! A ball of black mucus suddenly spurted out and smeared on Peter's hand, which was blocked in time. It quickly stuck to it as if it were alive, and Peter couldn't shake it off even if he tried his best. What are you doing? The little spider suddenly turned around. A man with an extremely handsome face pushed aside the bushes that were growing wildly. He looked at himself with a strange expression as if he was dancing. The most impressive thing was that the man's eyes turned out to be strange, dark golden colors. The little spider had many thoughts for a moment. The thing stuck to my hand must be the legendary alien creature. Right, should I tell this man that there are aliens here? If I tell him, will I also told the police? As the first contact person, I won't be arrested and sectioned for study right. The more he thought about it, the scarier he became. Peter put his hands behind his back and said, "It's just a meteorite. There's nothing interesting here, sir. I suggest you leave as soon as possible. Just like I am doing now." Yuri watched the little spider run away quickly as if it was running away. He shook his head and ignored it. He saw the black mucus sticking to the opponent's palm. If he guessed correctly, it should be a symbiote. The meteorite that smashed into the ground gradually cooled down, and the sound of liquid flowing invariably sounded from the holes on it. After a while, 3 or 4 viscous black fluids fell to the ground. They had a firm goal and rushed towards them, eyes widening. All white, Yuri, it's weak. Symbiotes without a parasitic host are just a puddle of moving mud. The difficulty of controlling their minds is no different than controlling a slightly smarter cat or dog. Yuri raised his hand and pulled out some materials from the dilapidated recliner not far away. This action caused the recliner to be scrapped in pieces. It is estimated that the little spider will not be able to lie on it to peace his mind when he comes here again. Under the control of Yuri, the materials obtained from the recliner deformed and fused, forming spherical containers to put all the symbiotes that crawled out. He shook the simple iron ball in disgust. The reason why he helped Tony so much this is because the improvement of manufacturing capabilities can only draw inferences from analogies, but cannot be made out of thin air, in other words. He will never have the same extreme research and development capabilities as Tony. But as long as he learns the manufacturing process of something, he can be better than anyone else at carrying out modifications and variations at the same level. Come on, come on. Ignoring the meteorite that was still emitting a trace of heat, Yuri put away the containers containing the symbiote and turned away in the direction of the shop. He remembered that there would be a company called Life Company in the future, exploring the symbiote planet in space and bringing the venom back to Earth. In order not to change the plot too much, this meteorite that is useless after taking it should be left here. His keen hearing helped him capture the sound of propellers miles away. He was not interested in whether it was a journalist or a government official. He left immediately after eliminating the traces that he and Little Spider had ever existed here. He is very busy tonight. Not only does he have to complete the steam armor that will be delivered to Black Braised Egg and Gunman tomorrow night, before Kate and Vanex come back from fighting crime. He also wants to study the symbiote in the container. I heard that this thing gets stronger when it encounters the strong, and becomes weak when it encounters the weak. It is a group that really only knows how to fight against the power of others. It's just that there might be another consciousness in his mind that he can't accept. So he wants to try to see if he can use his ability to completely erase the souls and consciousness of the symbiotes, turning them into a single biological weapon that is unconscious and autonomously controllable. If he succeeds, he also wants to help the other party multiply the offspring. Strive to put on a pair of symbiote battle armor for every tribe member, which is beneficial but harmless, mutants plus symbiote. That must be interesting. Go back to Commercial Street. He conveniently destroyed several invisible cameras hidden on the street and pointed at his own shop. These things were no longer a matter of thought. Hailu Dan ordered his subordinates to arrange them, and they might be able to upload data in real time, no one said. The angle of view feels like it is being pinched. The first floor of the shop was empty. Ethan left a note on the counter that said, "The meals delivered by Hell's Kitchen are stored in the refrigerator." Yuri walked to the refrigerator and found that there were some of them were not put into the refrigerator for refrigeration. When I opened the refrigerators, I saw that they were almost bursting out. He wondered whether he should do less in Hell's Kitchen. After all, 5 shacks fought crime every night, and the money they earned from doing so was more than 100, if not 10,000 million in addition. They had basically learned the skills of human beings. The way of survival is completely self-sufficient, and there is no need to support it by yourself. It took half an hour to fill up my stomach. For mutants with huge appetites, although eating does not take much effort, it really takes a lot of time to be full. It seems that we need to seize the time to research some high-energy foods. Don't waste your precious 24 hours a day on filling your stomach. Bangs! A large amount of materials and the first steam armor created by Yuri hit the floor heavily on the second floor. The magic lines engraved on the small shop disappeared in a flash, alleviating the unbearable weight of life on ordinary building materials. I still need to change my house, Yuri shook his head. There have been a lot of things going on recently. But as the saying goes, put on your pants first and then your shoes. Be a grandson first and then a master. You have to eat your meals one bite at a time and do things one by one. The first thing he had to do was to make some improvements to the first-generation steam armor, such as integrating various modeled steel materials on the outer shell, so that it would not look too obvious and cheap before it was painted in the later state, such as weakening its capabilities in certain aspects such as speed, liftoff, and endurance prevent him from showing too dazzling attributes. For example, improving the energy absorption array as the core of energy and engraving some things in it that are useless, or will cause damage if touched too much. The anti-theft magic that will instantly detonate the entire suit of armor. More than 2 hours later, the 5 shacks who pushed in the door saw 2 war machines that were no worse than the unpainted war machines. They were even better in size and sense of pressure than the second-generation steam battle armor. Yuri looked at the time, but it was only 3 in the morning. In the past, the 5 guys would not come back until the sky was slightly bright. Why did you come back so early today? Vanax rushed to the side of the steam armor and looked at the iron can in front of her curiously. Because it looked really good. She couldn't help but bend her fingers and tap it twice. Boss. Night Demon Zia said that Hell's Kitchen has almost been purified into a paradise on Earth by the few of us. And he plans to rest for a few days. And then work hard to find Kingpin's lair and capture him in one fell swoop. Clangs clang. The unactivated steam battle armor was just a pile of scraps of broken copper and iron. How could it withstand the light blow from Vanax, the veteran of the mutant race? 2 potholes the size of a baby's fist immediately appeared in it, on the originally smooth surface of the armor. When Vanax looked at Yuri's elongated face, he knew that tonight he would have to go through another experience of close at hand but out of reach, and snatch it but find that you can't beat it again tonight. What a tragic journey, go away. Kate crossed her arms and looked at the stupid bird that had fled. Feeling deeply grateful in her heart. She had a great teammate who would never let go of her chain in battle and a pig opponent who was absolutely not smart when fighting for mating rights. Moreover is when both of them were named Vanax. Their lives were so happy and beautiful. During the final debugging to confirm that everything was correct, Yuri casually smoothed the 2 holes made by Vanax, put them into the black balls, and then went upstairs with Kate after taking a few steps. He suddenly noticed something was wrong behind me. So I turned around and met 3 hungry eyes. Boss, when can we go to the North Pole? The 3 of us are almost suffocated. That's right, boss. You have to find us a girlfriend quickly. Yuri was speechless. He and his clansmen had just solved the problem of eating. And then he felt full warm and lustful. But this was indeed a problem. He thought for a while and said, keep it in for another week. And we will leave in a week, go to the North Pole. You can do whatever you want when the time comes. As long as you have the ability. And as long as there are no more than 10. I will give you as many as I find. After Shaq and the others happily agreed, he continued to walk to the 3rd floor. Immediately afterwards there was a burst of ups and downs. And in the middle came a stupid bird who really couldn't stand it. And then there was another ups and downs, silent all night. What? But the little spider from Queens said that he had a lot to say. The pool of black mucus on his hands not only couldn't be shaken off, but also continued to seep into his body. Even if he stretched the muscle membrane to the tightest, it could not stop its progress. Isn't this some kind of alien-like parasite? Is he going to eat all my internal organs right away and then crawl out of my belly? Oh my God. It would be too bad if Aunt May saw me die tragically. Most of the black mucus had penetrated, and Peter's thoughts began to become confused. Crazy but not evil thoughts appeared one after another, making his nerves more and more fragile. Finally, he gave up resistance and cried on the pillow. In any case, he is just a child who suddenly has superpowers. Faced with the great horror between life and death, even an old man who has lived a lifetime may not be able to understand it, let alone a child who has not experienced society. As for the polished little spider, although he deceived himself and imagined all of this, the wall clock on the wall was ticking, symbolizing the passage of time. I don't know how long it had passed, but Peter's crying gradually became quieter. He suddenly jumped up from the bed, and his strong movements allowed him to land steadily. On the ground, why are you crying? Isn't this a good life? But I definitely can't last too long. I have to do something meaningful before I do whatever I want and be unscrupulous, Aunt May. Aunt May's work is really tiring. The key is that she can't make much money. It's all the fault of Aunt May's boss. I can kill him. No, murder is really terrible. I'd better get some money to make Aunt May spend the rest of her life comfortably. so that she can take care of herself even if I die. Robbing a bank, you can make a lot of money by robbing a bank. No, then Aunt May will be caught. I have to think of other ways, the poor symbiote. Because Peter's body and soul are too powerful. It cannot control the body at all. It can only mobilize the evil thoughts in the little spider's heart, prompting him to fall step by step. But the key is that there are few evil thoughts in Peter's body. It's so pitiful that the symbiote can't find anything to seduce the host in this heart full of sunshine. Die 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 die. The phone on the table suddenly rang. After Peter answered the call, Sheriff George's voice came from it. I need your help, kid. The location is an overpass. There is a large-scale drug deal going on here. The enemy has a lot of firepower, and I need your help to attract their attention. Drug dealing, there must be a lot of cash in there. With a thought in Peter's mind, the black and white venom spider suit instantly covered his body. Cool tilde, I'm going right now, after hanging up the phone. The venomous spider turned over and jumped out of the window. Spider threads shot out from the transmitter on the wrist, and they were firmly adhered to the rows of high-rise buildings in New York City, leading the little spiders to jump through the night. The symbiote did increase the little spider's combat power a lot. He had to adapt for a long time before he could master the power in his body that was several times greater than before. The spider silk, which was as tough as steel wire, also broke several times under the huge force. Just when he was about to continue adapting like this, the symbiote that turned the suit into black and white suddenly began to fluctuate. The little spider raised his wrist thoughtfully, and finger-thick sticks of mucus shot out like spider silk. While Peter tugged tentatively, the shared body spider silk was several times stronger than the special spider silk he had developed himself in terms of feel, convenience, toughness, strength, and quantity. It could completely withstand his current strength. At this point, no longer hesitated, grabbed the symbiote spider silk with both hands and jumped off the top floor of a certain building with a whoosh. Yes, that's it. I have great power and I can do whatever I want. Yes, you can do whatever you want. I want to kill everyone and eat everyone's brains. No, 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 that's terrible. I just wanted to get some money for Aunt May. Why did I have the urge to eat other people's brains again? Don't think so much. My main task now is to grab some cash from the drug dealer. The bridge is here, Chief. Is the other party really a drug dealer? Why do I feel more like an arms dealer? It's not just you. Keep the defensive formation. I guess this may be related to the purge of Hell's Kitchen. Jin cannot accept that his lair has turned into a paradise on Earth. This batch of goods may contain guns and ammunition that he provided for his men. Damn city vigilantes. The deputy police chief next to George hammered the police car with the broken window. He said bitterly on the surface, they are doing chivalry and punishing evil and promoting good. But they have no idea that this behavior itself is a kind of person who despises laws and commits evil. So what if they have superhuman strength? So what if they can fly over walls and climb over walls? Their appearance is more of an obstacle to the normal operations of the police and creates unnecessary trouble and obstacles for us. Damn city vigilantes. George leaned behind the car and listened silently, saying nothing. He admitted that the deputy chief's words made sense, because he thought so at first, but no matter what, city vigilantes were people with righteous hearts. It was precisely when he discovered this that he developed the little spider Peter Parker into your own informant. In his opinion, vigilantes with extraordinary abilities are like a gun in the hands of the enemy on the opposite side. The gun has no malicious intent on the police themselves, but their abilities are just used in the wrong place. George wants to the only thing is to have the vigilantes, a group of highly lethal guns in their own hands. Even if they cannot achieve 100% control, they can at least make them comply with the established rules of the police. It's like Spider-Man arriving at the scene from afar with his webbing. Look at him be more obedient. After seeing the little spider landing in a standard superhero landing posture, George let out a long breath. The reason why he ordered to maintain a defensive formation was not because the police could not deal with the villains on the opposite side, but because he wanted to take this opportunity, improve the status of the special group of vigilantes in the eyes of the police, so that the vast majority of police no longer regard them as enemies, but as a powerful support that can reduce casualties of comrades in arms. In this way, can implement a plan and the plan more smoothly. Wow, there are so many people, I want to eat them all. No, 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 I'm here to steal money. Robbing the rich and giving to the poor. How could I have such a terrible idea of cannibalism? Grab the money, steal the money. Kill the person first and then take the money away. I won't kill anyone at this moment. A group of police officers hiding behind police cars and drug dealers, who continued to suppress fire, also noticed the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared on the overhead highway. Many police officers recognized Spider-Man, but at the same time they were suspicious of him. Why did his suit turn black? But the drug dealers who are close to madness will not think about this. It doesn't matter whether you are Spider-Man or a lizard. As long as you are in the way, I will give you a shuttle first. Duh, ding 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 dongs. Little Spider was keenly aware of the danger before the drug dealer shot at him. He jumped up and down flexibly on the viaduct, shifting left and right, and all the bullets that hit him were far behind him. At the same time, under the constant and subtle influence of the symbiote, a surge of nameless anger quickly spread in his heart with the potential of starting a prairie fire. Freedom to strike back. Seeing that most of the drug dealer's firepower was attracted by Spider-Man, George decisively picked up the walkie-talkie on his waist and gave the order to attack. The role of the vigilante was only to reduce unnecessary casualties of the police officers. He was worthy of being the first person selected by him. Peter's mission has been successfully completed, and the rest can be left to the heroic New York police. On the ever-changing battlefield, anything can happen. A bullet fired by an unknown person mistakenly hit the support of the bridge. After an incomparable deflection, it not only failed to hit any target among the police and drug dealers, but accurately hit the target while trying to suppress the nameless rage. The face of the little spider who failed to sense the danger in time. The bullet slowly penetrated into the rapidly surging black mucus. But in the blink of an eye, the yellow bullet was sent out intact. Spider-Man slowly turned his head and clearly saw countless bullets whizzing towards him. But at this moment his heart was already filled with anger, and his only reason was suppressed in his heart. For the first time, the consciousness of the symbiote was suppressed. Peter Parker has obtained control over this extraordinary body. What a wonderful feeling, Peter. Just see how I use this power, clap, clap, clap. The scorching bullets whirled into the black spider suit, but they were all squeezed out in less than a breath. A huge ferocious smile opened on the face of the symbiote Spider-Man, and 5 thick spider silks came from the fingers of his right hand. The tip shot out and wrapped tightly around one of the steel pillars supporting the bridge. Smash you to death, accompanied by a deafening sound of steel tearing apart. The alloy pillar, as thick as 2 people hugging each other, was torn off. The 5 symbiote spider threads entangled and blended with each other, and the surging force dragged the giant thing towards the sky. A group of gun-toting drug dealers with stunned expressions on their faces. Booms, booms, boom. All the police officers forgot to shoot. They just stared dumbfounded at the steel bridge pillar being smashed into the bridge deck again and again, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, and stumps everywhere. A few young police officers who had just started to work with guns, I couldn't help but bend over and vomited. Money's money. The symbiote Spider-Man acted as if there was no one around. He waved his black slime tentacles and searched for what the body wanted in the vehicle that had long since been turned into pieces. The bridge pillars still fell on the bridge one after another, and the symbiote was trying its best to reach the bridge. Roaring deep in his heart, the helpless and furious Peter Parker showed his power. A trace of cracks spread rapidly in all directions, and the flat bridge deck began to collapse in large pieces. Upon seeing this, George immediately told the police officers to evacuate immediately. After being dragged into the car by the deputy police chief, He still stared at the excited Spider-Man holding the cash box with complicated eyes. Peter, you shouldn't be like this. Yuri, who got up early, came to the first floor. Ethan just sat at the counter. He spread out the newspaper and smoothed the folds. His eyes behind the glasses slightly exposed the top edge of the newspaper. He glanced at Yuri, who came over and greeted politely, "Morning. Boss, it's only 7 o'clock. More, you don't usually get up so early." "Morning, Ethan." Yuri took out his own breakfast from the refrigerator. Heated it briefly, put it aside and ate it while eating. He also reviewed the newly revised Arctic journey plan of the 5 shacks. After consuming most of the breakfast, Yuri, who was reading the newspaper behind the counter, suddenly let out an exclamation. Yuri put down the plan book, stuck his head out and asked him what happened. "Boss, you will never believe it, Spider-Man, the superhero known as New Yorker's good neighbor, broke into the scene of the police and robbers fighting last night. Not only did he kill all the gangsters in an extremely cruel way, killing him, and taking away the stolen money that the other party used to trade drugs. That's not a big deal. The overpass at the scene of the battle collapsed after being wreaked havoc by Spider-Man." Ethan handed the newspaper to Yuri, pointed to a line of text on it and said, "The newspaper said that everyone now doubts the justice of the vigilantes' actions and denies the legality of the vigilantes' actions. The police and the government will even Spider-Man is defined as a terrifying criminal and calls on everyone to unite to resist all their actions." "The boss." Ethan glanced at the ceiling without leaving a trace. He approached Yuri and asked cautiously, should Shaq and the others' night operations be temporarily suspended for a few days? Yuri read the entire newspaper carefully, and his eyes stayed for a long time on a large picture printed in special colors. It showed the scene of the official symbiote Spider-Man crazily smashing a bridge with a money box, and the black and white spider suit and image. The jet black tentacles that looked like slime made people couldn't help but sigh. "Blackening is 3 times stronger." Returning the newspaper to Ethan, Yuri patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Thank you very much for your concern for Shaq and the others, Ethan. In fact, their night activities have come to an end. You can see Hell's Kitchen. Such earth-shaking changes indicate that the main purpose of the night operation has been achieved." Ethan nodded, thinking of the 5 people who had become closer and closer to normal people in recent days. He said with considerable approval, "Indeed. Shaq and the others have changed a lot recently, which shows that the night operations are very effective." "What's wrong with Shaq and the others?" Yuri glanced at Ethan strangely, and under the puzzled gaze of the other party, he said, "The main purpose of what I said is to protect your personal safety. You are now a representative director of Stark Industries. Although the danger in Hell's Kitchen has been minimized, there may be some fools and lunatics who come out from nowhere, either to ask for money or to take revenge. Shoot a bullet at you with a gun, you know. You are the weakest one under my command, and I don't like the people who follow me to die for various reasons." Wow, Ethan rolled up the newspaper and was very moved. He raised the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said while walking to the counter, "I don't know what good things I did in my previous life to become your employee." Yuri chuckled. "Maybe it was you who saved Marvel's own father, Tony Stark, with your life countless times in the parallel world." In the transparent glass cover, a pool of black and shiny mucus was rushing left and right, trying to find a chance to escape. But how could the observation device built by Yuri himself make it possible? Dark golden eyes instantly turning white. The majestic soul energy passed through the glass and headed towards the unaware symbiote. In the past, the symbionts tried to seize the consciousness of the host, but today it can be regarded as a turn of events. After some inconspicuous resistance, the pool of black slime in the glass cover was completely controlled by Yuri. He raised his middle finger and asked for rewards. After playing with it for a while, he started to attempt to erase the tiny soul and consciousness of the symbiote. Human consciousness mainly exists in the brain. Individuals with extraordinary talents may also imprint their thoughts on other organs. Such people generally do not realize their own uniqueness. They are often robbed or actively donated. Only after the heart is transplanted can one realize this unique talent from the person whose organ has been transplanted. So, for example, after going to the hospital for a blood transfusion, he suddenly likes a man. Or a person with kidney failure suddenly admires cow thief after receiving a kidney transplant. Wait, they are all extremely normal existences. The human soul mainly exists in the pineal gland between the eyebrows. This organ of a very small number of people can break through the many barriers set by the Creator. As long as you tear a hull, no matter how small it is, you will have the ability to absorb energy and learn supernatural abilities. Talent and qualifications, mutants are different. Their consciousness and soul are evenly distributed in various parts of the body. If one is damaged, they will all be damaged. And if one is prosperous, they will be prosperous. They are not afraid of being injured because they can recover naturally. To Yuri's surprise, the symbiote in the glass cover turned out to be the same as the mutants, with soul and consciousness integrated into one, evenly distributed in various parts of the entire pool of mucus. Is this a failed experiment before the Celestials created the mutant race? Well, the symbiote god Nar in the memory appeared before the Celestial group. But the symbiote was not. All symbiotes were bred from the Black Death Sword that was forged by Nar after killing a member of the Celestials and using his blood to forge it. Maybe there was no massacre at all. Or maybe there was no such thing as a blood-forged sword. Is there a possibility that Nar and the Celestial group jointly created the symbiosis? A life population, no one could respond. Yuri immediately stopped thinking about it. His goal now was to annihilate the consciousness of this symbiote, instead of thinking about the future that would take him an unknown amount of time to arrive. It was better to focus on the present that was within reach. The spiritual energy squeezed into the symbiote without any reservation, surrounding its small and weak consciousness and soul at a 10-to-1 ratio, and then revealed its murderous intentions. Without any suspense, it disinfected the turtle in the urn who resisted desperately but to no avail. After carefully feeling it to make sure nothing was missing, Yuri put a finger on the glass cover. The hard but fragile glass split a hole like water, and the symbiote, which was so black and glowing, wrapped around it under Yuri's control. My fingers are sometimes as hard as steel, sometimes as soft as fingers, wow wow. With the sound of water flowing, the symbiote spread and expanded rapidly in a manner that violated scientific laws, transforming from a pool of fist-sized black slime into a matte black giant that enveloped Yuri's entire body. Yuri can clearly feel the symbiote's pervasiveness: skin, muscles, bones, tendons, genes. The symbiote absorbs cosmic energy, condenses it into countless undetectable particles, and integrates into the host's body, helping the host to survive at a higher rate. Develop original genes to help the host withstand various backlashes that may harm the body. After a few seconds, the black fluid that enveloped Yuri stopped changing. A total of 5 eyes suddenly opened, 1 between the eyebrows and 4 under the eyebrows. The dark golden pupils looked at the large standing mirror that had been prepared for a moment on the opposite side. It was pitch black. Suddenly a gash opened on his face, revealing a set of terrifying white teeth inside. Being a human is so tiring, no need to pretend anymore. That night, in order to show off his agility, the belated Black Braised Dan grabbed a rope thrown from the helicopter and slid to the rooftop of Stark Tower. Following him sliding down was a man with a ferocious face. A well-dressed man who looks inexplicably like a villain. Yuri searched his memory for a while and learned his code name, Crossbones. An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The person Nick Fury most wanted to bring to trial the steam armor was definitely not Crossbones. But since the latter can stand here, it is obvious that he has reached something secretly with the smuggler Alexander Pierce. It's a shady transaction, because the principle of black braised eggs is that you may make a profit no matter what. But I will never lose. The guests have all arrived. Please allow me to briefly introduce the 2 steel giants in front of you. Black Braised Dan and the soldier looked at each other and listened to Yuri's speech without saying a word. Unlike Tony's mechanical prosthesis, My steam armor uses a special matrix as the basis for energy supply and operation. The armor itself is made of ordinary steel and is slightly fragile when it is not activated. But once the driver activates the armor, its embedded special matrix will provide the armor with unparalleled defense and attack power. It has ample storage space for ammunition and weapons. You can set it up as needed and leave it to me to modify it. The bare metal also has powerful power. After special matrix transformation, the steam armor can overturn a car at full load, the tank. No matter what kind of enemy you two want to use it to deal with. I believe it will be able to enter the uninhabited territory. The armor can be charged automatically. The charging time is about 24 hours after charging. It can support the normal state for 1 hour, the high load state for half an hour, and the full load state for 5 minutes. When the energy is exhausted, the matrix will fail. So please do pay attention to your timing. Yuri's last sentence was to Crossbones and the unknown soldier brought by the military man. The expressions of the two men were obviously nervous and apprehensive. It seemed that they couldn't wait to get into the steam armor and experience it. But obviously, it doesn't count if they're thinking about it. The black marinated egg pondered for a moment, stared at Yuri with one eye and asked, I want to know what exactly is the special matrix you're talking about. No comment. Yuri didn't want to waste words at all. So he had the patience to introduce it to them, which was already his duty. Now Hyladin wanted to get to the bottom of it, and it was clear that he was eyeing the special matrix on the armor. Dan couldn't help but frown when he heard such a straightforward rejection. He put his hands behind his back and raised his head, looked at Yuri and threatened, if you can't figure this out, you are irresponsible for the life of the armor pilot. It's absolutely unacceptable to accept such a armor that can't even figure out how it works. Then please go back to where you came from. Yuri glanced at the military man who was watching on the wall, stared at the black braised egg and said coldly, we all know why each other is standing here. Don't use coercion and inducement for me. Shield won't buy it. No, it means that everyone does not buy it, including the Militara Police FBICBers. Even if these violent departments in the United States do not buy it, I can still sell the steam armor overseas. In this transaction, I am God. Love to buy don't buy. Tony, who was watching the show from a distance, finally couldn't help but come over. He was never worried about whether something would happen to Yuri. What he was worried about was that if Yuri was really angry, what would happen to the black braised egg and the soldier opposite him? He won't be punched to death. In order to prevent this kind of human tragedy from happening in Stark Tower, he had no choice but to come over and smooth things over. Okay. Stop making trouble, Fury. Don't you just want to ensure the safety of the driver? Tony, will vouch for my personality, Yuri. The steam armor is definitely the safest weapon in the world. The soldier who was watching on the wall also spoke at the right time. He patted the big soldier beside him and said, as an agent, Fury is a bit timid as a professional habit. Come on, Tom, let them see the bravery of soldiers. Yes, sir. The crowd was either openly mocking or sarcastic. High braised egg was so angry that he almost turned around and left. But the Crossbones beside him suddenly whispered in his ear, anyway, take the armor back first. The technology he is unwilling to disclose. At worst, we can crack it ourselves. Fury's one eye flashed with an inexplicable light. He suppressed the anger in his heart and cursed fuck in a low voice. At this moment, under the guidance of Yuri, the leader of the military man has already entered the steam armor. With a pleasant sound of gears snapping and bearings rotating, the armor is completely closed after a while. The eyes of the visor representing startup complete, it lit up. The huge steam armor moved its limbs flexibly. Under the command of the soldier, Big Soldier Tom drove it to perform a series of actions such as push-ups, handstands, backflips. The soldier even pulled out the pistol from his waist. And with different expressions on their faces, everyone fired all the bullets into the steam armor's eyes without hesitation. There is no doubt that except for the driver Tom, who was unable to face his fear and took a step back. The eyes of the Visserwitch seemed to be the most fragile. Failed to leave even a white mark. The soldier stuffed the slightly hot pistol into his waist, nodded with satisfaction and said, "What about flight mode? I remember you said he can fly." Yuri knocked on the shell of the armor and said to Tom, who was still frightened inside, "Imagine that you can fly." "And you can fly, imagines." The words that came out of the armor were muffled, and after passing through the layers, one could only vaguely make out that it was Tom's voice. "Do you wave your wings like a bird?" As he spoke, he also made a few very vivid movements. With the black line on the soldier's face, he asked doubtfully, "I can't fly, I can't be like a bird." "Then try to be like Superman." Yuri said, "Place your palms down. Soles of your feet and shoulders, raise your head and chest. And look up at the sky." Listening to the excited shouts from the armor that was slowly rising into the sky, Yuri looked at each other with the military man with a black face. The latter was thinking about how to deal with the guy in the sky who had embarrassed him after returning, while the latter stretched out his hand. One hand rubbed its thumb and index finger several times in front of the former. 66 million US dollar spay with one hand. And deliver with one hand. Hailu Dan finally bought the steam armor. But he and Jun Lao didn't move. The latter not only paid the money neatly, but also promised to bring more orders to Yuri in the near future. Liuodin picked up his armor and left. Before rolling down the windows, he stuck his head out and said nervously to Yuri, "We will make the special no longer exist." Yuri, who originally wanted to warn them not to dismantle without permission and cause an experimental accident, calmly shut his mouth and made his own mistakes. People who are used to committing suicide will sooner or later die in their own hands. Just when he was about to ask Tony when he was going to create new elements, he looked up and suddenly caught a glimpse of a black and white figure adhering to the glass exterior wall of Stark Tower. He then jumped up and fell into the brightly lit room. The rooftop disappeared, symbiote Spider-Man. Yuri raised his eyebrows and opened the exclusive elevator leading directly to the top floor with an inexplicable expression. Stop at this moment. The little spider has almost completely lost control of his body. Even if he struggles desperately, he can only take away control of his body for a few seconds. He watched helplessly as he wreaked havoc on the overpass. Watched as he went crazy carrying cash boxes between high-rise buildings. Watched himself break in through the window. And spilled all the stolen money used by drug dealers on Aunt May. Watching myself flying over the walls. Arriving at the private mansion on the top floor of Stark Tower. Why do you want me to stop? Everything I do is for you, okay? The symbiote Spider-Man had just smashed through the glass door of the mansion on the top floor and was about to rush in to kill and eat Tony Stark, but was dragged back by the little spider who was struggling to resist deep in his consciousness. The alarm bell rang loudly in the mansion. Tony, who was busy setting up the new element production room in the laboratory, frowned and waved his hand to let the artificial intelligence Jarvis show the cause of the alarm to him through a screen projection, the characters on the screen. Wearing a black and white spider suit. The strange thing is that the suit squirms strangely from time to time. His behavior was even more outrageous. The broken glass everywhere clearly proved that he was the culprit who wanted to break into the penthouse and cause an alarm. But what was incomprehensible was that this guy who looked like Spider-Man sometimes raised his leg, taking steps, sometimes retracting his legs and retreating. If his movements weren't different every time, Tony would have suspected that the monitor was stuck. It is recommended to go to the lift platform and wear the Mark armor. Sir? Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded after data analysis. The frequency of the individual's forward steps is gradually increasing, and the backward movement is gradually decreasing. I have accelerated the ascent speed of Mr. Yuri's elevator, but in order to ensure your personal safety is absolutely guaranteed, so it's best to put on your battle armor, sir. Tony waved his hand to turn off the virtual projection screen and ran towards the lift platform where Mark's armor was. The black Spider-Man in the surveillance video had no move to retreat at all. Only the frequent lags while striding forward. Let people know that something inside him is still fighting unremittingly. Boom, Tony Stark, I'm going to kill you. In the face of the tyrannical power of the symbiote Spider-Man, the penthouse made of special building materials was like paper. Walls were smashed by fists kicked by legs. And smashed by heads, Tony felt like he was being beaten. The street rat witch was chased and beaten by people, scurried around under the guidance of Jarvis, and finally rushed into the lift where the Mark armor that was ready to be worn was stored. Tony strode towards the armor, but because he didn't pay attention to the terrain under his feet, he fell hard on the angular steps. The movement behind him was getting closer and closer. He ignored the excruciating pain in his body and struggled to stand up, staggering towards Mark IV, who was waiting for him quietly. Turning around, spreading his arms to the chest armorrunes. Leg armor began to close and seal quickly. But in just a few seconds, the symbiote Spider-Man who caused a huge movement was also close in front of him. Tony's visor hadn't fallen yet. He could clearly see the opponent's big arm of non-Newtonian fluid waving wantonly. The walls, door frames, floors. Everything was so vulnerable. He could see that the opponent was about 10 meters away. He punched himself and before he had time to wonder. Streaks of black mucus rapidly proliferated and merged in a manner that violated the law of conservation of matter, forming a sharp cone. The tip of the cone was facing Tony Stark, who had finally taken off his visor, Dwang Tilda. Even if Tony reacted as soon as he successfully put on the suit, how could his reaction speed with that of an ordinary human be comparable to that of a mutant youth and an alien visitor? The gold and red Mark IV smashed into the auxiliary mechanical arm behind him and smashed into the recently repaired and strengthened tempered glass. But before he could fly out, he was pulled back by the tapered spider silk. Sir, the plastron is damaged by 70%, and it has formed irreversible compressive deformation. Jarvis's voice rang in Mark IV's helmet, but Tony's face turned red and purple, and he just spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with unknown fragments. Unable to say a word, Peter, as long as we kill him together, no one will know Spider-Man's true identity anymore. A bloody and crazy voice sounded from the black and white spider suit, and a sharp cone wrapped around his fist. And he was about to see it, he had to plunge into Mark's armor, which was tightly bound by streaks of black mucus. But at this moment, an untimely sound of footsteps sounded from behind the symbiote Spider-Man. Yuri walked calmly and said, "Do you remember me? Little Spider-Man. Not only do I know who you are, I also know who you are. Who do you like, Tilda? Who are you?" The symbiote Spider-Man threw Tony aside, stood up and looked down at the man with dark golden pupils in front of him. His keen biological senses told him that there was a huge threat hidden under the man's sunny and handsome appearance. "Who am I?" Yuri chuckled as he got closer. Black and shiny non-Newtonian fluids quickly covered his entire body. In front of the symbiote Spider-Man, the slightly thin figure quickly grew taller and swelled, and a tyrannical aura also appeared. It exploded in an instant, 5 eyes suddenly opened, and a stream of light that seemed to have substance flashed past. Yuri opened his mouth and smiled. "You will know when you die." Boom! Just the collision of fists caused the airwave to raise a large amount of dust. The symbiote Spider-Man was knocked away like a cannonball, but was immediately grabbed and pulled back by the giant black hand thrown out by Yuri. The body supplying Spider-Man was held by Yuri, and he received a solid uppercut. The back of his head broke the shoulder blade. But in the blink of an eye, this terrifying fatal injury was restored to its original state. It pulled itself out of the ceiling, jumped far away and screamed at Yuri, "This is impossible. Why are you stronger than me?" "It sounds like you are invincible," Yuri mocked, and used his space ability to appear directly behind the symbiote Spider-Man. His raised fist condensed into a huge pointed cone, and in the next moment, it pierced the symbiote Spider-Man's spine and stabbed it violently. Broke his heart. The tip of the cone protruding from the body disintegrated into several ropes, tightly binding the symbiote spider that was trying to escape. Yuri faced Mark IV, who was lying motionless in the corner, and asked as he approached, "Is he dead? If not, shoot the sonic cannon on him, Mr. Yuri." Jarvis's voice came from under the visor. Tony's ribs were completely broken and pierced into his internal organs. He is now in a coma for the sake of his life safety. I cannot control Mark IV to make any movements. You owe me another one, Tony's. A golden life energy penetrated the severely deformed armor and penetrated into the body of Tony, who was lying on the ground in just one breath. All the injuries were restored. And Tony's voice came out from under the armor, I understand. Anyway, I owe you enough. Can you help me open the plastron? It is almost squeezing my belly into a piece of paper. Just think that I owe you one more time, okay? Yuri curled his lips, and a jet of black non-Newtonian fluid penetrated through the cracks in the armor. Under the control of the master, it easily tore open the red-gold belly armor that was strong enough to carry missiles. Looking at Tony jumping up from the ground, he said nonchalantly, as you said, I owe enough anyway. Sonic cannon ready. Tony raised his two arms and aimed at the symbiote Spider-Man, whose limbs were torn apart by 5 thick ropes and fixed in the air like a big letter. He glanced at Yuri beside him and said with some discomfort, Are you sure that nothing will happen to you? Because the thing on your body seems to be related to it. Do not worry. Yuri patted Tony on the shoulder and said confidently, They are indeed relatives. But this one on me has been modified, okay? Tony glanced at the hand on his shoulder in confusion and turned on the sonic cannon at a huge target that did not require auxiliary aiming. No, stop it. The moment it was touched by the sound wave that could be detected by the naked eye, huge fluctuations occurred on the black and white suit of the symbiote Spider-Man. Each of the tiny slime tentacles struggled to be squeezed out, revealing the red and blue original suit inside. A huge, ferocious head emerged from the little spider's chest. It stared at Yuri and asked in disbelief, Why are you okay? Why aren't you afraid of these damn sound waves? Increase the power. Yuri turned to Tony and said, until it becomes speechless. Tony shrugged rather unhappily. This feeling of being ordered, but having to accept it was really terrible. Do not stop, I beg you. The symbiont on the little spider's body is getting smaller and smaller, and the huge head is now only the size of a fist. At this moment, Peter finally regained control of his body. While enduring the sonic attacks that made no distinction between friend and foe, he watched Tony, extremely the tough guy, yelled, Try harder. It's not enough, shut up for me, forget it, Yuri, after all. I owe too much, but you. A little spider who broke in and tried to kill me came to order mutants going on. While Tony frantically increased the power of the sonic cannon, he approached the black slime that was shrinking into a ball and was about to break away from the little spider to reduce the attack range and increase the damage effect. Crack! The fist-sized symbiote finally broke away from its host. Its body as weak as a slug and its unstable soul were completely exposed to the endless sound wave attacks. Upon seeing this, Yuri immediately put down the little spider and used his own symbiote to make the container saved it. Akyak, if you drive for a while, your penthouse will be completely destroyed. After Tony heard this, he decisively turned off the sonic cannon on his arm. He looked around and all he could see were ruins and dust. He was not distressed at all, but he was mainly worried about how to deal with the furious Pepper later. Explain the reason for this, I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. When the little spider saw Tony sitting on the ground with his head in his hands, he thought he was worried about the funds to rebuild the mansion. In order to show his sincerity and apology, he hesitated and took off his hood, revealing a sad face underneath face, if possible. I can work part-time to help you pay back the money, but it may take a long time. It turns out to be Brother Holland. Yuri took back his symbiote, sucked in the broken glass on the ground, and gathered them into a hollow glass ball the size of a fist. After stuffing the symbiote that was parasitic on Spider-Man into it and sealing it, he took a look at the large number of police cars that had gathered on the street with the fire truck. He said goodbye to Tony decisively. There are many people coming down below. I will go first, remember not to be too harsh on him. In this terrorist attack against Yao is just a bystander. The voice, just as it fell, a faint blue light wave flashed through. and Yuri disappeared instantly. Tony pondered on the ground for a long time, but in the end he couldn't come up with a solution. He sighed and glanced at the guilty little spider, whose young face was filled with anxiety about the unknown punishment. "It's none of your business." Tony stood up and spread his hands, the Mark IV, which was missing its plastron split from the middle. He walked out of it and subconsciously rubbed his intact ribs and waist that could not feel any pain. Seeing what the little spider was about to say, he simply waved his hand and interrupted, "Don't even think about working part-time. Money, kid, I'm not short of Thado. Money you may never make in your lifetime." He spread his hands and smiled rather self-deprecatingly. "This may be my only superpower." The little spider took a few steps closer at a loss. "I am very smart. I mean, I am smarter than ordinary people. I can tell you the special spider silk formula I have developed, which can be exchanged for a lot of money. I can also learn. When I have more knowledge, I can work for you to pay back the money." Tony smiled and listened patiently to his incoherent self-worth introduction. It was only when the little spider couldn't say a word anymore that he spoke seriously. "Those are things for the future. Peter, I think you are now what you have to do is go home and explain to your Aunt May why the money box snatched by Spider-Man Noir appeared in your bedroom if you didn't deposit the money in the bank." Hule shines. Little Spider suddenly remembered that he had spilled all the money in Aunt May's bedroom, and his face instantly wrinkled into a bitter melon. Tony looked at him and asked gloatingly, "Did I guess it right?" The little spider raised his head and said, "It's worse than that. Mr. Stark, I have to go back. I'm extremely sorry for the harm I caused today. Please don't worry. I will definitely find an opportunity to repay you." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pulled out a piece of white spider silk, which stuck to the building opposite. After running for a few steps, he jumped up suddenly and dragged the silk out of Tony's sight. The ancestral handicraft shop. Yuri jumped down from the ceiling of the third floor that automatically cracked, and happened to face Silly Bird and Silly Cat, who had just walked out of the bathroom. The former threw himself into Yuri's arms with a cry, while the latter picked up Silly Bird calmly. The bath towel fell on the floor and after giving Yuri a wink, he lay down on the bed with his buttocks twisted. "Boss, it's rare for you to come back so early. How about the three of us play together today?" Silly Bird's eyes were blurry, and she had obviously begun to enter the plot. But Yuri mercilessly threw her on the bed, straightened her clothes and said ruthlessly, "I still have some things to do. And it may take a long time, it may be very short. So you should go to sleep first. I will wake you up when I finish my work." After closing the bedroom door, he placed the glass ball containing the symbiote that had once parasitized Spider-Man on the simple workbench. His eyes turned completely white, and he activated his mental abilities to arbitrarily break into the symbiote's body. Control the body, read memory, extract information. 10 seconds later, Yuri withdrew his spiritual energy inexplicably. The symbiote in the glass ball had its soul and consciousness wiped out, and was placed inside as quietly as a puddle of melted asphalt. Isnar, the god of symbionts, also in the North Pole. In the next few days, the pace suddenly slowed down. The 5 shacks suspended their nighttime activities. They either went to various restaurants to eat and drink and spend stolen money every day, or they danced and sang to experience the prosperity of the human world. Ethan's schedule was also very fixed, except for some special days when he needed to attend on behalf of Yuri. Outside the board of directors of Stoke Industries, he was still hiding behind the counter on the first floor studying and reading as usual. Yuri also lived a very fulfilling life. In order to realize the mass production of steam armor, he spent several days working and finally designed a qualified production line. Although the speed of one set in 2 days is not very fast, it is better than can move on its own. Tony's penthouse mansion suffered a devastating blow, and he had to put the birthplace of new elements in the beach villa. Whenever Yuri asked about the progress, always said soon. Soon, it's true, makes people anxious. Just when everyone thought they could safely prepare to go to the North Pole to search for and rescue fellow mutants, Daredevil knocked on the door of the handicraft shop covered in blood. The strong and inhuman kingpins. The 5 Asians who call themselves Fingers. The bulletproof Bullseye. And the island nation's ninjas who are everywhere and can't kill them all. Vanax stretched out 4 fingers and shook them. And said with an arrogant look on his face, "So many things popped up as soon as we left. Matthew, it seems that the peace and security of Hell's Kitchen still depends on the 5 of us." Daredevil had long known what kind of temperament she had. So he didn't care at all when he heard this, instead. He followed her words and flattered her, Ahiasais. "You must know that the current harmony in Hell's Kitchen is the result of the 5 of you working hard every night. You don't want it to be destroyed again and restored to its original state." But unlike what he expected, Vanax did not agree immediately instead. He hesitated and said perfunctorily, "Are you in a hurry? How about, do you know where their lair is?" Yuri interrupted Vanax. He looked at Daredevil. Then at the 5 fellow mutants around him and said, "We are going on a long trip these days. And we may not be able to come back for a long time. If you knowing where their lair is, my plan is to eliminate them once and for all. Preferably tonight." He didn't want to cause trouble. After all, whether they are endless ninjas or powerful kingpins, they can be injured by Daredevil at best. They are ordinary people who have mastered extraordinary abilities. But 5 Fingers, it reminded him of Kunlun, a hidden sect similar to Karmatad. And its sacred object, Dragon Bone, seemed to be buried somewhere underground in New York. If nothing else, the Kingpin should have reached some deal with the Hand. The Hand would send ninjas to help the Kingpin eliminate the enemies and stabilize the position of the Underground Emperor, while the Kingpin would provide them with shelter and assist in excavation to extend the time. Longevity slowing down aging. Legend has it that the core of Kunlun is a golden egg who calls himself Shu Lao. And it is he who supports the existence of the entire Kunlun plane. Although we don't know what the connection is between the Dragon Bone and Shu Lao. And we don't know why the Dragon Bone appears in New York. Underground. But this does not affect Yuri's desire to take the Dragon Bone as his own, because he feels that he can get something from the Dragon Bone that can enhance his strength, such as opening up a plane, such as resurrecting the dead. But New York is very big and the keel is very small. If you want to find it, the best way is to get the answer from the top brass of the Hand. They have been planning this for an unknown amount of time in order to live forever. Since they have come to New York, it means that they have at least mastered the search. Keel method. It's at the Wilson Properties building in Kingpin. Daredevil saw that things were turning around. After relaxing, he finally realized how seriously injured he was. There were no less than 20 stab wounds all over his body, as well as broken bones and shocked internal organs. Severe pain swept over him like a tide, and the feeling of weakness from excessive blood loss also spread throughout his body at the same time. Pressing the button, the short stick in his hand extended. He put all the weight of his body on the long red and white stick called the weapon, which was actually a blind stick. He held on to prevent himself from falling. "I can take you there. I can't worry about your conditions." Yuri turned his hands to condense a ball of life energy and sent it into Matthew's body. The latter's wounds healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blood lost halfway was quickly replenished. A good man will do his best. Yuri controlled the life energy to converge on Matthew's eyes, easily repairing his eyes that were blind due to nerve damage. Oh, I bought it. Before Matthew could sigh for the rapid recovery of his injuries, the colors that appeared in his life again took away all the words he could express. In a moment of excitement, he actually stretched out his hand to the person he first saw. Seeing Yuri, it seemed that he wanted to touch and verify whether he had really recovered his eyesight. Snapped. Yuri opened his hand decisively and beckoned the 5 shacks to go to the 3rd floor to get their equipment. He patted Matthew on the shoulder, and the latter thanked him with tears in his eyes. "Get used to it and don't affect the next battle." 3rd floor. Vanax was chirping and looking forward to the new equipment with the other 4 people. Recently, the boss was either designing the steam armor production line in the studio or tinkering with the black slime in the glass ball on the workbench. The former was for making money in the future, while the latter was for the new equipment they prepared. Will we also wear a full set of armor like the Eternals? I don't like the look of their armors. While everyone was discussing, Yuri came belatedly and handed 5 glass balls filled with black slime to the 5 shacks one by one. This is the new equipment I prepared for you. It is simply easy to control and can be changed in many ways. There is no need to consume energy. No need to worry about damage. It can withstand huge physical and magical damage, and can greatly enhance the user's strength in all aspects. Amidst the sudden rapid breathing of the 5 people, Yuri's whole body was covered with gushes of liquid. His 5 eyes suddenly opened, and a familiar and unfamiliar voice came from the ferocious mouth that opened and closed. I will give it to you. It's called symbiotic reproductive suit. Now, crush the glass ball in your hands, absorb the black slime inside, and give it any command like controlling a limb. And enjoy the surge of power, roar. 5 deafening sounds exploded on the 3rd floor. Vanax controlled the symbiote to form a ferocious giant bird, while Kate transformed into a huge hairless evil cat. Tiger, Chat, and Tiger all showed their unique abilities. The mutant race's true form of huge black monsters instantly filled the not-so-small space on the 3rd floor. Vanax takes Daredevil to the sky to show us the way. Everyone else should keep silent and keep a low profile before arriving at the enemy's lair to minimize exposure. After Yuri gave the order, he turned over and rode Vanax. The ceiling on the 3rd floor opened quietly, and the blue light flashed away.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.